Hi everyone, I am Dream Into Wealth. I know people watching this are trying to fall asleep. How are you? And I hope you are okay in life. Listen to my story and make yourself comfortable. Also, if y'all like this kind of stories, please don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel. The banker of the frontier. The fire popped gentle, like the world itself was exhaling, and rain whispered steady on the canvas tarp strung above. Now, lean close, 'cause this story ain't one you'll find carved in ledgers or scratched in courthouse records. This here, the tale of a man who built wealth, not with cattle nor with gold dug from riverbeds, but by seeing something most folk overlooked. Trust. A notion softer than leather, lighter than feathers, but sturdier than steel once it took hold. His name was Silas Gray. Weren't no banker by birth, just a drifter, boots worn thin, hat brim bent against the sun. He rode into a wet little town by the river, a place called Haven Bend. Folks there were tired, broke, and mean with one another. Traders cheated customers with heavy thumbs on scales. Farmers couldn't pay debts when the weather turned foul, and every man looked over his neighbor's fence with suspicion. It weren't lack of land nor hands that starved that place, it was lack of faith. Silas saw it quick as a hawk spies a rabbit. He set himself up in an abandoned feed store, swept out the rats, and chalked one word on the door: ledgers. Now folk chuckled at first. Who'd trust a wanderer to keep their accounts? But Silas had a knack for speaking plain. He told farmers, "I'll tally your grain fair, hold an ink steadier than your memory." He told merchants, "Bring me your books, I'll square 'em clean so no man can claim you shorted 'em." He asked for no coin up front, just a cut of what he saved him from disputes. It worked. Within weeks, folk came knocking with wrinkled slips, half-burnt receipts, promises scrawled on bark. Silas copied it all neat, bound it in ledgers, and gave each man a page marked with his name. For the first time, neighbors saw proof of what they owed and what was owed to them. The arguments that used to end in fists started ending in nods. The feed store turned from dust to bustle, lanterns burning past midnight as Silas wrote. But here where the man genius shone, he didn't just keep numbers, he lent out faith. When Widow Kersey came begging for seed money after her mule died, Silas wrote her debt in the ledger and convinced 3 farmers to sign beside her, vouching she'd pay come harvest. When young Jeb Turner dreamed of opening a smithy, Silas gathered coins from townsfolk, recording each man's share in his book, promising their returns once Jeb Hammers rang. It weren't charity, and it weren't usury. It was community stitched tight with ink. Soon coin flowed through Haven Bend smoother than the river itself. Debts were no longer whispers in taverns. They were lines on paper, visible to all. Folk began to invest in one another, not just themselves. Crops grew, shops prospered, and men who once scowled across fences now tipped hats, knowing their fortunes were tied together. Silas Gray had, without calling it such, built a bank. Not the stone kind with barred windows and men in suits, but a bank of trust, where reputation served as collateral, and ink was as good as iron. He charged small fees, aye, but folks paid gladly, for they saw their lives steadying. Years passed, and Haven Bend transformed. Where once the streets were mud and suspicion, now stood markets bright with lantern light. Children had schools, women ran shops, and travelers paused to marvel at the prosperity of a place that by all reckoning should have starved. And always in the center sat Silas with his ledgers, wearing the same dusty hat, nodding slow as he inked each name. But wealth draws wolves same as fire draws moths. One spring, a slick-tongued company man rode in from the city, offering folk iron safes and printed notes. He mocked Silas, saying trust weren't worth a feather, that only steel locks and stamped paper could guard their coin. Some townsfolk faltered, tempted by shine. They shifted their savings to the outsider bank, and soon enough, that man began bleeding them dry with hidden fees. Farms cracked under the weight, and despair crept back in. Silas never raised his voice, he just kept writing. He honored every debt, even when men betrayed his trust. And when the city man's schemes collapsed, leaving half the town near ruined, Silas opened his ledger wide. "Bring your losses," he said, "we'll mend them together." Folk wept as he spread their debts across many shoulders, so no man broke alone. By winter end, Haven Bend had not only survived, It had grown stronger, bound by a deeper loyalty. In time, Silas passed on, his hat resting atop his oldest ledger, but the covenant of ink he'd carved lived on. His apprentices kept the books, children grew to see trust as wealth itself, and Haven Bend became a beacon. Travelers carried the tale far and wide of the man who proved that fortune weren't gold in vaults, but faith in neighbors. And so, by a rain-wet fire, the story of Silas Gray still lingers, a testament that the richest currency is trust, and the poorest soul is he who has none to give. The rain eased up some, but the night kept its hush, broken only by the hiss of wet wood catching spark. Now, friend, Silas Gray's story didn't end when his heart quit beating. Truth is, that was just the beginning. His ledger, dog-eared and swollen from years of thumbing, held more than debts and credits. It held a philosophy, a blueprint for prosperity built on something rarer than silver, trust. And it was that blueprint that outlived him, spreading like a prairie fire across towns that never knew his name. Take, for instance, the tale of the Harper clan, a family that wandered into Haven Bend with little more than a busted wagon and a baby boy wrapped in a quilt too thin for winter. They'd fled drought farther west, selling their cattle for pennies to buy passage eastward. When they arrived, their coin was near gone, and their spirits worse. Most towns back then would have turned them away, saying mouths already outnumbered bread. But Silas, he flipped open his ledger, studied him quiet, and said, "Your boy'll need boots soon, and your girl there, she'll be marrying someday. Let write you a page." He spread their debt across 5 merchants and 3 farmers, each willing to stake a little, not out of charity, but because they trusted the book. The Harpers were given seed, tools, and a roof to mend. By next harvest, their plot bloomed bright, and not only did they pay their debt, but they poured back double into the ledger, wanting others to feel the same hand of mercy. That boy, Samuel Harper, grew tall and clever, and years later he carried a leather-bound ledger of his own, riding eastward to start the practice in towns that still thought trust was for fools. Now Samuel weren't Silas, but he was cut from similar cloth. Where Silas had been quiet as dusk, Samuel was bold as a bugle at dawn. He'd stride into a saloon, slap his ledger on the bar, and bellow, "Gentlemen, I'll settle your quarrels in ink before they spill blood on the floor, El." Half the time, fists froze midair, men staring dumb at the confidence in his tone. He knew folks were tired of living one brawl away from ruin, so he gave them something stronger than muscle, accountability, written plain. The beauty of it was how quick the idea took root. 1 town, then 2, then 10. Farmers realized they didn't need to beg rich men in the city for loans when they could back one another right there at home. Blacksmiths forged on the promise that if they failed, neighbors would carry a sliver of their loss, just as they'd carry a sliver of their success. It weren't socialism, nor charity, nor the city hard-nosed capitalism. It was frontier finance, rough-hewn, raw, but damn effective. Word spread beyond the rivers and plains. By the time Samuel was graying at the temples, folk were calling these networks trust circles. Some mocked them, saying they were too fragile, that men greed would tear them down. But in truth, greed had less room to breathe where trust grew tall. For every man who tried to cheat, there were 10 who knew his reputation was worth more than coin. Reputation, you see, became the new gold. Lose it, and you were poorer than a beggar. Keep it, and doors opened, tables welcomed you, and work found your hands. There was one circle in particular that rose mighty, set in a rail town named Ashford Junction. When the railway cut through, prospectors and swindlers flooded the streets, smelling fortune. Ashford should have split wide with crime and corruption, but Samuel planted his ledger there like a flag. He gathered the town in the depot hall, rained hammer in the roof, and told them, "Every coin that passes through here will leave a mark, and we'll know who it touched. We'll rise together, or not at all." And rise they did. Shops flourished, and instead of wages vanish into city banks, money circled back into homes, barns, and schools. Folks who once feared poverty now feared only losing their place in the circle. And in that fear was discipline, and in that discipline was prosperity. Generations passed, and the trust circles grew roots so deep they outlasted the frontier itself. Banks and marble halls tried to mimic them, but they missed the soul of it. The soul wasn't the ledger, nor the ink. It was the firelight conversations, the nod across a muddy street, the knowledge that your fate was tied to your neighbors. That was the true wealth, the wealth city men could never stamp on paper. So when you sit by a campfire and hear rain whisper, know that somewhere out there, descendants of men like Silas Gray and Samuel Harper, still keep their ledgers, not of debts owed in coin, but of trust owed in kind. And that, partner, is a fortune heavier than any vault could hold. The circle in Ashford Junction grew into something bigger than Samuel Harper could have dreamed. By the time the century was leaning toward its close, the town had the shine of prosperity about it. Lamps lit the streets, children filled classrooms, and even the poorest had a say when the circle met to vote on loans or disputes. It was more than money at that point, it was a culture. Outsiders who passed through could feel it. They'd step off the train, smell the coal smoke mixing with fresh bread from the bakery, and sense a strange order in the chaos of a rail town. Folks weren't just surviving, they were building a legacy. But prosperity a beacon, and beacons draw shadows. Big city bankers came riding in with their polished shoes and fine words, claiming they could make Ashford richer still. They promised faster loans, shinier accounts, and less fuss than sitting round a depot table arguing about fairness. A good many townsfolk were tempted. Some said the circle was old-fashioned, slow as a mule cart compared to the steel speed of modern finance. And for the first time, cracks appeared in the trust. Samuel, by then an old man with hair the color of ash and eyes sharp as ever, stood before the town and laid his hands on the ledger that had started it all. His voice was gravel, but it carried. You give your trust to men who don't eat your bread, who don't mend your fences, who don't bury their dead in your soil, and you'll find they'll strip you quicker than winter strips a field. His words rang true to many, but not all. Some families split from the circle, signing contracts with the banks, chasing promises of greater fortune. At first, it looked like the bankers were right. Those who joined up strutted in new suits, bought bigger parcels of land, and filled their barns with machines the circle couldn't yet afford. But with wealth came pride, and with pride came distance. They stopped attending meetings, stopped contributing to the circle pool, and when drought struck a season later, their machines rusted silent, cause no neighbor came to help shoulder the loss. Debts piled high, interest sharper than barbed wire, and before long, the very same families who thought they'd outgrown the circle were on the auction block, watching strangers claim the land their kin had plowed for generations. The circle, bruised but intact, absorbed what remained, and though Samuel passed on not long after, his funeral drew a crowd so vast that the streets of Ashford Junction overflowed. Men and women who owed their livelihoods to that weathered ledger stood shoulder to shoulder, hats in hand, rain falling gentle like tears. They didn't bury just a man, they buried a way of life that had shielded him from hunger and despair. But they also carried it forward, each generation writing their own pages, binding the circle tighter. What remarkable, partner, is how the idea didn't die with Ashford or with Samuel. It spread like wind through the plains. Circles popped up in mining camps where men feared the collapse of tunnels more than they feared debt. They sprung in river towns where floods washed out fortunes as quick as they were built. And each time, the principle held trust one another, hold each accountable, and the wealth you build together will outlast gold's shine. There was one such camp in the Rockies where the circle saved lives, not just livelihoods. A cave-in left 3 dozen miners trapped, and while the company men squabbled over costs of rescue, the circle voted in minutes to empty their pool for equipment and manpower. They dug with fever and faith, and when the trapped men stumbled out, eyes blinking against the light, every one of them swore lifelong allegiance to the circle. That camp grew into a town, and that town into a city, all under the banner of shared trust. What began as scribbles in Silas Gray, faded ledger had turned into a movement that no banker, no drought, no mine collapse could snuff out. It wasn't about charity nor about equal slices of pie. It was about acknowledging that fortune favors the many who stand together more than the few who stand alone. That a truth older than fences and railroads, older than banks and bonds, if the truth of the campfire itself, one log burns quick, but a dozen together light the night. And so, the circles endured, not because they were perfect, but because they were human. And in their humanness, they captured something the polished men of finance could never counterfeit. The circles had grown beyond single towns by the time the century tipped into a new one. What started as farmers and miners pooling together coins and sweat became networks that stretched across valleys, mountains, and prairies. You could ride 100 miles from Ashford Junction and still find yourself sitting at a rough-hewn table with men and women speaking the same tongue of trust and fairness. Each circle was independent, but they kept ties, messages carried by rail, couriers with satchels of ledgers, and even coded marks carved on posts along trails. If a circle had surplus grain, another knew where to send wagons. If one was struck by flood or fire, word spread and help arrived before the embers cooled. It was a quiet revolution, built not with cannons or charters, but with neighborly hands. The government back east didn't quite know what to make of it. Inspectors came riding in, demanding to see records, taxes, and accounts. What they found weren't banks in the formal sense, but something sturdier, a trust no pen could draft and no seal could enforce. They might have broken it if not for the results. Even in hard times, circle towns had fewer bankruptcies, fewer orphaned children, fewer farms abandoned to weeds. While other places rotted under debt, the circle community stood upright, their barns still painted, their schools still teaching. That when outsiders started migrating, men ruined by speculation in the cities, families choked by mortgages they couldn't meet, even immigrants fresh off boats from Europe, they all wandered west in search of something more honest. And when they stumbled into a circle town, they were tested. Folks didn't just let strangers sign on you had to prove yourself. That might mean working a season in another field, or stand in surety for a neighbor loan before you'd earned a dime yourself. It weeded out the greedy, and it built bonds stronger than blood. There was one such circle in Dakota Territory where a German cobbler named Hauer came, broken from debts he never rightly owed. They gave him work, steady if not rich, and when he earned their trust, they let him borrow to open a little shop. That shop grew until wagons came from 3 counties just for his boots. His children went to the circle school, and when they grew, they took their place at the table, signing their names in the ledger like all the rest. By the time Howard died, a stranger no more but a pillar of the town, the circle had helped build not just a man's fortune, but a lineage that outlived him. But not all stories ran smooth. The temptation of greed never quit stalking the circles. There came a time when a railroad baron tried to buy influence, pouring silver into one circle fund in exchange for favoritism. It nearly tore that town apart. Some argued the circle needed the cash, new schoolhouse, new bridge, new mill. Others said taking it meant selling the soul of the thing. Voices rose, fists clenched, and for the first time the circle unity cracked. They debated through nights thick with tension, lanterns smoking as words cut sharper than knives. It was a woman, old widow McCrae, who settled it. She walked into the hall with her shawl still damp from rain and laid her hands on the ledger. "I watched my man die digging these fields," she said. "We didn't start this to be bought like cattle. We started it because no one else would stand for us. If we let this circle be ruled by the weight of one man coin, then we've forgotten what we buried Samuel Harper for." Her words hushed the hall, and when the vote was called, the barren offer was refused. The circle tightened, bruised but unbroken, and the ledger carried on. Years stacked into decades, and the circles weathered storms greater than any single man. When the Great Depression clawed across the land, banks shuddered like broken barns, and fortunes shriveled overnight. But in circle towns, folks still had food, still had roofs, still had work. They weren't rich, but they weren't ruined. Outsiders came desperate, starved near to death, and the circles, after their trials, opened their arms. Not freely, not foolishly. They still demanded work, trust, and proof, but they gave what the world would not a chance to begin again. The circle was never written into law, never etched in stone, but by then it had become legend. Campfires in the Dust Bowl, bunkhouses in the mines, porches in the rain, they all carried whispers of it. That if you could find your way to a circle, you could find something worth more than money. You could find people who believed in you, even when the world had cast you aside. As the war drums of the world began to quiet and the boys marched home from foreign fields, the circles faced a choice they'd never pondered before. For decades they'd been guardians of survival, a hedge against famine, foreclosure, and fire. But prosperity was at their doorstep, rolling like a golden tide across the land. Factories hummed, highways stitched towns together, and opportunities sprouted faster than weeds after rain. The circles could have disbanded then, declaring their work done. Yet the old ones remembered the lean times too well to trust the shine of abundance. They decided instead to plant deeper roots. Where once their ledgers were thin volumes tracking seed, nails, and small loans, now they grew into tomes of ambition. Hospitals were raised on circle funds, not just buildings but places where a child fever or a farmer broken leg could be mended without the noose of debt. Colleges, too, found their start in those same funds, humble at first, a few classrooms in barns or church halls, but growing into institutions where sons and daughters of miners, ranchers, and seamstresses studied law, medicine, and engineering. And always, the circle creed held each new endeavor must serve the many, not the few. One circle in Kansas built a trade school where veterans returning with little more than their uniforms learned carpentry, metalwork, and accounting. In Tennessee, a circle pooled its wealth to purchase land that became a cooperative farm, feeding not just its members but neighboring towns left hollow by shifting markets. Out west, near the timber ridges, a circle funded scholarships for girls who had once been told their place was only in kitchens. Those girls grew into doctors and teachers, returning to towns that might otherwise have withered to dust. Yet the circle's growth drew eyes once more, this time not of barons but of bureaucrats. Government men arrived with papers thick as winter quilts, arguing that such wealth must be regulated, that funds must be taxed, that the circles must become formal banks or dissolve. They were met with stubborn resistance. "We ain't banks," the leaders said. "We're neighbors. You can't legislate neighborly trust." And though there were battles, compromises, and many a tense night in courtrooms far from prairie wind, the circles endured. Sometimes they paid dues in the form of small levies, sometimes they bent their rules to satisfy codes, but they never gave up their heart. Stories from those years passed down like folk songs. In one, a young man named Caleb, who'd returned from the Pacific with little more than a limp, dreamed of opening a machine shop. Banks turned him away, saying a man with a leg that failed him could not be trusted with steel and fire. But the circle saw the grit in his eyes. They fronted him tools and space, and within 5 years his shop wasn't just surviving, it was hiring. Dozens of veterans, widows, and drifters found pay under Caleb's roof. When asked what he owed his success to, he'd nod to the circle ledger resting on the shelf behind his desk and say, "Without them, I'd be another broken soldier on a porch with no hope." In another tale, a circle in the deep South defied segregationist pressure by opening its schoolhouse doors to every child, black or white. They faced threats, boycotts, even arson attempts, but they held fast, guarding the school day and night with lanterns and shotguns. Those children grew together, learning letters and sums in the same rooms, and years later some would say it was the circle's stubbornness that planted the earliest seeds of equality in their county. As the decades unfurled, the circles became less about money and more about memory. Grandparents told wide-eyed children of winters survived, barns rebuilt, and futures forged because a town had stood together. Those children, grown and scattered to cities, carried the idea with them. In union halls, in neighborhood councils, in quiet cooperatives in the shadows of skyscrapers, the circle spirit reappeared, often unnamed, but alive. And yet, the prairie fires of greed never truly die. Corporations expanded, swallowing small farms and businesses. The television glow sold folks on shiny credit cards and promises of wealth without work. Many forgot the circle ways, trading handshakes for signatures on contracts they barely understood. Some circles dwindled, their ledgers collecting dust as the young chased easier promises. But here and there, by a campfire, in a storm-battered church, or in the quiet corner of a kitchen where bills piled high, the old voices still whispered, "We look after each other. We don't let one fall if the rest can stand." And even in modern times, when a storm-leveled town or a factory closed its gates, people remembered. They formed relief funds, community kitchens, credit unions, all bearing the same soul as the circles, though they might wear new names. So it was that the circles did not die, they adapted. Their spirit walked into the future on many feet, sometimes unrecognized, but always there, like the faint smell of smoke after a long-quenched fire, reminding those who breathed it that survival, prosperity, and dignity were never the gift of kings or bankers. They were built, one hand in another, around the fire, in the rain, beneath the wide, forgiving sky. The circle spirit found itself woven into the very fabric of towns and cities, often without folks realizing what thread they were carrying forward. Where once the ledgers were bound in rough leather and filled with neat hand-scratched sums of borrowed oats and returned lumber, now their descendants took shape in community banks, in cooperative stores, in neighborhood funds where every paycheck set aside a slice to help the next soul in trouble. But though the ink had changed from fountain pen to typewriter to cold, humming machines, the principle stayed the same. None of us rise alone, and none of us ought to fall without a hand reaching down. In the Rust Belt, when steel mills closed and smoke no longer poured from stacks, whole families were left staring at empty cupboards. Yet the children of circle families remembered the old tales and put them into action. A grocer who had heard the stories from his grandmother kept a ledger at the back of his shop, where families could mark their needs and pay when work came again. A mechanic pooled tools with two neighbors, setting up a rotating garage where those out of work could at least keep their trucks running and find a way to travel for day jobs. Slowly, What could have been despair turned into the embers of resilience glowing against the night. Further south, migrant workers moving from field to field found no welcome in the banks or credit offices, but traveling with them almost like a ghost was the circle idea. They carried tin cans filled with pooled money, guarded like treasure, and used it to pay for fuel, medicine, or a doctor for a sick child. They called it by different names: the pot, the kitty, the fund, but it was the same principle that had saved prairie families from foreclosure and fire 100 years before. One winter, a storm laid waste to a mountain valley, tearing roofs from homes and flooding barns. Aid from the government was slow, and insurance adjusters seemed more interested in paperwork than people. But the Circle Way rose like a beacon. Families gathered in the church basement, laid out a book on the table, and each wrote what they could spare. It was small amounts, $5 here, a quilt there, a wagon team for hauling debris, but before the snow had melted, roofs were patched, barns rebuilt, and children had shoes again. Not a single house was lost. That valley would remember for generations that it wasn't officials in far-off capitals who saved them, but the Circle spirit beating in their own hearts. The truth of wealth, the old cowboys used to mutter by the fire, wasn't in gold or bills stacked in banks. It was in the strength of neighbors willing to hold one another up, in the invisible bonds that could stretch but not break. When folks forgot that, wealth turned hollow. But when they remembered, prosperity rooted itself deep, like oak trees that no storm could topple. Modern cities with their concrete towers and blinking lights might have seemed far from the prairie where it all began, but the Circle spirit walked there too. In neighborhoods where banks closed branches, leaving working families stranded, people pooled funds to create credit unions owned by their members. The ledgers might now be screens glowing green, but they still held the same promise. Loans for a washer, a startup bakery, or tuition granted not for profit but for hope. Take the story of Elena, a seamstress in a sprawling city whose grandmother once lived under Circle care. When her small tailoring shop faced eviction after a landlord raised rents, she turned not to bankers but to her community credit union. The members voted, each with an equal voice, no matter how much they had saved, and gave her the funds to relocate. Within a year, her shop grew into a thriving co-op where other tailors worked beside her, sharing profit and responsibility. Elena's grandchildren would one day tell the story of Grandma Circle, never realizing they were living proof that the old spirit had never died. Across oceans, too, the idea traveled. In distant lands where banks were only for the wealthy, farmers formed lending circles, taking turns receiving the pot so each could buy seed, animals, or tools. The words and the accents were different, but the rhythm was the same as those old voices by the prairie fires. Shared trust, shared risk, shared triumph. It was as though the universe itself whispered the principle into willing ears. Wealth is not the pile you guard, but the river you keep flowing. Stop it up and it stagnates, keep it moving, and all drink from it. And so, though the world wore new clothes, silicon and steel instead of calico and timber, the Circle lived on, not as a relic of some bygone frontier, but as a compass pointing true in every age. Its wisdom told of barns rebuilt, scholarships funded, neighbors saved from ruin, and dignity preserved not through charity but through fellowship. That, perhaps, is the truest success story money can ever tell. Not the lonely figure counting gold in silence, but the sound of voices around a fire, rain on the roof, laughter mixing with stories of how one hand reached for another, and together they rose. The Circle spirit crept quiet-like into places most folks never thought to look. It showed itself in the click of keyboards, in the glow of monitors, in the hush of modern offices where men and women built futures from numbers on a screen instead of wheat in a field. Still, the principle was unchanged. Share the burden, spread the gain, and wealth would root deeper than any vault could hold. You could see it in the birth of cooperative housing across crowded cities. There, strangers signed their names beside one another, not in a dusty ledger but on a charter that said, "This roof belongs to all of us." Each family paid what they could, each decision was weighed in open halls, and the outcome was security no landlord could snatch away overnight. Children played in courtyards that would have been parking lots, and the echoes of their laughter were the dividends no balance sheet ever recorded. The Circle breathed into modern finance through what scholars like to call microcredit. In villages half a world away from the prairies where cowboys once hummed by the fire, women gathered under banyan trees and passed a wooden box from hand to hand. Inside were coins and folded bills, but what it really carried was faith. Each woman took her turn with the pot, bought goats or seeds, then paid it back when the soil or herd returned the favor. They had no bank accounts, no collateral but their word, yet repayment rates shamed the grandest institutions. Trust, it seemed, was the truest currency of all. Now, don't get me wrong, money had its shadows too. When greed pressed too hard, when schemes promised everything for nothing, the circle thinned and cracked. Folks learned hard lessons from booms and busts, from bubbles that burst and left only dust. But even then, in the ashes, the circle spirit rekindled. Workers pooled pensions into mutual funds that bought not just profit but influence, demanding companies treat laborers fairly. Neighbors turned foreclosed homes into community centers. Families carved paths through ruin by leaning on each other, proving again that ruin is never final when shared shoulders bear the load. Take the tale of Marcus, a long-haul trucker who broke his back in an accident. Doctors said he'd never climb back into a cab. With bills stacking high and prospects slim, he leaned on his union relief fund, a modern circle if there ever was one. It wasn't charity, not the way he saw it. He'd paid in his share during brighter years, and now others carried him until he found steady ground again. That money covered retraining courses, and within 2 years he was a dispatcher, helping younger drivers find their roots. Marcus said often, with a twinkle in his weary eyes, "I didn't just survive. The circle made sure I belonged again." On college campuses, students built food pantries stocked not by wealthy benefactors but by students themselves. Each tossed in a can, a box, a dollar, and together they made sure no one in finals week went hungry. Professors called it solidarity, but the students called it common sense. They had reinvented the circle without knowing its name. In the digital age, the circle sprouted through platforms where strangers funded strangers' dreams. A musician in Kansas strummed out a demo in his kitchen, uploaded it, and watched as dozens, then hundreds of people pitched in to fund his album. A baker in Manila posted her dream of opening a corner shop, and the circle responded from across oceans. Those clicks and pledges might have seemed fleeting, but to those who received them, they were proof that humanity's old campfires still burned, just in the light of screens instead of flame. Still, there was always danger that the circle could be twisted, turned into spectacle, or hollowed out by greed. Not every scheme calling itself a community fund was honest, but when stripped of masks, the circle spirit remained steady, guiding honest folk toward fairness. It whispered through history, "Wealth is not the fortress you build, but the bridge you share." I reckon the cowboy of old, sitting by a campfire under a rainy sky, would smile if he saw it. He'd see that even though skyscrapers replaced barns and fiber lines replaced dirt trails, the story hadn't changed. He'd nod slow, tip his hat, and murmur that the circle had always been less about coins and more about courage. Courage to give when you didn't have much, courage to trust that another would do the same when your time came. And so the tale rolls on, like a river running through centuries. From log cabins to concrete towers, from dusty ledgers to glowing apps, the circle spirit binds folk in unseen thread. And every time a soul says, "Here, take my share, for I know one day I might need yours," the campfire flares a little brighter, rain or no rain, carrying the warmth of generations forward into the night. The circle roots dug even deeper when folks began to realize that money wasn't just a tool for buying bread or building barns. It was a voice that, when raised together, could bend even the stiffest of spines in halls of power. When pension funds, unions, and neighborhood trusts pooled their wealth, they weren't just investing for profit, they were voting for futures. They picked companies that paid workers fairly, that cared for the land, that gave back to communities rather than strip mining them dry. Bit by bit, dollar by dollar, the circle shifted the tide, proving that even the faceless giants of finance had to listen when enough common folk spoke with their wallets. In small towns, you'd find the circle alive in the simplest ways. Farmers gathered at grain elevators, agreeing on fair prices so no one man got cheated by a middleman. Mothers swapped babysitting duties, saving nickels while earning peace of mind. Old men pooled coins into coffee cans for the family down the road when sickness struck. They never called it finance or investment strategy. To them, it was just decency, stitched into the day work like thread in a patchwork quilt. And yet, beneath that plain language, the same truth beat steady. Shared wealth endures longer than hoarded gold. Even in the city, where neon lights drowned out the stars, the circle survived. Tenants formed associations to face down landlords, learning that together they could bargain for repairs, for warmth in winter, for dignity. Bus drivers passed the hat when a comrade fell ill. Barbershops doubled as banks for those turned away by marble pillars and polished floors. These weren't miracles, but they felt like it, because the circle turned despair into possibility simply by weaving one person's strength into another weakness. Now some folks thought the circle a relic, a quaint story fit for firesides but not stock markets. They figured the modern age had outgrown such simple truths. Yet when crises hit, the kind that rattled nations, when banks faltered and currencies wobbled, the circle reappeared as if it had been waiting in the wings all along. In those moments, neighbors leaned harder on neighbors, cooperatives blossomed, and the old cowboy whisper echoed louder, "What mine can be yours, and what yours may one day save me too." Take the tale of a man named Isaiah. He grew up in the steel towns where smoke once filled the sky and wages filled the pantry. When the mills closed, his family was left scraping by on odd jobs. But Isaiah remembered his grandmother's circle stories, the way church folk pooled savings to buy a grocery store when no one else would invest. Inspired, he rallied laid-off workers into a cooperative repair shop. At first it was just busted lawnmowers and rusty bicycles. Then came old cars, then delivery vans. Each worker owned a piece, each payday was shared, and before long, Isaiah's repair shop wasn't just feeding families, it was teaching apprentices, funding scholarships, and reminding the whole town what resilience looked like. In boardrooms and trading floors far removed from coal dust and steel beams, whispers of the circle surfaced too. They called it social investing or ethical portfolios, dressing it in shiny words. But behind the jargon was the same heartbeat. Wealth should flow outward, not just upward. Shareholders asked where their money slept at night, and when they didn't like the answer, they pulled it out. Suddenly, companies remembered they were accountable not just to profit, but to people. The circle wasn't always grand, and it didn't always triumph. There were setbacks, failures, and betrayals times when greed dressed itself in the circle's clothes and led good folk astray. But the circle's strength wasn't in never breaking, it was in mending. It was in the way people stitched it back together, stronger each time, because they'd seen with their own eyes that life outside its warmth was cold and merciless. And so, on rainy nights when the fire crackles low and the old cowboy voice carries across the dark, the circle's story keeps unspooling. It not a tale locked in the past, nor one bound to ledgers of cattle and coin. It a living thing, passed from hand to hand, generation to generation, adapting to whatever tools the age provides. Whether through jars of pennies, wires of electricity, or whispers across the digital ether, the circle endures quiet, steadfast, unyielding. For at the end of all our striving, the circle reminds us that true wealth is measured not in the walls we build around us, but in the bridges we build between us. And long after the rain has stopped and the fire has cooled to ash, the circle remains, an ember in the heart, ready to flare to life whenever we choose to trust one another again. The circle took root in places where you wouldn't expect it, inside glass towers lined with screens flashing red and green, among the hum of servers stacked like hay bales of the modern world. Traders and technologists who once thought only in terms of speed and algorithms began to notice something strange. The fastest profits often led to hollow victories. They watched as fortunes rose and fell like tumbleweeds in a storm, and yet the ones who held steady weren't always the sharpest or the quickest, but those who built on trust, shared goals, and patient hands. It was the circle, sneaking in through the back door of modern finance, reshaping even the most digital landscapes with its old wisdom. In those days, young folk gathered online not around campfires but on glowing screens, yet the spirit was the same. They pooled their savings to buy land that banks ignored, turning it into community farms. They funded one another's small businesses with nothing more than faith and a handshake made digital. Some called it crowdfunding, others blockchain, but underneath it all beat the same steady rhythm. What's stronger together will outlast what stands alone. The circle wore new clothes, but the soul of it remained untouched. Stories spread of a woman named Alma, raised in a quiet town where storms washed away more dreams than they grew. She had little more than grit and a few old recipes, but with the circle help, she opened a bakery. It wasn't just loaves of bread she sold, it was hope, sprinkled with flour and baked into something worth waking up for. Folks lined up not just for the bread, but for the warmth of her place, for the knowledge that each dollar spent stayed in the town, circling back to lift another neighbor. The circle expanded from her oven, through every loaf, every shared laugh, every coin turned back into the hands of the people. Out west, in a valley where drought left the earth cracked and groaning, ranchers learned again what their grandfathers had always known: alone, a ranch fell. Together they could pool water rights, share grazing lands, and keep herds alive through the lean years. It wasn't charity, it was survival laced with dignity. When the rains finally returned, those ranches weren't just standing, they were thriving, because the circle had kept them steady when nothing else could. Even in faraway places, where cities stretched high and shadows grew long, the circle whispered into corners overlooked by kings of industry. Taxi drivers formed cooperatives when companies cut them thin. Musicians, ignored by labels, banded together to fund their own tours and records. Each time the circle rose, it rewrote the rules that had long favored the few at the expense of the many. It said plain and simple that the many had always held more power, if only they remembered to trust each other enough to use it. There were nights when the circle faltered, times when fear gnawed at trust, when someone took more than their share and the balance trembled. But unlike brittle systems built on greed, the circle bent without breaking. Folk patched it up, forgave where they could, and learned the hard lessons that come with being human. And in the quiet after the storm, they found the circle stronger, not weaker, for having endured. The old cowboy voice still drifted through it all, reminding anyone who cared to listen, wealth ain't just the weight of coin in your pocket. It's the hand you hold when the rain comes down. It's the neighbor who shows up before you ask. It's the circle of faces around a fire, knowing the warmth belongs to everyone. That lesson rang out clearer than the tick of any clock or the chime of any register. And so, by the time the neon of the future gave way to something softer, the circle had grown far beyond a story or a memory. It had become a way of living, stitched into the very fabric of how folks worked, saved, and dreamed. From the smallest towns with dirt roads to sprawling metropolises lit like the noonday sun, the circle reminded everyone that wealth is not meant to stand guard in a vault, but to flow like a river, carrying each soul forward together. In time, the circle began winding its way through corners of the world where money once slipped through fingers like dry sand. A fisherman on a distant coast, long at the mercy of buyers who paid him pennies for his catch, found new strength when he and his fellow fishers decided to band together. Instead of competing and undercutting, they pooled their nets, shared their boats, and sold directly to townsfolk. The profit wasn't staggering at first, but it was steady, and steady was a kind of wealth more valuable than lightning strikes of fortune. With steadiness came the ability to plan, to save, to send children to school rather than out to sea too soon. The circle had touched them, turning survival into prosperity with nothing but trust braided like rope. Across the seas, in bustling cities where neon lights drowned out stars, the circle glowed in quieter ways. Office workers, tired of watching their pay vanish to rising rents and empty promises, formed savings groups, each one setting aside a portion of wages to help another climb. One month, the pot went to cover a medical bill, the next, to seed a small cafe dream. Their lives, once ruled by debt and delay, now carried a sense of forward motion. They no longer felt like lone travelers trudging uphill, they felt like a caravan, steady and unstoppable. Even in places where mistrust had long been sown deep by politics, the circle slipped through the cracks. Farmers who barely spoke the same language found common ground when their crops withered under the same sky. They learned to trade seeds, share wells, and barter labor across borders invisible to the soil. The circle did not ask them to be the same. It asked only that they recognize one another as part of the same long chain, linked in survival and in hope. Stories rose like sparks from these gatherings. There was an old miner, lungs blackened from years underground, who used his last savings to start a workshop for young men and women to learn skills other than breaking stone. He didn't do it for profit. He did it because the circle had shown him that wealth wasn't meant to be buried but planted. Those apprentices, in time, started their own trades, each one branching outward like the limbs of a tree rooted in his sacrifice. The circle also found its place in the modern hum of wires and screens. A group of programmers, weary of corporations swallowing their work, built a cooperative where each line of code belonged to everyone. Instead of chasing quarterly profits, they measured success by how many small businesses thrived using their software. The circle lived in every click, every keystroke, every digital handshake sealed across continents. It was old wisdom dressed in new circuitry, but its heartbeat was the same. Wealth flows truest when it circulates, not when it stagnates. And through it all, folks never stopped gathering in the simplest ways, around tables, fires, porches, or even just in the quiet corners of a storm. They'd speak of what the circle had given them, not riches stacked in vaults, but the peace of knowing tomorrow could be faced with shoulders locked together. The cowboy voice would still echo, carried on wind and rain alike. Money just a tool, friends. It ain't the measure of your soul, but how you use it. That's the true mark. Spend it selfish and it dies in your pocket. Send it out into the world and it comes back to you, stronger every time. These words became more than a lesson, they became a rhythm people walked by. The circle turned into something children grew up with, something workers carried with pride, something old folk could look upon with peace. It didn't matter if it showed up in a loaf of bread, a digital coin, a shared acre, or a common song. The circle had become the greatest fortune humanity ever stumbled upon, because it reminded them wealth was never meant to be a finish line. It was meant to be a path wide enough for everyone to walk. The circle didn't stop at villages or workshops or offices. It crept into the hearts of those who once swore they'd never trust another soul with a single dime. A man named Silas, grizzled and bent from years of disappointment, kept his coins hidden in jars buried beneath his floorboards. He'd been cheated too many times, left hollow by broken promises, until the night he wandered past a campfire where neighbors spoke of how they built one another back up when the storms took their crops. Silas sat at the edge of the firelight, silent as stone, until someone slid a cup of coffee his way and said, "Ain't nobody too far gone to join the circle." Slowly, with the stubbornness of an old mule, Silas pulled up those jars one by one and watched as every dollar he placed in the circle brought more than money back. It brought trust, laughter, and a seat at the fire he never thought he deserved. There were stories of wanderers too, folks who carried nothing but the dust on their boots and the ache of the road. They found the circle in ways small but powerful. One drifter played fiddle tunes outside a cafe, and instead of spare coins, the cafe owner offered him supper and a cot. The next night, the drifter played again, and the cafe filled with people who spent their evening not just on food but on fellowship. The owner prospered, the drifter found family, and the circle spun in that melody long after the fiddle was packed away. Out in the frozen north, where winter cut like a blade, small towns learned to weather the cold not with wealth in gold but wealth in warmth. They created firewood banks, each family chopping more than they needed, piling it high for anyone too weak or too old to swing an axe. They measured their riches not in dollars but in flames that kept children's hands from freezing. The circle burned bright against the endless snow, proving once again that fortune wears many shapes and not all of them shine like coins. Traveling farther south, the circle took root in lands where storms tore roofs from homes and rivers rose with fury. There, communities built storm funds, small pools of money kept in a shared pot, never touched unless disaster struck. When the winds howled and waters raged, those funds bought hammers, nails, and food to rebuild. Neighbors who once huddled in fear now stood shoulder to shoulder, hammering hope into beams and walls. They didn't pray for riches, they prayed for resilience, and the circle answered with the strength to start again. In the cities, the circle found rhythm in the hands of artists and dreamers. Painters, singers, writers, they pooled their meager earnings to rent shared spaces where ideas could bloom. The wealth wasn't in stacks of bills, but in canvases alive with color, songs that stitched broken hearts, and stories that gave light to those stumbling in darkness. Each creation passed through the circle like a spark, catching flame in another soul until whole communities glowed brighter than neon streets. Even those who chased fortune on the grandest scale, the merchants, the bankers, the men in high towers, couldn't ignore the circle. Some scoffed at it at first, calling it childish, foolish, unsustainable. Yet when markets crashed and their towers trembled, they saw the circle stand unbroken among the common folk. They saw families still eating, towns still rebuilding, lives still mending because no one was left to weather hardship alone. Slowly, even the proud began to bend, learning that true wealth wasn't hoarded in ledgers but spread like seed across the soil of humanity. Around campfires, in crowded trains, in quiet kitchens, voices carried the same tale, that the circle was less a thing to join and more a way to live. It asked only one promise, that no one let another stumble when a hand could be given, and in return it offered wealth beyond counting, wealth that lingered long after coins were spent and days had passed. The cowboy old voice still seemed to ride the wind, whispering into ears both young and weathered, reckon money a river, not a well. Don't lock it up, let it flow, 'cause when it circles back, it don't just come heavier, it comes kinder. That the fortune you'll sleep easy with when the fire burns low. And folks did sleep easy, knowing that while the storms of life would always come, they would never come alone. The circle, as it spread, grew less like a secret whispered around fires and more like a song that carried on the wind, a melody no one could silence. Each verse was different, depending on where it was sung, yet the refrain remained the same. Prosperity shared was prosperity multiplied. Folks came to understand that the heart of wealth wasn't locked in banks or stuffed in hidden jars, but woven into the ties they kept with one another. One such tale rose from the dry, cracked earth of a desert town where rain came rarely and money even rarer. The people there lived thin lives, their hands blistered from hauling buckets from wells and their nights long under starlit skies. When the circle reached them, it came not as coin but as an idea, each family saving a portion of water, however small, into a communal cistern. At first it seemed foolish, surrendering precious drops to a pot that might never serve them again. Yet when the summer dragged on hotter than any living soul could recall, and the wells ran near dry, the circle revealed its gift. The shared cistern fed not only bodies but hope, and by the end of that merciless season, not a single child or elder had perished of thirst. Wealth had taken the shape of life itself. In another corner of the land, far from deserts, a fishing village learned to dance with the circle in its own way. For generations, men set out each dawn, nets heavy with the sea promise, only to fight among themselves over turf and catch. The circle changed that tune. They began pooling their hauls into one great basket, selling not as rivals but as partners. Prices steadied, tempers cooled, and before long the village had enough surplus to send their children to schools beyond the shore. Those who once fought tooth and nail for scraps now found themselves walking side by side, their future stronger than the tide. The circle wasn't always easy, though. There were trials, betrayals, moments when selfishness threatened to break its chain. In a bustling town, a man named Porter took more than his share from the circle storehouse, filling his own pantry while his neighbors went hungry. Whispers turned to anger and anger to division. Yet instead of casting him out, the circle chose another path. They made him stand at the center of the square, confess his wrong, and work twice the hours until the debt was repaid. Porter, humbled by grace rather than condemnation, became one of the circle's fiercest guardians thereafter. From that day on, he told any who'd listen that true wealth wasn't the coins you hoarded, but the forgiveness that gave you a second chance. Traveling west, the circle found its way into the hands of builders. In frontier towns where houses rose from logs and nails hammered under moonlight, neighbors formed building circles. One week a man barn would rise, built by the whole town. The next, another man roof would be patched. By rotating their sweat and skill, they raised not only structures, but a deep-rooted assurance that none would ever be left exposed to storm or fire. Those barns stood taller because they carried not one man's pride, but the fingerprints of an entire town. Some might have thought the circle belonged only to the poor, the struggling, the desperate, but its light reached high places too. In cities with glass towers and broad avenues where money moved in silence and men wore suits instead of boots, even the powerful found themselves drawn into its current. A banker named Ellsworth, rich as a river and cold as stone, once mocked the circle as naive. Yet when a market collapse stripped him of nearly all, it was the circle that offered him bread and a cot, given without condition. Humbled, he rose again not as a man chasing profit, but as one investing in communities, funding schools and hospitals, proving that even the loftiest of fortunes could be remade when poured into the circle flow. And so the circle became more than stories told beneath flickering firelight. It became a rhythm etched into the soil and sky, a way of living that whispered across generations. Children grew up not asking how much their family owned, but how much their family gave. Young couples measured their success not by the gold on their fingers, but by the hands they'd held through hardship. Old men sat on porches, smiling not at the size of their estates, but at the laughter of neighbors gathered close. The cowboy voice, carried on that eternal wind, seemed to say it plain: money just paper till it traded for trust, and trust once earned buys you more peace than all the ledgers in the world. Ain't no safe big enough to hold that kind of wealth. Best you let it ride the circle. And so it rode, from desert to sea, from village to city, leaving behind trails not of coin but of kinship. Folks learned to measure fortune not in numbers tallied at year-end, but in the strength of the arms that lifted them when they stumbled, the warmth of fires lit by many hands, and the quiet comfort of knowing that, come storm or drought, no soul would ever truly be alone again. The circle carried on, drifting like smoke through time, reshaping itself wherever it landed, but always holding the same marrow-deep truth. Wealth was not a lonesome prize, but a bond between souls. Out on the plains, where the wind sang lonesome through tall grass and storms rolled sudden as a gunshot, a wagon camp discovered its worth in ways they hadn't expected. These were families bound for new horizons, moving west with little more than oxen, grit, and hope stitched into their hearts. Nights were cold, food scarce, and every mile seemed to stretch longer than the last. At first, each wagon hoarded its own supplies, fearful that sharing would spell ruin. But when one family axle broke, leaving them stranded in the endless prairie, the circle rose unbidden. Folks pooled wood, iron, and labor, rebuilding what was lost. From then on, no wagon traveled alone. Every hardship was divided, and every victory multiplied. By the time they reached the valleys they dreamt of, they no longer thought of themselves as separate households, but as kin, tied by more than blood. Years later, a town sprung up in those very valleys. The circle took root there not as whispered legend, but as practice carved into daily life. The blacksmith mended shoes without tallying coin, knowing the baker would keep his children fed, and the miller would grind his grain without charge. A stranger might have called it bartering, but the townsfolk knew better. It wasn't trade for gain, it was trust, layered one act upon another, building a wealth deeper than any vault could hold. Their prosperity baffled outsiders who couldn't grasp how a town with so little money seemed to thrive with such abundance. But for those inside the circle, the answer was simple. They weren't rich because of what they had, but because of what they shared. Across the river, in another place altogether, the circle revealed a different face. There, industry roared and smoke rose thick, factories rattling day and night. Men worked long hours for scant pay, their backs bent and their spirits weary. A few of them, tired of being ground down like cogs, began setting aside small sums into a hidden chest. Pennies turned to nickels, nickels to dollars, until the chest was heavy with their collective strength. When one worker was injured, too broken to earn his keep, the chest became his lifeline. No charity, no pity, just the circle, speaking through action. Others joined, and soon the factory floor was bound together not just by machines, but by quiet solidarity. The chest became their shield, and when hard times struck, they stood unshaken. The factory owners never understood why their men did not break, but it was no mystery to those inside the circle. Not every tale was one of triumph. The circle tested folks too, forcing them to reckon with their own greed. In a mountain town where miners pulled silver from the earth, the circle grew strong, so strong it threatened the men who ran the mines. Those owners tried to stamp it out, fearing workers who stood together were harder to control. They offered bribes, spread lies, sowed discord. For a time, cracks appeared. Some miners turned inward, clutching what they had, afraid to lose even a crumb. But when the mountain itself caved one cruel night, trapping dozens underground, the circle answered louder than fear. Rescue lines formed, families dug through rock with bleeding hands, and what might have been a town ruin became its rebirth. Even those who once chased coin above all else came to see that the circle was stronger than silver veins. Far away, under rain-slick streets of a coastal city, the circle found voice in lantern-lit taverns. Sailors pooled their wages, not to gamble nor drink away, but to send home to families waiting across the sea. A captain, stern and weathered, carried their earnings as sacred cargo, guarding it tighter than any treasure chest. More than once, storms tore at his ship, threatening to sink it whole. Yet every time he gripped the tiller with white-knuckled resolve, knowing the circle trust rested in his hands. Those sailors never grew rich in gold, but their children ate well, their homes held steady, and their hearts knew the wealth of kinship unbroken. It became clear across lands wide and varied that the circle was not bound by place nor craft. It lived in every hearth where someone gave without thought of return, every hand that reached out in darkness, every meal stretched to feed one more. Sometimes it wore the face of coin, other times of bread, and often of sweat and blood. But always, always it circled back, never leaving empty what was once filled. And so, by the glow of firelight, the cowboy voice still carried, his words worn smooth with retelling. Ain't no fortune in this world that lasts if it ain't tied to someone else hearing. You can bury your gold, lock your doors, and count your bills till your fingers go raw. But come storm, come hunger, come lonesome night, it'll be the circle that saves you. Wealth a river, friend, and rivers don't flow if you dam it tight. Best let it run, and drink deep together. His voice would fade, leaving only the crackle of the fire and the rhythm of rain beyond, but the lesson lingered like smoke in the air. The circle, quiet and steady, turned strangers to neighbors, neighbors to kin, and kin to something greater than any ledger could tally. In its flow, wealth was not just earned, it was dreamed, built, and shared, shaping lives into stories that would outlast the men who lived them. The wind swept across the plains like a song half forgotten, carrying with it the scent of wet earth and wood smoke. Somewhere in that wide country, a lone drifter named Eli found himself riding into a town that seemed stitched together by hope more than nails. He was a quiet man, not much given to chatter, but his eyes had seen enough to know when a place carried a certain hum about it. This town had that hum. It wasn't the sound of coins clinking nor of merchants hollering their wares. It was the quiet music of folks working in rhythm, hands passing tools, loaves, or even just a nod of understanding. He'd wandered from one busted prospect to another, chasing promises of fortune and striking only dust. But here, there wasn't talk of striking it rich. There was talk of keeping the fires warm, of making sure no child went hungry, and of standing together when the storms bore down from the mountains. Eli carried little more than a guitar slung across his back and a pouch of stories picked up along the way. He traded both for shelter and food, and the town accepted him, not as a stranger, but as someone who might carry a piece of their circle forward. Nights found him playing by the hearth of the tavern, strings ringing soft beneath the murmur of voices. He began to see wealth differently. Not in the gold dust he once sifted through muddy rivers, nor in the wages long withheld by bosses who broke promises as easy as twigs. Wealth here was the shared blanket on a cold night, the pot of stew stretched thin but never empty, the knowing glance between neighbors when trouble knocked. It struck him that this way of living didn't just survive hard times, it turned them into kindling for stronger bonds. One evening, rain drummed heavy on the roof and the fire burned low. The mayor, though he wasn't called that, just Jonah, a man whose hands bore more calluses than rings, leaned over to Eli. "You've seen the road, stranger. Tell me, what the world like beyond our valley?" Eli thought long and hard before answering. It filled with folks chasing shadows of wealth, forgetting that shadows don't keep you warm. But here you've caught the light itself, even if you don't know it. Jonah smiled faintly, as though he'd been waiting his whole life to hear someone say it out loud. That night, Eli sang a song, not about gold mines or cattle drives, but about the circle, the endless current of giving and receiving, of building together what no one could build alone. The tavern grew silent, save for the strings and the rain, and for a moment, every soul there felt the wealth of being bound to one another, more precious than any treasure locked away. Years rolled on, and Eli moved along as drifters do, but he left something behind in that valley, just as he carried something new with him. Word spread of his song, sung by children at wells and by workers mending fences. When newcomers arrived, tired and worn from the trail, they were greeted with the same melody, and the circle welcomed them before names were even exchanged. Wealth had become not just the food in their bellies or the roofs over their heads, but the song on their lips and the strength in their hands. Eli carried the circle truth into other towns. In a riverside settlement battered by floods, he taught them to rebuild not just homes, but trust, brick by shared brick. In a dusty border outpost, he showed weary soldiers and merchants that generosity could be as strong a shield as any gun. He never preached, never demanded. He simply played his guitar by the fire, letting the melody plant seeds. And in each place, the circle took root, unseen but unbreakable, turning poverty into sufficiency, loneliness into kinship, and despair into quiet resilience. As the years bent his back and silvered his hair, Eli found himself once again by a campfire, rain hissing as it touched the flames. He no longer traveled as far or as fast, but the circle traveled with him, carried by others who had heard the song. He knew now that wealth was not meant to be gripped tight, like a prospector clutching the last nugget in a pan. It was meant to flow, to be passed along like a story told by firelight, reshaped and retold but never lost. And as the sparks rose into the night sky, he whispered into the dark, "This circle ain't mine to keep. It belongs to every hand that keeps it turning." And with that, Eli leaned back, listening not just to the rain, but to the distant echoes of laughter, hammering, singing, and sharing carried on the wind. He knew the circle was alive, weaving its way through towns and trails, barns and boardrooms, forever changing what it meant to be truly rich. The road stretched out like an old ribbon, frayed at the edges but still holding together. Eli's boots had carried him over ridges, through riverbeds, and across more towns than he could count. Age clung to his bones like a stubborn coat, yet his spirit burned steady. One autumn evening, with the sky painted in shades of rust and violet, he wandered into a place folks called Willow Bend. It wasn't much more than a scatter of houses and a mill by the river, but it carried that same hum he'd come to know well, the quiet thrum of people working in tune with each other, even if they hadn't yet given it a name. Willow Bend had seen its share of hardships. A flood had washed out their fields the year before, leaving families scraping by on what little they could coax from the soil. The mill worked day and night, but the wages barely covered repairs. Yet what struck Eli wasn't despair, but the way they bent together under the weight, never breaking. A widow took in the children of her neighbor while he rebuilt his house. The blacksmith gave credit freely, not because he was rich, but because he trusted the circle would pay him back in ways beyond coins. They didn't call it that. but Eli recognized it as sure as the sound of his guitar low strings. It was the circle, alive and breathing. He settled for a spell in that town, finding a spot on the porch of the Miller house where he could play his guitar while the workers filed out in the evening. Children gathered at his feet, listening wide-eyed, while parents paused to catch the notes drifting into the cooling air. Eli didn't tell them what they already knew. Instead, he sang of rivers that kept flowing because every drop knew it wasn't alone, of trees standing tall because roots tangled together beneath the earth. Slowly, those images wove into the fabric of Willow Bend days. When the mill wheel cracked, half the town showed up with tools and timber, fixing it in less time than one man could have even drawn up a plan. What grew there wasn't sudden wealth in the way banks or merchants measured it. No one lined their pockets with gold. No caravans left town heavy with goods. But when winter came, no family went cold. When illness struck, there was always someone at the bedside. And when harvest was lean, they stretched meals thin but stretched their laughter wide. Eli saw in their lives a kind of wealth deeper than any vein of ore hidden in mountains. It was wealth that couldn't be stolen by bandits or devalued by markets. It lived in the giving, in the knowing that someone else's strength today might be your salvation tomorrow. As the seasons turned, folks from neighboring settlements started to notice. Travelers spoke of Willow Bend, where no one starved, where debts weren't counted in coin but in kindness returned. Merchants came curious, expecting to find some secret resource, but left with stories of something far rarer. Some scoffed, calling it foolishness. Others stayed, unable to resist the warmth that seemed to settle in their bones the longer they lingered. The circle, though never spoken of outright, spread like seeds carried by the wind. Eli himself grew quieter as years pressed on. He spoke less, but his presence was enough, a reminder that sometimes a man didn't have to teach with words, but with the steady weight of his being. On nights when storms battered the roofs, he would sit near the hearth, strumming softly, while families huddled together. He saw children who had never known hunger grow into adults who didn't fear scarcity, for they had been raised in a place where enough was always found. That, Eli thought, was the truest inheritance a person could ever pass on. When his journey called him onward once again, the town gathered to bid him farewell. They pressed bread, blankets, and even small coins into his hands. Though he protested he needed little. "Take it," Jonah the miller insisted, "not because you owe us, but because the road owes you comfort, and we've been part of that road." Eli smiled, recognizing once again that the circle was turning, even in this gesture. With guitar in hand, he walked away beneath the bending willows, their branches swaying like they knew his path would always lead forward. In time, Willow Bend became more than a name on maps. It was whispered in stories as a place where wealth wasn't hoarded but lived, a place where the circle wasn't a concept but a heartbeat. And Eli, moving from town to town, carried their story like another verse in his ever-growing song. Every fire he sat by, every ear that listened, carried a piece of Willow Bend with it. Wealth spread not like wildfire, sudden and destructive, but like embers catching in the dark, glowing steady, passed hand to hand until the night was lit. And Eli, older now, with steps slower than before, found peace in knowing the circle didn't need him to survive. It had outgrown him, as it was meant to. But still he played, for the fire never asked why the sparks rose, it only burned because it must. The wind had a way of carrying whispers across the plains, turning them into truths before they reached the next town. That's how Eli's story and the circle story made its way to a place known as Hollow Creek. Folks there were weary in spirit, weighed down by years of mistrust. The soil was fertile enough, the river kind, but the people had built walls higher than their barns. Each family kept to itself, guarding supplies like bandits, and every handshake came with suspicion. Eli arrived on a gray morning, his boots soaked through from a night caught in the rain. He found Hollow Creek's main road lined with shuttered windows and closed doors, even as smoke curled lazily from chimneys. The innkeeper greeted him with wary eyes, muttering about prices and rules before offering him a small room. Eli nodded, grateful, but as he set his guitar down by the fire, he felt the distance thick in the air. It wasn't just the cold that kept these folks apart, it was fear of losing what little they clung to. That night, he sat out by the inn porch, guitar resting on his knee. The rain had stopped, leaving the earth smelling fresh, but the street was still empty. Eli strummed slowly, letting the notes drift into the quiet. They weren't songs of plenty or wealth, they were tunes of weathered barns, of worn boots patched and patched again, of hunger remembered but survived. Slowly, shutters cracked open, eyes peered out. A child braved the distance first, creeping closer with bare feet on the damp ground, then another, and before long a half-dozen little ones sat on the steps, listening as though the guitar carried secrets they'd been waiting to hear. The parents hung back at first, but Eli had seen this dance before. He knew the circle started small. When one child leaned against another's shoulder, tired from the day, it was wealth enough. When one boy offered a crust of bread to share, even in the dark, that was the seed. By the end of the week,
Townsfolk were gathering near the porch each night. They came under the guise of keeping an eye on their children, but Eli knew better. They wanted to remember what it felt like to stand close without suspicion. He didn't tell them what to do. He never did. He just lived as though the circle was already here. When his boots needed mending, he asked the cobbler but offered no coin, just a promise to sing at his door while he worked. When a widow struggled with her firewood, he carried a load without asking her name or debt. Each act, small as a dropped pebble, sent ripples out. Folks began to take notice, though some resisted, muttering that kindness was a fool game in hard times. But the circle has a way of proving itself not in speeches but in survival.
Winter came early that year, sweeping into Hollow Creek with biting winds. Food stores were low and families huddled in their homes, worried over empty shelves. That when it happened, one farmer, known for guarding his barn like a soldier, brought a sack of flour to his neighbor. Another, who had hidden away jars of preserves, left them quietly on doorsteps. And when the children asked why, the parents couldn't answer except to shrug and say, because it was needed. The circle had slipped in, soft and unseen, until it stood at every hearth. Eli watched all this with quiet satisfaction. He knew it wasn't about him. It never was. He was just the spark, and the people of Hollow Creek were the fire. Soon, they were trading more than goods, they were trading trust. A man lent his mule without asking when it would return. A woman opened her table to neighbors she had once called strangers. The walls that had stood for years began to crumble, not with force, but with warmth. By spring, Hollow Creek was different. Travelers passing through noticed laughter spilling from porches, saw neighbors working fields together. They spoke of the town as though it had been reborn, though the soil and river hadn't changed a bit. What had changed was invisible wealth that didn't clink in pockets but filled the air. When Eli left, the people tried to pay him. They offered coins, fresh bread, even a mule. But he shook his head, smiling the way a man does when he knows something deeper. You already paid me, he said softly. You kept the circle turning. And with that, he walked on, the sound of Hollow Creek newfound laughter following him down the road. Eli's journey stretched on, each town another verse, each fire another chorus. And though his hair grew silver and his steps slowed, his guitar still carried that steady hum of the circle. He knew now that even when his song ended, others would pick it up. For once a fire is lit, it doesn't die easy, not when it's been passed hand to hand, heart to heart. And so he walked into the horizon that seemed always to open for him, the circle at his back, alive and endless. Years rolled on like a river, and with them Eli's name spread wider than he ever knew. Some called him a wanderer, others a fool, and still others whispered of him as a kind of prophet who carried no book, only a guitar. Yet for those who had truly seen what he left behind, he wasn't any of those things. He was simply the man who reminded them how to remember. Take the town of Marrow Pines. Tucked away in a valley of fir trees and sharp winds, it was a place proud of its sawmills and the timber they floated downriver, but pride had turned to division long before Eli set foot there. Two families had once fought over the rights to the tallest grove on the ridge, and that feud spilled into every corner of the town. Markets became battlegrounds of suspicion, churches split down the middle, and children were taught to inherit old grudges before they could even spell their own names. Marrow Pines wasn't a poor place, not in wood, not in skill, but it was hollow in spirit, and that kind of poverty cuts deepest. Eli arrived just before dusk, carrying the dust of many miles. His boots were scuffed, his guitar case weathered, but his step was easy. He didn't rush, didn't hide his face, just wandered into the town square where folks were shutting up stalls for the night. He tipped his hat, asked for a drink of water, and was answered with silence, save for the wind knocking signs against the posts. No one wanted to offer first, for fear it would seem like taking sides. So Eli did what he always did. He sat down where the light pooled, opened his guitar, and began to play. The notes rose soft and steady, like smoke from a fire that refused to die. curling through the crisp air of the valley. At first, people turned their backs, unwilling to watch, but music has a way of slipping past barricades. It found the children first, as it always did. A little girl with braids, no more than 7, tugged on her father's hand, whispering for him to stop. A boy leaned on the fence rail, pretending not to listen, though his foot tapped without his permission. By the end of the hour, the square wasn't empty anymore. Faces peered from doorways, and some even stood close, though their arms were folded as if to guard themselves against whatever this stranger carried. Eli didn't speak, didn't explain. He just played until the sky bled purple and the lamps were lit. Then he stood, tipped his hat again, and wandered toward the old boarding house without asking for coin or thanks. The next morning, something peculiar happened. The mill workers, who usually gathered in 2 separate groups, found themselves standing in one circle outside the tavern. They didn't speak at first, just shuffled their boots and stared at the ground. Then one man, the sort whose voice had sparked more than a few fights in the past, said, "That song he played, it reminded me of when we were kids, before all this nonsense." No one answered, but no one turned away either. It wasn't the music alone that changed things. It was the way Eli carried himself afterward. He fixed a broken step on the boarding house without being asked, simply because he saw it needed doing. He helped an old woman gather her spilled groceries, bowing as though the task were an honor. And when children ran laughing in the square, he joined their game with the same quiet joy he carried everywhere. It was these small acts, stacked one upon another, that began to gnaw at the rot Merrill Pines had lived with for decades. By the 3rd evening, families came together at the square, each claiming they were just curious, nothing more. Eli strummed his guitar, singing not of wealth or victory, but of rivers that carried logs side by side, of forests too tall for any one man to own, of barns where neighbors stored grain together. The words weren't polished. He wasn't aiming for poetry, but they were true, and truth sticks. For the first time in years, men and women who had sworn never to share space found themselves humming the same tune. Winter struck early that year, fierce and biting. Normally, the feuding families would have let the other suffer, each hoarding what they had. But when one mill collapsed under heavy snow, the other side sent men to help clear the wreckage. "It only right," one of them muttered, as though ashamed to admit it out loud. But Eli knew. He'd seen it before. Once the circle begins, pride has no hold strong enough to stop it. By spring, Merrill Pines looked different. Not in the way of new buildings or freshly cut lumber, but in the way people carried themselves. The market bustled again, this time with laughter instead of suspicion. Churches began to share services, not caring who sat where, and the children, those same little ones who had crept forward first, now ran freely across fields that had once marked invisible battle lines. When Eli left, the town gathered in the square, pressing gifts into his hands. A carved whistle, a loaf of bread, a wool scarf. He accepted only one, a small wooden medallion carved with the image of a pine tree, simple and rough but made with care. He tied it to his guitar strap, nodded, and walked on. Behind him, the circle turned, steady as the wheel of time itself. Eli never stayed long enough to see what came after, but Merrill Pines remembered. Years later, when strangers passed through and asked why the town felt so different, why folks seemed so bound together, they'd tell the story of the quiet man with the guitar. Some said he was an angel, others a drifter, but the children, now grown, just smiled and said, "He showed us how to live richer than gold." Eli wandered on, boots sinking into the muddy tracks of roads that weren't roads so much as promises, lines carved by men and wagons but never finished by stone or brick. The world seemed wider in those days, even when it wasn't, because every bend in the horizon carried the weight of mystery. He had no map but the rhythm of his steps, no compass but the tug in his chest that said, "There's a place that needs you down yonder." And so he went, not as a preacher or a prophet, but as a traveler who knew that wealth wasn't measured in gold or cattle or deeds, but in how a man left the world after he passed through it. The next place was Dry Creek Junction, though there wasn't much creek left to its name. Once, years back, water had flowed fast enough to turn the wheel of a mill and fill a dozen troughs for horses. Now it trickled so slow a man could walk across it without getting his boots wet. The people there were hardened by drought,
faces lined from squinting against the sun and waiting for clouds that never seemed to listen. They still worked, though, tilling fields that gave them little, trading dust-scraped goods for whatever scraps they could manage. But it wasn't the lack of rain that weighed on the town, it was the lack of hope. Eli arrived on a day when the wind carried nothing but grit. He walked through streets where shutters rattled and doors hung open, not because of welcome, but because their hinges had long since given up. He passed a saloon where men slumped over tables, nursing drinks like medicine for a sickness that had no cure. He passed a church with its paint flaked off and bell silent, though the door remained unlocked, as though waiting for a reason to ring again. He sat on the steps of that church, unlatched his guitar case, and let his fingers wander. The sound rose thin at first, almost lost to the restless air, but soon it grew, threading through the hollow alleys, reaching ears dulled by silence. The notes didn't promise rain. Eli wasn't fool enough to play at miracles, but they promised something deeper. They promised that even in drought, the spirit of people didn't have to wither. By sundown, a small crowd had gathered. Old men leaned against fence posts, women carried baskets they hadn't yet put away, and children stood wide-eyed, hearing something that wasn't hunger or complaint for the first time in months. Eli sang about rivers long gone, not as lost but as memory, and about wells dug deep enough to pull up not water but the will to endure. When he finished, he didn't speak, didn't ask for coin or applause. He just sat back, hat tipped low, and let the silence after the song do its own kind of preaching. The town didn't change overnight. Dry Creek had been carrying its burden too long for that, but something stirred. The next morning, two men who hadn't spoken in years worked side by side to patch the roof of the schoolhouse. A group of women began trading recipes again, making do with what they had instead of hiding their lack behind shut doors. And children, those stubborn messengers of hope, started running along the creek bed again, playing at boats with scraps of wood, laughing as though they'd never known what it meant to go without. Eli spent the week there, mending what small things he could, a hinge on the saloon door, a crack in a wagon wheel, a string on a fiddle that had gone silent. Each act was as quiet as his songs, but each was noticed. When he finally left, he carried with him no riches, no titles, just the look in their eyes that said, "We remember now." The creek still didn't flow, but the people did, and that made all the difference. Weeks later, in a place called Red Hollow, Eli found something else entirely. Unlike Merrill Pines or Dry Creek, Red Hollow wasn't suffering from want. Its mines ran deep, and silver still came up from the rock, enough to line the pockets of men who already owned more than they needed. But where silver flowed, greed followed. The town glistened with polished facades, new boots, and gaudy storefronts, but underneath, it rotted. The rich gathered in halls of brass and glass, while the poor lived in shacks that leaned against one another like tired men. There was no drought here, no feud over land, just a divide so sharp you could cut your hand on it. Eli walked through as he always did, unnoticed at first among the miners and laborers. But soon, word spread of the stranger who played at dusk, whose voice carried like wind over the hills. The rich ignored him. They had no need for songs that didn't praise their names, but the workers came crowding in alleys and fields to hear. Eli sang not of silver, but of worth that couldn't be mined or stolen, of families gathering around tables, of laughter that filled homes without costing a cent. One night, a mine collapse took 3 men down. The owners shrugged, offered pennies for widows, and went back to counting coins. But the people remembered Eli's songs. They pooled what little they had, not just money, but food, wood, labor, and built homes for the families left behind. No ledger was kept, no tally marked, because Eli had shown them a circle didn't require coin to turn, only hands willing to push together. By the time Eli left Red Hollow, the workers had begun speaking of forming a council, not to fight the rich, but to protect one another. It was the beginning of something that would last long after silver veins turned to dust. And though Eli never spoke of it, he knew sometimes the greatest wealth a man could leave behind wasn't measured in barns or accounts, but in the way people treated one another after he'd gone. Eli never kept track of his legacy, never drew a map of where he'd been. But the roads remembered, the trees whispered his name when the wind passed through. And if you ask the oldest folks in towns like Merrill Pines, Dry Creek, or Red Hollow, they'll tell you of a traveler who came with nothing but left behind more than gold. They'll tell you about the circle, how it turned slow but sure, binding folks together in ways no man alone could break. And if you sit quiet by a fire on a rainy night, you just might hear it too, the low hum of a guitar. carried on the wind, reminding you that wealth isn't in the ground beneath your boots, but in the hearts around your fire. Eli didn't carry a watch, never saw the sense in one, but he felt time move by the way towns shifted behind him and seasons shifted overhead. After Red Hollow, he wandered through rolling plains where wind bent the tall grass like waves at sea. Nights there were long and sharp, stars scattered so wide it felt like the sky itself was cracked open. He traveled by the rhythm of the earth, one step, one breath, 1 mile at a time. And each step was heavy not with weariness but with memory. He thought of Merrill Pines, where forgiveness brought healing. He thought of Dry Creek Junction, where hope came even when rain did not. He thought of Red Hollow, where silver had fooled men into thinking they were rich until they remembered their neighbors were worth more than ore. Those stories weren't his alone. They belonged to the people who'd lived them, who'd carried the songs forward after his boots had left. But in the stillness of those plains, he wondered if maybe that was the point. Not to gather wealth, not to hold glory, but to leave seeds in places where others would tend the soil. One evening, just before the sun dropped behind the hills, Eli reached a river crossing. The bridge was old, planks warped and nails rusted, but it held under his steps. On the far side stood a village he hadn't heard of before, little more than a handful of houses, smoke curling from chimneys, children chasing each other through the dust. There was no saloon, no grand church, just simple folks trying to live as best they could. But the air carried a weight he recognized. Worry, he found its source soon enough. Down by the riverbank, men argued, their voices sharp as knives. One held a ledger. Eli caught the glint of ink numbers even in the fading light. The dispute was about water rights. Upstream landowners had dammed the flow, sending less down to those who depended on it. The men of this village were stuck, their fields wilting, their animals thin, while upstream families grew fat off green pasture. Eli didn't step in, not at first. He leaned on a fence post, listening. Their anger was righteous, their pain real, but their words circled like dogs chasing tails. Each man blamed another, yet none had the power to shift the river. Eli knew that feeling too well, when forces larger than a man's hand pressed down so heavy it felt impossible to rise. That night, he played by the river. His guitar was soft, almost drowned out by the crickets, but enough for those nearest to hear. He sang not of rivers flowing free, but of rivers shared, how water gave life to roots, and how roots gave shelter to all. He sang of men who worked not against one another, but side by side, lifting buckets for the neighbor before themselves. By morning, the arguing had quieted. In the days that followed, Eli sat with them. He didn't tell them what to do, he only asked questions. What if the upstream farmers could be reasoned with? What if trade could be struck so no field dried out? What if the circle stretched along the river itself, binding neighbor to neighbor, not by fence lines but by shared water? The men grumbled at first, slow to trust any outsider, but his questions stuck. Slowly, conversations turned from blame to solutions. Eli rode upstream with two of them, meeting the landowners who dammed the river. They were hard men, proud of their holdings, unwilling to yield. But Eli spoke plain. What good is a green field if the towns downstream wither? What good is wealth if the road between neighbors turns to dust? He didn't shame them, didn't beg them, he simply laid out what he'd seen in town after town. A man could keep his coin, keep his land, but if he kept it alone, he'd die alone too. Something in his words, or maybe in the way he carried himself, dusty boots, quiet eyes, steady voice, found its mark. The upstream families agreed to share more of the flow. Not for free, but not for ruin either. Trade was struck, grain for water, labor for passage. And the river flowed again, thinner than before, but enough to keep life moving. Eli stayed until the first harvest came. The fields sprouted green, not as lush as they once had been, but alive. Families gathered at long tables, food scarce but shared, and laughter rose like it hadn't in years. The people asked him to stay, to settle, to claim a plot of land and call it his own. But Eli only smiled. He was never meant to stop. He left before dawn, guitar on his back, boots carrying him toward the next horizon. The river whispered behind him, carrying his song down its current. And though he walked alone, he knew he never truly was. Each town, each family, each soul he'd met walked with him, carried in the stories they told long after he was gone. Eli wealth wasn't counted in ledgers, it was counted in tables where no man sat hungry, in roofs mended not by one but by many, in rivers that ran not for profit but for life. And as he vanished into the mist of morning, he felt it again, the circle turning, steady and true, bigger than any one man, bigger even than the roads themselves. The road curved into the hills where fog clung low and damp, muting the world in shades of gray. Eli boots found their rhythm against the stone paths, each step echoing faintly off the canyon walls. The land grew wild here, jagged ridges rising like the spines of some ancient creature. Yet even here, people had carved out a life. A mining camp huddled in a valley, its shacks patched with tin and its fires burning low. The sound of hammer against rock echoed long after dusk, men working deep into the night, desperate to scrape what ore remained from veins that had nearly run dry. Eli drifted in quiet, as was his way, but he could see the hollowed look in their eyes, not the hunger of empty bellies, but the heavier kind, a hunger of souls, worn thin by promises that never matched the truth. These miners had been lured by talk of silver enough to line their pockets, yet the company ledger kept them chained to debt. Their wages never stretched beyond the bunkhouse rent and the overpriced supplies at the company store. The more they dug, the deeper they sank, not into the earth alone, but into obligations they could never meet. One evening, Eli sat by the edge of their fire. He strummed soft, let the notes rise like smoke, and spoke only when the music had worn its welcome. A man can dig till his back breaks, but if the shovel belongs to another, the treasure never will.
His words drew tired glances, but no answers. They knew it was true. Truth was not the problem, courage was. He stayed among them, worked his hands raw beside theirs, showing he wasn't just a drifter chasing coin. In the breaks between shifts, he asked about their lives, what they dreamed of before the mine, who they missed when the shifts ran long, what they would do if they could step away. Slowly, something sparked. Men began to speak of home, of freedom, of a life outside the tunnels. Women who cooked in the mess hall began to tally not just the food they bought from the company, but how much of their labor went unpaid when the books balanced against them. The circle, Eli knew, wasn't just a notion of trade and kindness, it was also a truth about power, that no one man should hold another neck to the grindstone without return. He spoke of pooling wages, of forming their own store outside the company grip. At first it sounded foolish. How could men bound by debt stand against the very owners who wrote the contracts? But Eli reminded them a ledger only held power if they all agreed to its terms. Break the circle by giving everything to the company and you broke yourselves. Build the circle among each other and you'd find the strength to bargain as one. Tension rippled like storm clouds. Some wanted to fight, others feared losing what little they had. Eli didn't push, he only showed them the math. A day wage, less bunk, less meal, less tool rental. The company bled them dry not with fists, but with numbers. He drew in the dirt with a stick, sketching circles that overlapped. One man labor, another food, another skill. Alone, each was weak. Together, each made the other whole. It came to a head when the company raised prices again, charging double for coal to warm their shacks against the mountain cold. That night, instead of paying, the miners gathered at the mess hall. They brought what coin they had, laid it in the center, and swore to use it for one another, not for chains. They'd buy coal from a trader 2 valleys over, even if it meant long hauls by mule. They'd cook in shared pots, mend clothes for one another, and when payday came, they'd set aside a share not for the company's store, but for their own circle. The owners threatened, barked of contracts and debts, but when every miner refused to step back into the tunnels until the store closed its doors, the owners had no choice. Silver did not pull itself from stone, and without the men, the mine was just a hollow scar on the mountain. The store shuttered, the miners won. Eli didn't stay to watch their future unfold. He saw enough, a wedding in the camp, laughter that rang freer than before. Coins shared in jars instead of vanished into ledgers. He knew they'd stumble, argue, maybe even fail in places, but he also knew they'd never forget the night they chose to hold each other up instead of being held down. As he left, he hummed a tune not of silver, but of steel, the steel in men's spines when they finally remembered they were stronger together. The canyon swallowed the sound, carrying it far into the night. Eli walked on, toward the next town, the next story waiting. The roads bent down out of the high canyons and into plains swept wide by wind, where grass bent like waves under a restless sky. Eli carried little more than his guitar and a satchel worn thin at the seams, but word of him carried more than any possession could. He began to find whispers trailing ahead of his steps. Farmers spoke of a drifter who'd helped miners throw off the weight of false debts. Merchants in dusty towns muttered of a man who showed folks how to trade fair without bleeding one another dry. Some thought him a preacher, others a trickster, but all leaned in when his name was spoken around the fire. He reached a river town one late afternoon where barges groaned low in the water and warehouses leaned against the banks like sleeping giants. The air smelled of tar and salt, though the sea lay still days away. Here the struggle wasn't in ore or pasture but in grain.
The farmers upstream hauled their harvest downriver, only to find it bound in contracts that paid them pennies on the bushel. Middlemen and storehouses reaped the reward, while the men who grew the wheat and corn ate thin stew through winter. Eli watched a haggling match on the docks, 3 farmers pleading for fair measure, a clerk scratching notes into a ledger with ink black as crows. When the farmers protested, the clerk pointed to the paper, to the seal of the Merchant Guild, to laws no man in the crowd could hope to challenge. The grain sacks were taken, the farmers walked away with less than half of what their work deserved, and no one spoke against it.
That night Eli took a place in the tavern. He let his song roll slow, notes stretched like a river at dusk. The tune carried the room into quiet, and when the hush was thick enough, he laid down his guitar. "Seems to me," he said, voice low and even, "a man should eat more than the ink on a paper allows." Heads lifted. The farmers recognized him from the docks. He asked them plain. How many bushels had they lost this year? How much grain disappeared into storehouses while their children wore shoes patched to the sole? They spoke reluctantly, shame in their voices, for the system had taught them to blame themselves for not growing enough, not bargaining hard enough, not praying loud enough. But Eli cut through it like a whetstone across dull iron. Your grain fills their barns, yet your cupboards are bare. Tell me, who's starving and who feasting? By morning he had them counting together. Each farmer named what he had harvested, not what he had sold. Together the numbers stacked higher than any of them had imagined. Enough grain to fill not just their wagons, but the bellies of their families, their neighbors, and still more to trade. Yet alone each man was undercut and scattered. Together they saw their worth. The circle took shape again, not in silver nor in coal, but in wheat. They swore to pool a portion of their crop to build a granary that no clerk could touch. They'd trade in bulk, not as broken men, but as one body with one voice. It was risky. The guild had claws sharp as any beast. But the farmers stood shoulder to shoulder, and when the next harvest came, they wheeled their wagons not to the dockside merchants, but to the new granary they had raised with their own labor. At first the merchants laughed, then they threatened, but hunger speaks louder than ledgers, and the town folk knew where the fair grain sat. Coin flowed not into the guild coffers, but into the farmers' hands. A shift rippled through the town. Bread sold at prices that didn't break the poor. Millers paid fair wages for flour, and the circle widened until even dockhands who once carried the sacks found their strength recognized in the tally. Eli stayed long enough to see bread shared at a festival that hadn't been held in years. Children ran with mouths full of crust, their laughter carrying into the smoky night. The farmers clasped his hand, called him brother, pressed him to stay, but he shook his head. His work was never to linger, only to remind men what they already carried inside themselves. He walked out at dawn, boots damp with dew, watching the river catch the sun. Behind him the town stood straighter, and ahead the road opened into unknown miles. His legend traveled faster than he did, but he never thought of it as legend. To Eli it was simply the circle rolling unbroken from one soul to the next. The wind shifted, carrying hints of rain, and he smiled. A storm was coming, but so was the next fire to warm his path. The storm did roll in, sheets of rain sweeping the open plains until the road itself was little more than a winding creek. Eli kept on, hat pulled low, boots heavy with mud. Yet with every lightning strike that split the sky, his grin deepened. Storms had a way of washing old dust from a place, and dust was what he always came to clear. He found shelter in a half-collapsed barn where a young man and his wife huddled with their 2 little ones. They'd been traveling, wagon overturned by the flood, supplies soaked and ruined. The man eyed Eli warily at first, one hand on a rusted rifle, but when Eli set down his guitar and offered half the jerky from his satchel, the tension loosened. They ate together in the crackling silence of the storm, and soon the couple spoke of why they had left their homestead. They were tenant farmers bound by contracts to a landlord who never set foot on the soil. Every harvest they paid more in rent than they could earn in crop, until the debt twisted into a chain no hand could break. The man had decided better to take the road with nothing than to die owing everything. Eli listened, head bent, and when the story spilled dry, he leaned forward. "Funny thing about chains," he said. "They look strong, but they're only as sturdy as the first hand that refuses to wear them." The family didn't know what he meant, not yet. But Eli kept them company until dawn, then led them back toward a settlement tucked against the hills. This town, he soon learned, had been whispering of him for weeks. They knew his name, though none could say they'd met him. They had even begun meeting in barns and back rooms, talking of how to ease one another's burdens, to trade not just goods but trust. Eli felt a quiet pride stir inside him. Already the circle was rolling before his boots crossed the threshold. Still they were scattered, fearful of pushing too far against the landlords who owned the land and the law alike. That night, by lantern glow, Eli sang low and gravelly, a tune half lullaby, half call to arms. When he finished, he spoke of the family he had found, of their chains, of how no man could own the sky above nor the rain that fell. He urged the farmers not to abandon their land, but to build together, to share seed and labor so no one man stood naked before the landlord greed. It took weeks.
The storm passed, sun returned, fields greened again. Eli stayed through it all, guiding without commanding, nudging without forcing. They began to see that one plow could cut more rows if pulled by two teams instead of one, that a barn raised by many hands cost less than lumber bought on credit. And when the landlord came for his rent, he found not cowering tenants but a crowd standing shoulder to shoulder, ledgers in hand, ready to prove they owed less than his false numbers claimed. It was not a fight of fists but of truth, and truth, once spoken aloud, carried a power even guns could not match. The landlord raged, threatened to call the law, but the lawmen themselves had kin among the circle. They would not turn on their own. Slowly, reluctantly, the landlord retreated. He still owned deeds on paper, but paper did not plant, nor harvest, nor feed. The young family that Eli had found in the storm found their place among these people. The children ran barefoot through fields that now fed them, and the man laid down his rifle, trading fear for a plow. They thanked Eli, tried to press him to stay, but he knew the road ahead still called. On the morning he left, they gathered to see him off. The sky was clear, the earth rich with promise. Eli slung his guitar across his back, tipped his hat, and walked into the rising light. Behind him, laughter rose from the fields, and he felt the circle strong and wide, rolling without his hand to guide it. The land stretched on forever, but he knew there would always be another fire waiting, another soul bound by unseen chains, another story ready to be unbound. Eli boots found pavement for the first time in weeks. The city stretched high and wide, a jungle of brick and stone that swallowed the horizon whole. Smoke hung heavy above it, curling from factory chimneys that hissed and groaned like restless beasts. The streets were crowded with folks moving fast, heads down, every face sharp with hunger for coin. It wasn't the kind of hunger Eli knew out on the range. This was quieter, hidden beneath pressed suits and stiff collars, but no less gnawing. He walked among them like a shadow, guitar slung across his back, coat damp from a misting rain that made the street lamps blur. In the city, no one spared him a glance that suited him fine. He had come not to be noticed, but to notice, and it didn't take long for him to see the cracks. Workers poured out of the factories at dusk, their hands black with soot, eyes hollow, wages thin as paper. They trudged to boarding houses stacked tight as bee boxes, rent swallowing most of their pay before bread even hit the table. On the corners, well-dressed men handed out pamphlets for banks that promised loans at modest rates, their smiles polished as their shoes. Eli took one, read the fine print, and saw the trap coiled in every line. Borrow today, owe tomorrow, pay forever. That night he found a tavern thick with smoke and muttered curses. He bought around for a table of tired workers and listened as they spoke. They told him how the bosses kept wages low, how the banks kept debts high, and how every strike for better pay was crushed by hired men with clubs. A woman at the table, her hair tied back with a strip of cloth, slammed her fist on the wood. "We work till our bones ache," she said, "and still the bank comes knocking. We're never free." Eli's eyes narrowed, the lamplight catching the creases of his face. He strummed his guitar once, low and steady, drawing their eyes. "Freedom," he said, voice gravel deep, "ain't something handed down from men in tall hats. It's something you build, one honest coin at a time, and guard like fire in the rain." They leaned in, weary yet hungry for hope. He spoke of the circle's mind, not by name, not yet, but of its heart, of pooling wages so no one man need borrow from a bank, of trading skills instead of coin when coin was scarce, of keeping records not to bind but to free, each page a promise kept. The words planted themselves in their minds like seeds under ash. The days turned into weeks. Eli moved from tavern to boarding house, speaking in whispers, singing in corners, always with care. He taught them how to set aside a portion of their pay, how to keep the ledger honest and open. The circle here would not be built on land or harvest, but on labor and solidarity. It was slower, harder. Fear ran deeper in the city, for here the masters had reach and power that spread like roots in every alley. One night a man named Harrington arrived at the tavern. He wore a suit too fine for the room, his cane polished, his smile easy. He bought drinks, slapped backs, and spoke of opportunity. "Why scrape by on scraps?" he asked the workers. "With the right loan you can own your own shops, your own homes. Just sign here, gentlemen, modest rates, fair terms." Eli listened from the shadows, smoke curling around him. When Harrington papers hit the table, Eli leaned forward and spoke. "Funny thing about promises written by men like you, they shine like silver up top, but underneath they're rust and rot." Harrington sneered, eyes narrowing, but Eli met his gaze with the quiet steadiness of a man who had seen storms and survived. The workers hesitated, caught between the lure of quick relief and the steady fire of Eli's words. That night Eli sang again, not a lullaby, but a storm of strings and voice, telling of men broken by debts, of families shackled by contracts that stole their future. His song was not polished, not smooth, but raw and real, and when it ended no hand touched Harrington's papers. Harrington left, furious, vowing that fools would learn soon enough. And perhaps they would, but Eli had lit something in them that no threat could smother. They began meeting in secret, pooling coins, buying bread and coal in bulk, cutting costs together. When one man fell ill, the circle's fund paid his rent. When a woman husband was jailed for striking, the circle saw to her children. The city masters noticed. They tightened wages, sent men to sniff out the meetings, spread rumors that Eli was an agitator, a thief, a wanderer sowing unrest. Eli didn't deny it. He kept moving, never sleeping twice in the same place, but always leaving behind more than he found: a song, a plan, a spark. By the time winter deepened and snow turned the streets pale, the circle in the city stood firm, small still but strong enough that Harrington and his ilk could not crush it without showing the whole world their fear. Eli stood on a bridge one morning watching the river cut through the city like a scar. His hands rested on the guitar, his hat brim heavy with frost. Behind him, voices rose in laughter from a bakery that had once stood empty and now thrived because of the circle's coin. He smiled, turned his boots toward the horizon once more, and vanished into the dawn fog. For Eli knew the truth now more than ever. The circle did not belong to him. It belonged to the people, and the people were learning to keep it alive. His role was only to wander, to sing, to remind them of what they already carried inside. The mining town lay nestled in a valley carved by years of toil, where the hills rose up like weary shoulders burdened with stone. From a distance it looked almost peaceful, with rows of clapboard houses, lanterns flickering faint in the night, and smoke curling from chimneys. But as Eli drew closer, the truth of it settled heavy on him. The air stank of sulfur and coal dust, thick enough to sting the throat, and the ground trembled from the constant groan of machinery burrowed into the earth. He walked into town just as a shift ended. Men stumbled from the pit mouths with faces blackened and clothes damp with sweat, their eyes hollow pools. The company store stood at the edge of the square, its windows lit, shelves lined with food, tools, and fabric, everything a family might need. But the workers didn't enter with coins. They handed over little slips of paper, company script, wages paid not in dollars but in promises, promises that never stretched far enough to fill a pantry. Eli leaned against a post and watched. He saw a young man clutching his child hand, placing his scrip on the counter for bread, only to find it short. The storekeeper's face was carved from stone. "Not enough," he said, pushing the loaf away. The boy looked up at his father, hungry eyes shining, and Eli felt something burn low in his chest. That night he found the tavern, a place dim and sour with ale, filled with the low murmur of exhausted men. He bought a round, strummed his guitar once, and let the sound hang like smoke before speaking. "Seems to me," he said slow, "a man who gives his sweat to the earth ought to get more than paper for it." Heads turned, wary, curious. "Seems to me," he went on, "that if you can dig coal out of the ground, you can dig yourselves out of chains, too." A miner with gray in his beard snorted. "Easy for you, stranger. You don't live under their thumb. They own the mine, the store, the houses. Miss a shift and they toss you in the cold. Speak up and you're blacklisted. No work, no bread." Eli nodded, his fingers plucking a soft tune. "I've seen their kind before. Men who reckon they own not just your labor but your life. But I've seen something else too. Folks who choose to stand together, who choose to turn each scrap they've got into something bigger." The miners leaned in. One by one the whispers spread until the tavern hummed with quiet talk. Eli told them of the circles, not in grand words but plain ones. A coin set aside here, a loaf of bread bought together there, a small fund hidden safe so no family need bow to the company store. He spoke of lending without interest, of keeping the ledger honest and open, of trading skills, one man fixing boots, another mending roofs, so that dollars weren't the only measure of worth. At first doubt hung heavy, fear ran deeper than hunger. But as days passed, Eli worked slow, careful, planting seeds in the cracks. He showed them how to barter with nearby farmers for eggs and milk, cutting the store out of the trade. He taught them to mark every coin in a shared book so no man could cheat another. And when one miner boy fell ill, the circle meager fund paid for a doctor, something the company script never would. The change was quiet, like snow falling on the hills. Families began to eat a little better. Boots lasted longer. When one man was injured and couldn't work, he did not starve. The circle grew not in size but in strength, a thread of hope woven through the town gray fabric. The company took notice. They called meetings, warned of agitators, whispered that strangers stirring unrest would bring ruin. Then one evening, men in dark coats appeared at the tavern door, their boots polished, their hands heavy with iron. They found Eli by the fire, guitar across his lap, and told him plain, "Leave or face the pit." Eli smiled, a slow, tired smile, and strummed a chord that rang sharp as a bell. "You can put a man in a pit," he said, "but you can't bury an idea once it's been sung." The miners around him stood quiet but steady, their silence a shield. The men in coats left, but not without promises of trouble. Winter deepened, and with it the circle roots sank firm. The miners no longer leaned only on script, they leaned on each other. Bread passed hand to hand, boots repaired without coin, debts settled with trust. The company still owned the mine, the store, the houses, but not the spirit of the people. That spirit was free, and it was growing. When the thaw came, Eli knew it was time to move on. He left before dawn, boots crunching frost, the mountains rising pale against the sky. Behind him, a town still bound to its chains, but now with keys beginning to form in quiet hands. He walked on, guitar swaying, coat catching the first light of spring, carrying the circle song to the next weary place in need of fire. The port city greeted Eli with the smell of salt, tar, and fish, the kind of place where fortunes were made and lost in a single tide. The docks stretched out like crooked fingers, crowded with ships from every corner of the world, their masts swaying against the sky like a forest of dead pines.
A murmur passed through the room. A man stood, his clothes frayed, his beard streaked with soot. "What good is trust," he said, "when a banker could turn you out of your home with a stroke of his pen?" Eli met his gaze. "Because no banker can turn out a man whose neighbors will not let him fall." It began the next day. A widow, her rent overdue, found coins slipped beneath her door. A boy, injured in a factory accident, was given food and care until his mother could return to work. A man broken by debt was lent enough to start again, and when he returned it, he gave more than was asked, smiling with tears in his eyes. The circle did not announce itself, but it grew, passed by whispers in workshops, written in chalk on tavern walls, etched in the memory of each man and woman who received help when they needed it most. But the city was not blind. Bankers noticed accounts dwindling, factories noticed debts unpaid, landlords noticed tenants stronger in their defiance. The circle's quiet rebellion rippled upward, reaching men in tall hats who dealt not in coal or cloth but in power. They sent agents into Hollow Row, men with polished shoes and sharp smiles, offering loans with fine print, offering gifts laced with chains. They whispered that this circle was a sham, that it would fail, that trust alone could not stand against iron. Yet it stood. Each attempt to break it only bound the people closer, like hammering iron into steel. When a man was threatened with eviction, 10 families moved him into their homes. When wages were cut, workers shared what little remained, and the circle filled the gap. It was no longer coin alone that was shared. It was bread, firewood, blankets, time. And in that sharing, the circle became more than a fund, it became a shield. Eli knew danger was near. He saw men following him in the streets, their hats too clean, their eyes too sharp. He saw posters nailed to walls warning of agitators spreading sedition. Yet he also saw children laughing over bowls of stew provided by the circle, saw a woman light her stove with coal bought through pooled coin, saw pride return to faces worn thin. He knew that, whether or not he stayed, the seed had taken root. On his last night in the city, he climbed a hill overlooking Hollow Row. Smoke curled upward, glowing faintly under the moon. From that height, he could almost hear the hum of the circle below, a low song carried through alleys and taverns, unshaken by fear. He strummed a soft chord, the sound drifting into the night. The circle would live without him, as it had in the mines, the farms, the ports. He turned toward the road once more, the city shrinking behind him, the horizon wide and waiting. Each step carried the rhythm of the circle forward, toward places yet unseen, toward people yet unbound. The road stretched on, endless as trust, patient as tide, certain as dawn. The railroad sang through the land like a steel river, its whistle splitting dawn and dusk alike. It carried grain from the fields, ore from the mines, cotton from the south, and men from every corner seeking work. Towns sprouted along its tracks, trading posts swelling into markets, markets swelling into cities. Where the rails went, money followed, and where money went, men in top hats and polished boots followed too, laying claim to every bolt and nail they could. Eli rode the rails with them, though not in the luxury cars with velvet curtains and crystal lamps. He rode in freight wagons, among sacks of grain and crates of tools, his guitar case resting atop a barrel. He listened to workers, Irish laborers with calloused hands, freedmen seeking wages denied them elsewhere, boys no older than 15 sent to hammer spikes into frozen ground. Their stories all rang the same: long days, little pay, danger at every bend. Fingers lost to machinery, backs broken beneath ties, and when the job was done, they were turned loose with nothing but their hats. Yet Eli saw promise in those steel lines. They tied the country together, carried not only goods but ideas. If a circle could live in a mine, a farm, or a port, it could live here too, carried from town to town faster than any man could walk. But the challenge was great, for the men who built the rails were scattered, moving from one camp to another, never settling long enough to root. And above them loomed the railroad barons, names spoken with awe and fear, men who wielded wealth like kings who could crush a town with a price hike or starve a region by halting deliveries. In a camp outside a place called Iron Junction, Eli began. He played one evening as workers gathered around fires, their bodies aching from laying track through rain. His song was not a lament but a vision of men who did not scatter, who carried with them more than bruises, who carried trust like fire from camp to camp. He spoke of a circle that did not need walls or a town to live in, that could ride in pockets and memories in the calloused hands of men who moved with the rails themselves. The men listened, some shaking their heads, others staring into the flames. A young Irishman spoke up, calm, and when we're gone to the next camp, what then? A circle without roots dies in the dust. Eli nodded. Not if each man carries it within him, passing it on like song. You may leave a camp behind, but you do not leave behind your word.
And word is the only soil a circle needs. They began with simple acts. A man short on tools found another willing to lend his own. A boy with no boots woke to find a pair left by his bedroll. A woman who cooked for the camp was given food enough to feed her children, the pot filled not by one man but by all. When pay came late, as it often did, the circle filled the gap, each lending coin knowing it would circle back again. And as the workers moved from camp to camp, they carried these acts with them, telling others, spreading it like sparks across dry grass. The barons soon noticed. Accounts showed money missing, debts not being collected. The workers were harder to control, less desperate, more willing to walk away from unfair contracts. So the barons tightened their grip. They cut wages, raised the price of goods in company stores, sent enforcers to break strikes with clubs and guns. Whole camps shuddered under the weight of fear, but the circle bent and did not break. When wages were cut, meals were shared. When enforcers threatened, men stood together, protecting the weakest among them. The circle was no longer only about coin, it was about courage. A man who once would have bent his head now raised it, knowing he was not alone. Fear spread among the barons, for they understood something money could not buy: unity. Eli stayed long enough to see the circle stitched into the rails themselves. Men carried it like a tune, whistled on long marches, spoken of in the hush of bunkhouses, carved into the wood of telegraph poles. It leapt from camp to camp, invisible yet present, as steady as the beat of hammer on spike. Then Eli moved on, walking tracks that stretched like veins across the land, watching cities rise at junctions, watching fortunes built on timetables and steel. In one such city, wealth poured like rain, but only onto certain roofs. The railroad barons built mansions with ballrooms larger than any barn Eli had seen, their walls hung with velvet, their tables heavy with silver. Carriages rolled past starving children, their wheels throwing mud onto bare feet. The contrast struck Eli harder than the mines, harder than Hollow Row, harder than the sea. Here the barons had built not only rails but empires, and they ruled them with iron fists. Yet even here, among the marble and smoke, Eli found whispers of the circle. A cook in a mansion who saved scraps for hungry neighbors. A clerk in a bank who bent rules to forgive debts. A seamstress who sewed coats from scraps for children in the alleys. Small sparks glowing faintly against a storm. Eli knew storms could snuff out candles, but they could not snuff out fire carried in many hands. So he played again, in taverns tucked between factories, in alleys where workers gathered to warm their hands over stolen coal. His songs carried through the noise of the city, weaving stories of miners, farmers, sailors, and railmen who had all found strength together. The circle was not one place, he told them. It was every place, every man, every woman who chose trust over fear. And the circle spread once more. The stock exchange was nothing like the camps or mines Eli had known. It was a cathedral of noise, marble columns rising like trees, floors slick with shoe leather, and a roar of voices that shook the very air. Men in press suits waved papers, shouted numbers, jostled and shoved as though wrestling ghosts only they could see. Chalkboards towered overhead, filled with symbols and prices that shifted faster than wind over prairie grass. Money here was not grain in a sack or ore in a cart. It was numbers, breathless and fleeting, vanishing as soon as they appeared. Eli stood on the steps outside, his hat low against the rain, guitar on his back. He had walked into every kind of wealth before, piles of coal, bins of cotton, stacks of timber, but this wealth was different. It wasn't touched by dirt or sweat. It moved on rumor and fear, built or broken by whispers carried across polished floors. To a cowboy eye, it was smoke without fire, but he knew better than to call it nothing. Smoke, after all, can choke a man same as flame. Inside the exchange, the barons of this new kingdom ruled. They bought and sold whole railroads with a flick of chalk, crushed factories with a rumor, raised cities on promises alone. Men below scrambled like ants, fighting over scraps dropped from banquet tables above. Fortunes rose in a day, vanished in an hour, and the only constant was the baron's grip, steady as a hand on a pistol. But even in that chaos, Eli saw the same truth he'd found in mines and camps. The many served the few. Clerks scribbled until their fingers cramped. Messengers ran until their lungs burned. Workers toiled unseen so stock symbols could climb. And like miners coughing in dust, like sailors braving storms, like farmers bent beneath plows, these men and women bore the weight while others feasted. So Eli took to the taverns where clerks gathered at night, their eyes red from smoke and ledgers, their pockets light despite the mountains of money they counted daily. He played songs of men who'd hammered spikes, of women who'd sown fields, of sailors who'd hauled nets, of how each had learned to trust one another and stand tall. The clerks listened, weary but hungry for more than bread. They knew the circle by rumor. Some had brothers on rails, cousins in factories, fathers in mines. The stories connected as if the circle itself were weaving threads through every corner of toil. One clerk, pale and wiry, spoke after Eli's song. "We see the barons make and unmake fortunes. They say the market is free, but free for who? Not for us. We labor for wages that vanish on rent, food, candles. Yet they grow fat on numbers we write. How can a circle live here in a place built on lies?" Eli answered the only way he knew. A circle ain't built on numbers, it's built on trust. They can own the boards, the banks, the ledgers, but they can't own your word. That yours, same as the beat of your heart. Start there, and you'll find your circle lives, even here. So the clerks began quietly. One covered another rent when wages ran late. Another shared food with a family near starving. They lent coins without contract, favors without tally. And as their small acts grew, so did their courage. They spoke softer in daylight, louder at night, planning how to keep one another steady when the storms of the market broke. They could not topple the barons, not yet, but they could keep each other standing, and that was a start. The barons noticed. They always did. Rumors drifted of clerks turning defiant, debts forgiven, workers less fearful. The barons summoned enforcers, suits this time, not men with guns, though their weapons were no less sharp. Threats of dismissal, black marks on records, whispers of ruin spread through the taverns like frost. Many bowed their heads, but not all. Enough remembered Eli's songs, enough had felt the warmth of the circle that they refused to scatter. Eli moved among them, singing not of victory but of endurance. He told of storms at sea survived by sailors who tied themselves together with ropes. The waves were taller than barns, the winds sharp enough to cut, but tied they stood. Alone each would have gone under. Together they lived. The clerks nodded, understanding. Alone each could be crushed by a ledger mark. Together they might weather the storm. In time, whispers of the circle spread beyond clerks. Merchants weary of barons' greed heard of it. Factory hands heard. Women running boarding houses heard. Each added their spark. The circle wove through alleys, through offices, through quiet kitchens where families prayed over meager meals. It did not topple empires, not yet, but it weakened chains. And the barons, for all their golden ledgers, could not grasp it. They could not buy it, could not sell it, could not crush it with ink or law. The circle was no coin, no stock. It was a fire carried in hidden places, glowing brighter with every hand that held it. Eli watched from the shadows, rain on his shoulders, the roar of the exchange behind him like a beast in a cage. He smiled, for he knew what the barons never would. Money could move mountains, but only trust could bind men together. And trust, once lit, burned longer than any fortune. The circle's fire smoldered low but steady, and as seasons turned, it spread to corners even the barons couldn't imagine. Boarding houses became meeting halls, bakeries turned into sanctuaries, and small churches whispered prayers not only for salvation, but for dignity. In these places, clerks and seamstresses, dockhands and porters shared what little they had and built something larger than coin could measure. They passed food down tables, pooled coppers for medicine, and set aside pennies for widows whose husbands had been crushed under factory wheels. Eli drifted among them, never staying long, his guitar always carrying the same tune in different guises. He told stories of the west wind carrying seeds across plains where no man thought a crop would rise, yet when tended by many hands, fields of grain grew tall. He compared it to their quiet work, unseen, unheralded, yet mighty if they had patience. He saw hope spark in weary eyes, even in those who feared to speak aloud of defiance. For every man broken by the system, another rose steady because the circle held him up. But the barons did not sit idle. They gathered in tall chambers where chandeliers glittered like stars and smoke curled thick as clouds, discussing not cattle or timber, but men and women as if they were numbers. They spoke of cutting wages, of driving clerks harder, of factories working longer shifts. And when whispers of the circle reached their tables, they dismissed it first as folly, then grew restless when their ledgers revealed patterns of loss. Not great, not yet, but steady. They could not abide erosion. To them, wealth was not just possession, but dominion, and dominion tolerates no rival. So came the crackdowns. Taverns were raided, workers dismissed under pretense. Leaders of small gatherings found themselves cast onto the street with black marks that barred them from any new job. Men in suits wielded contracts like cudgels, reminding all who signed that loyalty was owed not to one another, but to the hand that paid wages. Fear spread quick. Many who once lent coins now clutched them close, Many who once sang circle songs now bowed their heads and prayed silence would shield them. Yet fire doesn't die so easy. Eli knew it, same as he knew storms didn't last forever. He told of sailors at sea lashed by waves who sang shanties louder than the gale just to remind one another they were still there, still alive. The barren storm, he told the frightened, is strong, but storms pass. What matters is who you're tied to when it breaks. So the circle changed shape. Where once they met openly, now they gathered in smaller circles, quieter, subtler. Instead of taverns, they whispered in bakeries, at candlelit tables, or even while walking to work with ledgers tucked under arms. They carried the circle not in banners but in gestures. An extra loaf left at a door, a day wage slipped to a neighbor, a song hummed under breath that only a few knew. And though the barons tried, they could not snuff what they could not see. The circle reach extended into towns beyond the exchange city. A farmer passing through heard the tale and carried it home, telling neighbors how city clerks had bound together. Dockhands moving cargo spoke of it to sailors who sailed upriver. Even teachers in schoolhouses began weaving stories of trust into lessons, shaping young minds with the seed of defiance wrapped in gentleness. It was no revolution, no battle, not yet, but it was a quiet tide rising, inch by inch. Eli, though weary, found himself heartened. He had seen too many good folk broken by systems built to grind them down, yet here was proof that not all chains held forever. The barons could own stock, banks, even the courts, but they could not own the trust passed hand to hand like a flame. He thought of the old campfires, men huddled tight against cold, each adding a branch, no one daring to let the fire die. That, he knew, was the circle truth, each soul carrying a spark, enough to light the darkness together. But barons were not blind. They summoned greater forces still. Politicians were bribed to pass laws forbidding gatherings. Priests were bought to preach obedience as godliness, and enforcers with sharper eyes were hired to root out whispers. The barons believed that if they could sow enough fear, the circle would scatter like ash. Instead, the circle grew quieter and stronger, because once a man tastes dignity, it's hard to return to chains. Once a woman knows her worth, it's near impossible to unlearn it. That truth was more dangerous than any musket, and though the barons owned the rifles, the circle held the will. Eli left the city one evening, rain pouring heavy, guitar soaked on his back, his boots splashing in alleys lit by gas lamps. He knew he might not return. The circle no longer needed him to sing their fire alive. It burned now in clerks' eyes, in workers' hands, in families who no longer bowed as low. His part was done, at least in this city. But the road stretched on, and beyond it, new folk waited, bound by the same chains, yearning for the same fire. He disappeared into the storm, his figure fading as neon and lamplight blurred. Behind him, in quiet kitchens, crowded tenements, and smoke-filled taverns, the circle fire glowed steady, stubborn as a coal in winter ash. The barons might rage, might strike harder, but they could not stop the simple truth. Wealth built on chains falters, but wealth built on trust endures. The circle tale spread like whispers on the wind, drifting beyond the rail yards and wharves into distant towns that had never seen the exchange towers. Farmers on the prairie passed it along with sacks of grain, telling one another how clerks and seamstresses in the city had banded together. Miners in the mountains heard it from traders who came seeking coal, and soon they too began leaving aside a portion of their wages, not for the company's store but for one another. The story changed shape with each telling. Sometimes it was about a fire that refused to die, other times about a rope that bound men together so no one fell. But the heart of it stayed the same. Wealth meant nothing without trust, and trust was wealth all its own. In river towns, dockhands began a quiet practice of sharing shifts so no one man broke his back alone. They called it circling the work, a nod to the circle whisper. In prairie villages, families pooled seeds so even those struck by blight could plant again the next season. School teachers told children stories of lanterns passed hand to hand in a storm, each flame kept alive because someone cared enough to shield it from the wind. Everywhere, little embers caught. The circle was no longer one city secret, it had become a folk tale, a creed that seeped into the marrow of working folk who'd long known hunger but rarely known hope. The barons noticed. They had counted on isolation to keep folk tame, on hunger to keep heads bowed. But when word came that strikes in one city were echoed by quiet slowdowns in another, when production faltered not from fire or riot but from a dozen unseen hands refusing to be driven faster, they grew uneasy. Wealth could withstand storm or fire, but erosion, the steady wearing away of power by unseen currents, that frightened them. They had no weapon against an idea too small to seize, too quiet to silence. Still, they tried. They sent preachers to call the circle ungodly, accusing it of rebellion against divine order. They sent enforcers to shadow men who spoke too boldly, women who organized too openly. They wrote laws against unlawful association and demanded oaths of loyalty from workers, contracts binding not just hand but spirit to the company. And yet, for every door closed, the circle slipped through a crack, reshaping itself. Eli wandered through it all, guitar slung across his back, voice rasped from nights of smoke and rain. He found himself welcomed in mining camps where men blackened with coal dust hummed circle songs under their breath. He shared bread with widows who buried husbands too young and still set coins aside for neighbors worse off. He saw how the circle needed no banner, no charter. It lived in deeds. That truth gave him peace, though it also gave him sorrow, for he knew the fight was endless, the road unpaved. One night, he sat by a campfire with a group of farmhands who had just finished a harvest. The rain beat steady on the canvas stretched above, and the fire hissed as drops struck. Eli told them of the exchange city, of clerks with tired eyes who dared to pool pennies, of bakers who left extra loaves at doors, of dockhands who carried more than cargo. They carried each other. "It ain't gold nor silver that saves a man," he said, voice low, eyes on the embers. "It's the hand that pulls him up when he stumbles. That's the circle coin, and it never loses value." The men nodded, silent, passing a flask one to another. They knew truth when they heard it, and though none said a word of rebellion, Eli saw in their gaze the spark of defiance, the ember of dignity. That was enough. The barons grew desperate. They tightened their grip, squeezing workers harder, raising rents, cutting wages, hoping fear would scatter the circle. Instead, it drove folk closer together. Hunger makes men desperate, but shared hunger makes them brothers. Despair isolates, but shared despair builds kinship. And in that kinship, the circle found its strength. In time, whispers grew into small victories. A foreman, pressed too hard by men working as one, gave back a sliver of wages rather than see his mill silent. A merchant, afraid of losing all his customers to boycott, agreed to fairer prices. These were not revolutions, they were pebbles, small, almost unnoticed. Yet every pebble shifted the balance, every pebble a sign that the tide was turning. Eli, older now, felt his bones ache as he walked the long roads. His beard had gone gray, his voice rasped more than it sang, but his eyes still carried that faraway fire. He no longer saw himself as the circle keeper. It belonged to the people now, to every hand that lit a lamp for a neighbor, every voice that hummed a tune of defiance. His role was simply to remind, to wander into places where darkness pressed thick and whisper that light still burned. The circle had become larger than any one city, larger than Eli himself. It was a song carried by rivers, a tale told at supper tables, a habit etched into the lives of folk who had long forgotten how to hope. And though the barons would never cease their grasping, though new names and new powers would rise to take their place, the circle truth endured. Wealth without trust is ash, but trust shared freely is the richest coin ever minted. Eli sat once more by a campfire, rain pattering steady, flames throwing shadows across weary faces. He strummed his guitar, voice low, words rolling like thunder across hills. "Storms will come," he said, "but if we keep the fire, if we keep each other, no storm can take what matters." And in that moment, as sparks rose into the rainy night, it seemed to those gathered that the circle was not just an idea. It was a living thing, a bond that stretched beyond sight, carrying them forward into a future where wealth was not measured by ledgers, but by the strength of the hand beside their own.
The circle whispers, once confined to dockyards and coal camps, began seeping into places that had always seemed unreachable. The courts, the council chambers, even the great marble halls where lawmakers convened. It started with small cracks in the walls of power. A judge in a provincial town, weary of seeing debtor after debtor hauled before him, began ruling in favor of mercy, citing community responsibility over contracts. A councilman in the city, who had grown up watching his father break under the weight of company debts, quietly drafted ordinances that curbed unfair rents. These men did not claim the circle name, but those who knew the signs could see it, the same spirit of trust and defiance, wearing new clothes. The barons, of course, railed against this infection. They accused the judges of treason, the councilmen of pandering, the workers of sedition. But their fury only revealed their fear. They had built their power on the silence of the masses, on the assumption that hunger and desperation would keep men divided. Now they saw that a story once whispered by lamplight could reach further than chains, echoing in places where they had no purchase. Eli, old and weathered, watched all this from the edges. He no longer walked as far as he once did, his legs stiff from years of rain-soaked roads. Yet people came to him. Farmers rode miles to ask what to do when company men demanded too much. Young clerks brought him pamphlets scribbled with words of solidarity, seeking his blessing, though he claimed none was his to give. Sailors off the riverboats found their way to his fireside,
trading songs they swore had sprung from the circle itself. Eli would smile, shake his head, and remind them, the circle ain't mine, it's yours, and it lives wherever hands are joined. One evening by a great bonfire at the edge of a harvest fair, Eli told a tale to those gathered. The flames cracked high into the autumn night, casting faces in gold and shadow. Wealth, he said, ain't measured in how much you can lock away. That kind of wealth dies with you. But what you give, what you share, that carries on. A loaf broken, a hand offered, a word spoken in courage, that eternal coin. And it don't rust, don't rot, don't fade. His voice, worn with years, carried like a hymn. Children leaned close, eyes wide, as though he were handing them a secret treasure. That treasure spread faster than fire in dry grass. In the city, apprentices began forming their own circles, meeting after shifts to share food and talk about wages. In river towns, widows pooled what little they had to see one another through the winter, each calling it the circle hand. And in far-off mining camps, where the air was thick with coal dust and grief, men painted crude circles on walls to remind one another they weren't alone. The barons tried to stamp it out with money. They offered bribes to those who whispered too boldly, hoping silver would buy silence where fear had failed. Yet many refused, choosing lean bellies over sold souls. Those who did take the coin found themselves shunned, not violently, but with a quiet withdrawal. Their neighbors no longer shared bread, no longer invited them to the fire. The circle did not punish with whip or chain, it punished with absence, and that absence hurt worse than lash or fine. Eli heard of these things and felt both pride and sorrow. Pride that the circle had become unbreakable, woven into the fabric of everyday lives. Sorrow that some still fell to temptation, their trust bought and spent like cheap goods. But he knew no creed could claim all hearts, and that the circle's strength lay not in numbers, but in the depth of its bonds. One winter, word came that lawmakers in the capital were debating a new charter, one that would grant workers rights to form associations without fear of reprisal. It was a small thing, fragile as a candle in the wind, yet it marked the first time the circle's spirit had touched the heart of government. Some argued it was too little, too late. Others feared it would be twisted to serve the barons. But Eli, sitting by his fire with snow piling high, only smiled. The circle ain't about laws on paper, he said. It's about the law written in men's hearts. But if even paper starts to carry it, then maybe the fire catching wider than we reckoned. He spent his last years not as a prophet or leader, but as a keeper of stories. Wherever he went, he told them of the clerks in the exchange, of the dockhands in the rain, of the miners painting circles on blackened stone. And as he told, he saw young faces listening, eyes alight, hands twitching as though ready to carry the tale forward. At first, only a handful of men contributed, just enough to buy bandages and bury the dead with dignity. But soon others joined, realizing that the purse was more than charity. It was dignity wrestled back from a world that valued profit over flesh. By the time the railroad stretched across the plains, that purse had grown into a network. Widows received envelopes marked only with a crude circle. Injured men found medicine waiting on their porches. The barons did not know who was behind it, for no one man held the key. It was the circle, wearing new boots, traveling by train. In towns where the locomotives screamed through the night, children of workers gathered in dusty schoolhouses. Teachers, poorly paid and stretched thin, often bought their own chalk and coal for the stoves. One such teacher, Miss June Hollander, taught not only arithmetic and letters, but stories of the circle, though she never named it outright. She spoke of shared baskets and neighbors who count each other rich by what they give. Her pupils, wide-eyed, carried those lessons home, weaving them into supper conversations and market exchanges. Before long, whole towns began setting aside Circle Day, where every shop kept its doors open and neighbors exchanged goods without coin, measuring wealth in trust and gratitude. The railroads also carried the circle farther than ever before. In port cities at the end of the lines, sailors recognized Mateo ways reborn in strangers' faces. In farming towns, harvest feasts became a time not of barter but of abundance freely given, where the poor ate beside the wealthy, neither keeping score. These customs puzzled outsiders who asked how such generosity survived in a world so bent on contracts and competition. But the locals would simply shrug and say, "That's how we do things here." They did not call it the circle, for to them it was no grand philosophy, it was life. Of course, the barons adapted once again. With telegraphs humming and newspapers spreading faster than rumor, they painted such gatherings as lawless, dangerous, even unpatriotic. They hired Pinkertons to break up assemblies and passed ordinances against unlicensed exchanges. But as always, the circle slipped between the cracks. For how does one outlaw a loaf shared on a doorstep? How does one police a coin dropped quietly into a widow hand? The circle was not a hall with walls to raid, nor a ledger to seize. It was breath and bread and trust, flowing unseen. And in the darkest hours, when strikes turned bloody and soldiers fired into crowds, it was the circle that steadied hearts. Clara's songs, long since taken up by others, were sung on picket lines and whispered in jail cells. "Stand, and we are many," the refrain went, carried in trembling voices that grew steady in unison. In that music, fear gave way to courage. Miss Hollander, in her later years, was asked by a curious journalist whether she believed the circle would ever be written down, codified like law. She smiled, shaking her head. "If it written, it dies. The circle is carried in hands, not in books. It is breathed, not bound." The journalist scoffed, calling it naive, but years later his own daughter would carry food to striking workers, humming Clara's tune as she walked. So it was that through the age of steam and steel, the circle endured, not as a monument, but as a current. It did not conquer railroads or governments, but it softened their edges, made their harshest blows survivable. And for every man who sought to crush it, 1,000 hands lifted it higher, unseen but undeniable. The circle had crossed into a new era, riding the rails, flowing into ports, etched now not in whispered legend but in the daily lives of those who dared to live by its quiet law. Smoke and soot blackened the skies as factories rose, their chimneys clawing at the clouds. The roar of machinery drowned out birdsong, and the rhythm of hammers and spinning gears replaced the quiet cadence of the fields. Men, women, and children worked long hours in these mills, their bodies bent under the weight of industry hunger. Wages were meager, accidents frequent, and dreams often traded for survival. Yet even in the thunder of machines, the circle found new ways to whisper. It began in the weaving halls, where women bent over looms, passed small cloth pouches from hand to hand. Each pouch held coins scraped together after meals of bread crusts and weak broth. At first, they used these pouches to help widows or buy medicine for the sick, but the habit grew until the pouches became something larger, a woven trust that spread through whole districts. The owners, suspicious, searched the halls, demanding to know where the money came from. The women only shrugged, their hands never pausing at the loom, their eyes quiet with a strength the owners could not buy. Soon, children working the machines carried the circle too. They learned to whistle tunes that Clara once sang, signaling breaks or warnings, passing along news of safe houses or food stores. These children, though worn thin with labor, became torchbearers, carrying the circle not in words but in sly grins and secret handshakes. What began in the factories spilled into the streets. Street vendors would give an extra apple or wedge of cheese to a boy who whistled the right melody, knowing he'd carry it to a family too poor to buy. It was not charity, it was recognition, the silent agreement that no one among them should fall unseen. Unions sprouted like weeds through the cracks of industry. Though many leaders spoke of rights, wages, and contracts, behind their stern voices lay the circle heartbeat. It wasn't always called by name, but its spirit breathed in every strike fund, in every blanket spread over a picket line, in every pot of soup stirred for a crowd of hungry mouths. The barons and bosses called these movements dangerous, un-American, even treasonous. They sent strike breakers and armed guards to scatter them, but they could not scatter the current that bound one worker to another. One winter in Pittsburgh, when the rivers froze and coal dust choked the air, thousands of men refused to work. Their families, shivering in unheated homes, might have starved. Yet when the circle turned its gaze upon them, miracles unfolded. Farmers from miles away drove carts of potatoes and cabbages into the city, offering them at no price but a handshake. Bakers filled baskets not with goods to sell, but with loaves marked by the crude circle symbol in flour. Women set up soup lines where bowls passed from hand to hand, steaming against the bitter cold. The strike did not collapse, for the circle kept it breathing. Not all stories were grand. Some were as small as a seamstress fixing a coat for free, or a factory boy sneaking an extra coal lump into a neighbor's scuttle. But these small acts, countless and constant, were what gave the circle its strength. No headline ever captured them, no politician ever praised them, but they were the glue that held communities together when the weight of progress threatened to tear them apart. Inventors, too, touched by the circle, began to shape their work differently. One machinist, Elias Granger, refused to patent his gear design, choosing instead to publish it freely so others could build safer machines. His peers mocked him, saying he'd thrown away fortune. Yet years later, when a rival factory burned, it was Elias gears that saved lives in nearby shops. Those men never forgot, and though Elias never wore the circle mark, his life was folded into its story. Even as cities grew swollen and factories sprawled like iron jungles, the circle did not vanish. It moved through alleyways, whispered across rooftops, slipped into union halls, schoolhouses, and kitchens. Its power was not in overthrowing machines or stopping progress. It was in bending the cold steel world toward mercy. And always, when the noise of industry grew too loud, one could find the circle alive in the quiet places. A campfire outside a mill town, where tired men and women huddled with their children, passing bread, singing old songs under smoky skies. Around that fire, the circle glowed brighter than any furnace flame, reminding them that wealth was not only measured in coins, but in hands held, in burdens shared, and in hearts that refused to turn cold. The telegraph wires hummed like veins of lightning stretched across the land, carrying news faster than a rider could dream to gallop. Markets began to tremble with each signal tapped out on brass keys. Cotton prices in the south, steel shipments in the north, stocks rising and falling like tides pulled by an unseen moon. For many it was bewildering, this sudden quickness of trade and fortune. One man could lose or gain a lifetime wealth before breakfast, simply by the press of a key. Yet even here, in the charged silence between clicks, the circle found room to breathe. Clerks who worked the wires often earned little, their eyes red from long shifts, their hands cramped from endless code, but they listened as much as they tapped, and when rumors of famine, flood, or factory closure came across the line, many would slip notes beneath doors, alerting those who might suffer. These small warnings gave merchants time to prepare, workers a chance to save, towns a moment to brace themselves. Some would say it was just kindness, others said it was good sense. But within the circle they called it the unseen thread, pulling tight when the world threatened to unravel. Banks grew taller and colder, their marble halls echoing with the boots of men who spoke in figures too large for most to grasp. Loans, interest, leverage, words that carried the weight of destiny for towns and farmers who relied upon them. To many, banks became as immovable as mountains, their rules etched in stone, their ledgers sacred as scripture. But even inside those hallowed vaults, the circle had eyes. There was once a teller in Chicago, a quiet man named Samuel. He worked beneath chandeliers that cast their shine on fortunes greater than empires. Each day he counted stacks of bills and coins, their edges sharp, their faces cold. Yet Samuel had not forgotten his childhood in a small farm town where neighbors survived winters not through wealth but through sharing. So when the panic struck and men crowded the counters demanding to withdraw what they feared was lost, Samuel did something dangerous. He whispered to those he trusted, "Take less today and tomorrow I will see you whole." Many did, and when the storm of panic passed, Samuel kept his word. Those who might have lost everything found themselves steadied. Of course, no ledger recorded this, no board of directors praised him, but among the circle his story was carried like a secret hymn. Samuel's quiet defiance was proof that even in temples built for money, humanity could still stir. The circle also slipped into the minds of financiers who could see beyond mere gain. One such figure was a woman, Eleanor Rhodes, who inherited a shipping fortune. Where others in her station invested in war contracts or exploited desperate labor, Eleanor turned her wealth toward schools, clinics, and public kitchens. She did not announce it with banners or speeches, most never knew her name, but she believed that wealth untethered from community was like a ship adrift, bound to founder. Many in her circles mocked her, calling her naive, but Eleanor only smiled. She knew that the circle power was not in applause but in endurance, and so the circle endured even as fortunes soared and collapsed like storms at sea. For every tale of ruin, a man broken by speculation, a family lost to debt, there was another, quieter story of survival. A grocer extending credit through lean months, a teacher staying after hours to tutor a child whose parents could not pay, a seamstress mending for widows without charge. These acts did not appear in newspapers, but they were the ballast that kept the great ship of society from capsizing altogether. In the great cities where gas lamps flickered against fog and horse-drawn carriages rattled over cobblestones, the circle often gathered in the shadows. Not always in meetings or councils, but in the simple act of being present. A man stumbling from a saloon might find his wages returned to his pocket by a stranger who melted into the night. A lost child might be guided home by a lamplighter who asked no reward. Even as progress built towers of steel and poured rivers of coal, the circle campfire still burned, sometimes in kitchens, sometimes in alleyways, sometimes in the silence between two souls who simply refused to let the other fall. And when storms swept the markets, when whole communities trembled under the weight of debts they could not pay, the circle whispered the same lesson it always had. Wealth was never meant to be hoarded in vaults or measured only by ledgers. True wealth was shared in times of need, guarded in acts of trust, and multiplied not by interest but by mercy.
The iron rails cut across the land like scars, stretching from coast to coast, binding small towns and mighty cities into a single pulsing network. Steam engines thundered through valleys and over bridges, carrying not just goods and passengers but dreams of fortune. Farmers who once sold their produce in dusty market squares now shipped grain to distant ports. Miners sent coal and ore by the ton, feeding factories that never seemed to sleep. To many, it felt as though the nation itself had leapt forward in a single bound. But beneath the whistle of locomotives and the clatter of wheels, another sound lingered, the soft murmur of the circle, adapting once more to a world racing ahead. With railroads came monopolies, great empires built by tycoons whose names became legend. Men like Vanderbilt, Gould, and Huntington carved the land with iron and ambition, charging what they pleased for freight, crushing small rivals beneath their boots. For farmers along the prairies, the cost of shipping wheat to market could mean the difference between survival and starvation. Outcries filled the air and protests stirred in towns that felt strangled by rail barons' hands. It was in these moments that the circle worked most quietly. A brakeman who rode the freight line slipped notes to farmers about upcoming rate hikes, allowing them to adjust their prices before ruin set in. A telegraph operator, half hidden in a rural depot, warned towns when shipments would be delayed or seized by creditors, giving communities time to prepare. None of this changed the greed of the monopolies, but it gave people breath where otherwise they might have suffocated. In Kansas, a cooperative sprouted from these whispers. Farmers pooled their resources, sharing grain elevators, negotiating collectively with shipping agents, even creating their own credit system. They called themselves the Grangers, and though history would remember them for their political battles, few knew that many of their earliest victories were guided by a circle hand. Old ledgers show quiet donations, strange shipments of supplies that arrived without sender name, and advice that appeared in pamphlets written by a concerned friend. Such was the circle way, never claiming the light, only making sure it reached those who needed it. Meanwhile, in the cities, new wealth reshaped skylines. Banks financed towers of glass and iron, while stock exchanges became temples to speculation. Fortunes rose and fell on the turn of a ticker tape. For every tycoon who sat in velvet-lined offices, there were thousands of workers who toiled in sweatshops, breathing smoke, earning pennies while others grew fat on their labor. Strikes erupted, sometimes drowned in violence, sometimes won with grit and unity. The circle walked among these laborers, not as leaders but as companions. A school teacher in New York opened her classroom after hours to teach workers English and arithmetic, giving them tools to read contracts and protect their wages. A printer in Chicago used his press to produce pamphlets on safety standards, slipping them into lunch pails bound for factory floors. A midwife in Pittsburgh nursed families struck by industrial accidents, refusing payment from widows who had nothing to give but thanks. These were not revolutions shouted through megaphones, they were revolutions whispered, sown like seeds in the cracks of pavement, waiting for sunlight. As railroads conquered the land, another empire rose on oil. Lamps that once burned dim with whale fat or tallow now glowed brighter with kerosene, carried in barrels stamped with names like Rockefeller. Entire towns smelled of crude and refinery smoke, fortunes gushed from the ground, and the men who controlled it became powerful beyond measure. Yet even in this roaring tide of oil and iron, the circle found its footing. A clerk at one of the oil trusts, faced daily with ledgers swollen by monopoly, began leaving scraps of information where reformers could find them. Dates, shipments, secret agreements, all written in neat hand on discarded slips, tucked into books at public libraries or slid beneath doors. These small leaks fueled journalists who dared to write of corruption and monopolies. They would never know the clerk's name, but his courage fanned flames that could not be extinguished. The circle did not stand against progress, nor did it cling to the past. It simply reminded the world, in its quiet way, that wealth untethered from responsibility was a fire that consumed more than it warmed. For every engine that raced across the prairie, there was a farmer watching the horizon, praying his crop would survive the journey to market. For every tower raised to the sky, there were hands blistered from laying the bricks. The circle whispered to them all, wealth is not measured in what you own, but in what you preserve, protect, and pass along. Campfires still burned in hidden places, railway camps, boarding houses, dim saloons where men and women gathered after long days, and in those circles of light, stories were told of generosity that had no author, aid that arrived just in time, neighbors who gave more than they could afford. No newspaper printed these tales, no historian carved them in marble, yet they were the true wealth of the age. The whistle of the train echoed through night valleys, steam rising like ghosts in the dark, and over that steady beat of progress one could almost hear the circle breathing, steady, patient, and eternal, reminding all who listened that prosperity without compassion was nothing more than a gilded cage. The hum of progress deepened as wires strung between poles began to stretch across streets and fields. Where once only telegraph clicks had traveled, now electricity itself coursed, lighting lamps that vanished the dark and powering contraptions that seemed born of magic. Cities no longer sank fully into night, instead, they glowed, halos of amber and white spreading across rooftops. Factories lengthened their hours, businesses thrived long after sunset, and homes felt safer beneath the steady glow of bulbs. To many, this was the dawning of a new golden age. But for the circle, it was another shift in the ever-changing landscape of wealth and need. In New York, crowds marveled at the Edison lights strung across entire districts. In Chicago, electric trolleys replaced horse-drawn cars, carrying workers swiftly to their mills. In Pittsburgh, dynamos roared beside steel furnaces, their sparks dancing like fiery stars. Yet even as the world brightened, shadows lengthened in new corners.
Families unable to afford electric service huddled by candles, while landlords charged extra rent for modern improvements that many tenants could never touch. Inequality gleamed sharper under electric light, every contrast visible to the naked eye. The circle moved quietly through this electric dawn. A lineman in Philadelphia, who risked his life each day stringing wires high above streets, left notes in taverns reminding workers to demand safety harnesses and fair pay. An engineer in Detroit, designing motors for factories, slipped copies of his diagrams to fledgling inventors who could never afford patents, giving them a chance to create their own small businesses. In Boston, a seamstress used the extra hours granted by lamplight not to sew for her employer, but to teach immigrant women arithmetic, so they might not be cheated in the markets. Progress glowed, but the circle made sure it also warmed. New fortunes sprang up around inventions. Investors bet on alternating current versus direct current, on telephones versus telegraphs, on phonographs and motion pictures. For every innovator who succeeded, a dozen more were crushed under patent battles and corporate giants who gobbled up small ideas. Here too the circle stepped in. When a young inventor in St. Louis found his design stolen, a lawyer in the circle, posing only as a sympathetic clerk, slipped him documents that revealed the theft, allowing him to reclaim his work. When an immigrant tinkerer workshop in San Francisco burned, circle members pooled funds to replace his tools. Out of such hidden hands, entire careers were saved, inventions preserved that might have otherwise vanished. In rural towns, the spread of electricity was slower. Farmers watched the cities glow while their nights remained dark, their barns lit only by lanterns. But when cooperative electric associations began forming, groups of neighbors pooling resources to bring lines to their land, the circle lent its quiet aid. A surveyor in Kansas drew maps for free, marking where poles might best be placed. A banker in Nebraska, secretly loyal to the circle, offered loans with no interest to struggling cooperatives. These efforts rarely made headlines, but in time, the prairie glowed as brightly as any city street. And still, the circle kept to its ways, gathering in quiet places, campfires on the outskirts of towns, or shadowed rooms above busy taverns. Their talk was never of glory or power, but of balance. Every new light, one member said, casts a longer shadow. We can't fight the shadow, but we can guide the light. Their creed remained the same, that wealth untethered from responsibility was hollow, and progress without compassion was a pyre rather than a beacon. As the century waned, cities swelled not only with light but with sound. Telephones shrilled, factories roared, and streets bustled with trolleys and carriages. Yet in the midst of this din, the circle work remained hushed. They never sought recognition, never claimed their place in the records of invention or industry. Instead, they left their mark in the faces of workers who found hope where none was promised, in the shops that survived against monopolies, in the children who studied by lamps their parents never thought they'd afford. And so, as electric light conquered the night, the circle remained an unseen fire, steady and enduring, glowing not for itself but for those who gathered near. The neon of progress dazzled many, but it was the warmth of compassion, carried quietly by hidden hands, that ensured the world did not blind itself entirely. The first automobiles rattled along dirt roads like noisy contraptions hardly fit for the future. Farmers laughed at the sight of them, their horses snorting in disdain, while townsfolk pointed and shook their heads, muttering that nothing so loud and temperamental could ever replace a good team of steeds. Yet beneath the sputter of early engines and the smell of gasoline, a revolution stirred. Wealth was no longer tied only to rails or rivers. It began to ride on rubber tires, over rutted paths, carrying possibility to every town that could build a road. And in that upheaval, the circle once again found itself moving in the margins, where opportunity and ruin often traveled hand in hand. In Detroit, a wiry young mechanic named Henry dared to dream of bringing automobiles to ordinary people. While investors circled hungrily, demanding control, a quiet figure in the circle helped him secure loans on fairer terms. That intervention changed the direction of an entire industry. For every giant factory that rose, however, smaller workshops crumbled. The circle moved to protect those left behind, supplying machinists with tools, helping family shops pivot to repair work, and even teaching farmers how to service engines so they wouldn't be trapped by mechanics who gouged them. Where power threatened to concentrate, the circle scattered seeds of resilience. Cities changed with the hum of engines, roads widened, businesses sprang up along highways, and fortunes grew fast. Gasoline barons grew fat, tire companies expanded, and motels sprouted like mushrooms in roadside dust. Yet even as money flowed, inequality did too. Poorer neighborhoods often found themselves cut off, bypassed by new roads that catered to the wealthy. Circle members, disguised as city clerks and engineers, drew alternate maps and suggested reroutes that connected more working-class districts. It wasn't always successful, but sometimes a single redrawn line on a plan saved entire communities from being forgotten. Then came the skies. The dream of flight, once nothing more than myth, found its wings in the sands of Kitty Hawk and quickly soared higher than anyone dared imagine. At first it was spectacle. Crowds gathered to watch flimsy biplanes wobble through the air, marveling at human daring. But soon governments and investors saw something greater. Control of the skies meant power, trade, and dominance. Factories that had once built carriages now hammered out aircraft frames. Universities opened programs for aeronautics, and young men rushed to hangars with grease-stained hands, chasing the thrill of lifting free from Earth. For the Circle, flight brought both promise and dread. In a barn in Ohio, a Circle engineer helped a struggling inventor refine his wing design, ensuring it wouldn't collapse mid-flight. That same year, another Circle member, an accountant in Washington, quietly shredded documents from lobbyists who sought to give monopolies control of every air route before the skies were even mapped. It was always the same battle: new shape, greed rushing to chain progress, and the Circle cutting links before they hardened. Wealth, once measured in land and rail, now stretched thin across airfields and fuel depots. Some men became rich by ferrying mail faster than trains, while others lost everything gambling on untested designs that fell from the sky. The Circle never moved to stop ambition, only to steady its hand. When a pilot widow faced ruin because her husband-employer refused to pay promised wages, a Circle lawyer took her case under a false name and forced restitution. When a crop duster in Kansas developed new techniques that saved harvests, Circle members spread word of his methods freely, ensuring no patent would smother them. The skies were wild then, untamed and uncertain, yet full of wonder. Children stood in fields pointing upward, their imaginations no longer bound by the horizon. The Circle knew that hope was as valuable as coin, and so they nurtured it. They made sure books about aviation found their way to schoolhouses, slipped into the hands of teachers who could barely afford supplies. They arranged scholarships for bright farm boys and factory girls who might otherwise never have touched an engine. The Circle understood the future wasn't built only in boardrooms. It was built in dreams, and dreams needed tending. But alongside hope, danger grew. Nations eyed each other across oceans, watching the skies as potential battlegrounds. Airplanes, once fragile, began to carry steel teeth. Bombs replaced sacks of mail, and war drums beat louder. The Circle could not halt the march to conflict, but they could soften its toll. They worked to ensure fair contracts for the workers building planes, slipped notes to journalists exposing corruption in defense contracts, and helped refugees of war find safe harbor in towns far from the front. Through automobiles and aviation, the world grew smaller, faster, richer, and more perilous. Yet the Circle endured. They traveled now not just by horse or train, but by car and plane, their network wider than ever before. And though they remained unseen, their presence was there in the unnoticed kindnesses, in a road built where it was needed most, in a scholarship that lifted a child toward the sky, in a widow who found justice when the world ignored her. The Circle never sought to own the engines of progress, they sought only to keep them from crushing those who could not stand aside. As the world rushed ahead, they held fast to their quiet creed that wealth, unguarded by compassion, was nothing but fuel for a fire too dangerous to let burn unchecked. The thunder of industry rolled like storm clouds across the continents, factories turning day into night with their endless smoke, as nations armed themselves for wars greater than any the world had seen before. Automobiles that once ferried families to markets became troop carriers. Planes that had carried mail across state lines now bore bombs across oceans. Wealth pooled like oil slicks in the hands of those who built weapons, and the stakes of finance shifted from personal fortunes to entire empires. The Circle, scattered across the world yet bound by their old creed, knew that this was no ordinary test. Here, the measure of wealth was not just in gold or land, but in lives spared or lost. In the bustling port of New York, a Circle member who had worked as a dockhand passed along secret tallies of which ships carried what cargo. Some of those tallies found their way into the hands of allies who needed to know which supplies might turn the tide of a battle. Across the sea in London, another Circle member disguised as a clerk diverted financial records that would have betrayed the identities of resistance groups. And in the heart of Berlin, a Circle seamstress stitched coded messages into the linings of coats she sold to diplomats, a reminder that sometimes the simplest of crafts carried the weight of survival. The wars reshaped not only politics, but also the flow of money. Nations borrowed staggering sums, printing bonds and urging citizens to invest in victory. Factories swelled with workers, many of them women stepping into roles once barred to them. Fortunes rose as steel was forged and oil refined, but so too did debt and despair. The Circle moved quietly among these currents, whispering advice to workers so they might save instead of squander, ensuring wages were not stolen by unscrupulous overseers, and planting seeds of financial knowledge even in the darkest times. They knew that when the cannons fell silent, those small lessons might prove more valuable than the loudest speeches. When peace finally came, the world stood changed. Skies were crowded with planes, highways crisscrossed nations, and industries once geared for destruction turned toward rebuilding. But wealth, as ever, tilted unevenly. While some rebuilt homes with government loans and bustling contracts, others, farmers in forgotten valleys, refugees adrift without land, found themselves with nothing but calloused hands. The circle turned their gaze to these margins again, quietly channeling aid, arranging small cooperatives, and teaching the skills of trade and saving. Where the grand victories were written in books, the quiet victories of survival lived in kitchens, barns, and workshops. Yet the wars had opened something else too, a door to global finance that could never again be closed. International banks grew more powerful, currency began to move across borders with greater ease, and entire nations found themselves bound by debts inked in foreign languages. The circle, once content to guard local markets and small towns, now had to think on a scale as vast as the oceans. They learned new codes, studied new ledgers, and found ways to ensure that wealth, though concentrated in skyscrapers and foreign exchanges, still found its way into the hands of ordinary people. In the years that followed, the world entered an age of optimism, though one shadowed by rivalry and suspicion. The radio crackled with songs and speeches, the television flickered with promise, and money flowed into suburbs, cars, and appliances that seemed like magic to families who had once struggled just to keep lamps burning. But beneath that shining surface, storms still brewed. The circle whispered caution, urging restraint in borrowing, reminding families that easy credit could tighten into chains. And when markets stumbled, as they always did, the circle council softened the blows for those who listened. They knew that true wealth was not in the shine of a new car or the size of a house, but in the steady confidence of a family that could weather hard times. So they spoke of saving jars, of community lending circles, of neighbors helping neighbors when banks would not. Their stories carried across front porches and quiet offices, reminding people that finance, stripped of greed, could be nothing more than trust made visible. The wars had shown that money could build weapons or homes, break nations or heal them. The circle held fast to their old lesson. Wealth without compassion was dangerous, but wealth tempered by wisdom could shape a gentler world. And so, by firelight and lamplight, in the hush of boardrooms and the hum of diners, they carried their creed forward, never loud, never claiming glory, but always present in the quiet moments when decisions mattered most. The war may have ended, but the silence it left behind was heavy with new tension. Lines had been drawn not just across maps, but across ideologies, and the world found itself split between powers staring each other down, each armed with bombs capable of ending everything. This was not a time of open battle, but of shadows, whispers, and the constant threat of ruin. In such an age, finance became as sharp a weapon as any blade, and the circle understood that survival depended not on winning wars of steel, but on enduring wars of debt, influence, and fear. Banks no longer just served farmers and shopkeepers, they served governments that funneled billions into weapons stockpiles. Corporations grew bloated, tethered less to the people who built their goods than to faceless exchanges where prices ticked like heartbeats. Families were promised prosperity, yet more and more of that promise was built on the shifting sand of credit. The circle gathered quietly in back rooms, not to conspire for dominance, but to remind one another that true wealth lay not in empire, but in resilience. They spoke of how to teach people to see past the bright lights of easy spending, how to pass down caution in a world that seemed to celebrate extravagance. One such gathering happened on a rainy night in Kansas, in the corner booth of a diner where the neon sign flickered against the windows. A farmer, his hands cracked from work, sat across from a circle member who had once been a banker in New York, but had returned home, seeking to spread wisdom where it was needed most. They talked of loans, of how big banks now pushed them onto small folk with promises of tractors and machines that seemed too good to refuse. The circle man explained how a debt taken without a plan was like a storm cloud on the horizon. It may not break today, but when it did, it could drown you. That farmer carried those words back to his neighbors, and though many still fell into the trap, a few planted seeds of caution that would grow strong enough to weather the hardest seasons. Meanwhile, across the seas, another member of the circle walked the streets of Berlin, a city split in half by politics but still joined beneath the same sky. She saw how money moved differently on each side of the wall, one side flush with consumer goods, the other clinging to ration cards and promises. She carried no weapons, only her voice and her patience, teaching children the value of trade, of saving even when saving seemed impossible. A single coin kept aside, she would say, can one day buy you a choice, and choice is freedom. In those words, children who had never known freedom began to understand that wealth was not always grand. Sometimes it was as simple as having just enough to walk away when the time came. The Cold War pressed on, with its rockets and spies, but for ordinary people it was still about food on the table, roofs over heads, and futures uncertain but hoped for. The circle bent their efforts toward showing people that security was built not on the promises of governments, but on the discipline of everyday choices. They encouraged neighbors to form lending circles, small groups where each person contributed a little each week and one family could borrow when needed. They taught lessons on barter, on gardening, on fixing what was broken instead of buying what was new. These were not glamorous lessons, but they were the kind that kept a family standing when the tides of politics threatened to sweep them away. Even in cities gleaming with skyscrapers and humming with television sets, the circle whispered their creed. They reminded young workers that the brand new car wasn't as valuable as the steady bank account behind it, that the shine of a television wasn't worth the weight of overdue bills. They told stories of ancestors who had survived lean winters with jars of coins hidden away, and how those jars meant more than gold stockpiled in distant vaults. Wealth, they said, wasn't about impressing neighbors, it was about outlasting hardship. And as the decades rolled on, they saw how the world hunger for more grew restless. Credit cards began to slip into wallets, glowing promises of convenience that often turned to shackles of debt. Banks, larger than ever, treated people less like clients and more like numbers on a page. Still, the circle endured. They moved quietly, their message unchanged. Guard your wealth, however small. Spend with intention, save with patience. Invest not in greed, but in resilience. For though the world seemed gripped by powers far beyond their reach, the circle knew the truth as they always had. History is written in boardrooms and on battlefields, but survival is written in kitchens and barns, in small shops and quiet choices made by people who refuse to bow to fear. And so, by firelight and rain, through whispers and handshakes, they kept teaching the same old creed that true wealth was not what you could show, but what you could hold on to when the storms came. The winds of change grew stronger as the 1970s and 1980s rolled in, and with them came a different kind of frontier, one where numbers traveled not by horse or rail, but through wires, satellites, and the invisible airwaves humming across nations. The circle, long attuned to the shifting patterns of power, watched closely as the age of digital finance began its slow but unstoppable dawn. They knew that every tool, no matter how bright and modern it appeared, could become either a means of freedom or a chain of servitude, depending on how wisely it was handled.
In small towns and sprawling cities alike, computers began creeping into offices. Each screen glowing with data that once filled ledgers and filing cabinets. To most, it seemed like magic accounts balanced in moments, trades executed in seconds. But to the circle, it was another storm cloud forming on the horizon. They whispered warnings that speed could be as dangerous as stagnation, that wealth earned too quickly often burned just as fast. A slow harvest feeds you longer, they'd murmur by firelight, and a field left fallow today gives life tomorrow. Their words carried to ears that were willing, but many were deafened by the intoxicating promise of instant gains. The rise of global corporations further complicated the landscape. Companies once tied to local communities grew into giants stretching across continents. A factory in Ohio could shut its doors because of a decision made in Tokyo or Zurich. Workers who had once trusted in lifelong employment found themselves adrift, their pensions cut, their futures uncertain. In this turmoil, the circle teachings became more vital than ever. They taught displaced workers that survival meant adaptability, that skills were a form of wealth no company could strip away. They encouraged families to build home businesses, to take pride in crafts, repairs, and trades that no faceless boardroom could outsource. As oil crises shook the world and markets staggered under inflation, many learned the hard way what the circle had been preaching for generations, that debt is a ruthless master and patience a faithful ally. In small circles, neighbors pooled resources not to chase the latest boom, but to weather the busts together. A jar of beans in the pantry, a modest savings account untouched by impulse, a group of families who traded favors instead of bills. These became the quiet weapons of resilience. Then came the 1990s, a decade of dizzying change. The internet, once a tool for scholars and soldiers, burst into homes and businesses, rewiring the way people thought about money. Suddenly, information traveled faster than any horse, faster than any train, faster even than the jets that crisscrossed the skies. Markets opened and closed with a click of a button. Fortunes rose and fell before breakfast. The circle, older now but never weary, saw the danger of illusion. The faster the fire spreads, they said, the quicker it burns itself out. And yet, they also saw opportunity. Knowledge that had once been locked in vaults and libraries was now free for anyone with a modem and the patience to learn. In rural barns and city basements, the circle members began writing their lessons not just on paper, but on glowing screens. They shared stories of saving, of patience, of building wealth like a stone wall, one block at a time. Forums and message boards, primitive as they seemed, became new campfires where strangers gathered to share wisdom. And though the world seemed obsessed with a frenzy of .com riches, the circle message remained the same. Prepare for the winter no matter how bright the summer sun may shine. Sure enough, the dot-com bubble burst like a thunderclap. Companies that had promised the moon collapsed overnight, leaving investors penniless. Yet those who had heeded the Circle creed, who had saved steadily, who had invested with caution instead of lust, endured the storm. Some even prospered, buying when panic reigned, turning fear into opportunity. It was not luck but discipline, the same discipline whispered by firelight generations ago that kept them standing tall when the smoke cleared. Through it all, the Circle never sought glory. They were not bankers at gilded tables nor tycoons in marble towers. They were the quiet neighbor who lent sound advice, the elder who spoke of saving before spending, the teacher who reminded children that wealth was a tool, not a prize. Their influence did not blaze like a comet. It smoldered like an ember, steady and patient, ready to spark warmth in those who sought its glow. And as the new millennium dawned, with towers of glass rising higher and currencies flowing faster than ever, the Circle prepared once more. For they knew that the greatest storm was yet to come, the storm of digital money, of markets unbound by borders, of wealth that could vanish in the space of a heartbeat. They tightened their cloaks against the wind, knowing their creed would be tested again. But they did not falter, for though the tools changed, though the stage grew larger, the truth they carried was timeless. Wealth built with patience, discipline, and humility would always outlast the frenzies of the age. The year 2008 hit the world like a stampede of wild mustangs tearing through a fragile corral. Banks, once thought untouchable, crumbled under the weight of greed and careless speculation. Families watched helplessly as homes were lost, pensions shrank, and jobs vanished into the dust. On the television, suits and skyscrapers tried to explain the disaster with numbers and jargon, but the Circle had seen it coming long before. When a man builds a house on shifting sand, they warned in hushed tones, he ought not be surprised when the flood takes it. The flood had come, and it spared no one unprepared. In the quiet corners of towns, the Circle members gathered by firelight as they always had, their voices steady against the roar of panic. They reminded folks of the oldest lesson: never borrow more than you can repay, never buy what you cannot truly afford, and never put your trust wholly in the promises of men who profit from your trust. Some called it old-fashioned, but those who heeded such words found themselves with savings enough to endure, with gardens to feed their families, with small businesses that could bend but not break. While skyscrapers emptied, modest kitchens still glowed with supper. For the younger generation who had come of age in the digital era, the Circle words felt like a compass in a storm. They had grown up with credit cards flashing like easy candy, with loans offered as freely as water in a spring. Many of them had been led astray, drowning in debts before they'd truly lived. But now, facing the wreckage of the financial crash, they came seeking wisdom from their elders. They learned that true wealth was not the flash of new gadgets or a mortgage far beyond reach. It was security, the quiet knowledge that tomorrow could come without fear. From the rubble of 2008 rose a new frontier, one even the Circle hadn't fully anticipated. Cryptoing, a whisper at first, caught fire among those distrustful of banks and governments. To some, it was salvation, the chance to build wealth outside the grasp of failing systems. To others, it was nothing more than smoke and mirrors. The Circle watched it carefully, never dismissing it, never embracing it blindly. Every tool can be hammer or snakebite, they'd say, it's the hand that holds it that decides. Some among them invested small amounts, not with greed, but with curiosity. They held through the wild rides, neither bragging when fortune spiked nor despairing when they fell. For them, crypto and cryptocurrency was not a miracle, it was another chapter in the long story of money shifting form. By the mid-2010s, the world seemed unrecognizable compared to the horse and rail days of the Circle earliest tales. Wealth moved faster than any could follow, traded in milliseconds by machines that never slept. Young traders boasted of gains on social media, flashing riches that often evaporated by the next sunrise. But through it all, those who followed the Circle creed endured. They bought modest homes instead of palaces. They saved, they invested patiently, and they built lives that did not crumble when markets quaked. Their strength lay not in chasing every new wind, but in anchoring themselves when the storms passed overhead. The great pandemic of 2020 tested this creed further than most could have imagined. Streets went silent, businesses shuttered, and uncertainty filled every household. For many, it was their first true brush with the fragility of the world. Yet again, the Circle quiet wisdom proved its worth. Families who had kept reserves found themselves able to buy food when shelves emptied. Those who had lived within their means bore the months of unemployment without panic. And though the world trembled, they reminded others that storms always end, and those who endure come out stronger on the far side.
Technology, too, became both lifeline and trap. Work shifted into homes, investments moved into glowing apps that made buying stocks and currencies feel like a game. Many fell into the snare of treating wealth like dice at a gambler table, throwing money at promises of overnight riches. But the circle lessons still whispered through the noise. Wealth is built slow, discipline is worth more than chance, and patience can feed a family longer than luck ever will. And so, as the digital frontier expanded into metaverses, NFTs, and endless new inventions, the circle stood where it always had, by the fire, steady against the dark. They did not reject the new, nor cling desperately to the old. They simply reminded all who would listen that money, in whatever form it takes, is only a tool. It can free a man or chain him. It can feed his kin or hollow him out. It is not the glow of screens nor the rustle of bills that matters, but the choices a man makes with what he holds in his hand. The world spins faster now, yet the circle voice remains the same as it was 100 years ago, carried like smoke into the night. True wealth is not a figure in an account, nor a fortune won in haste. It is the steady fire that warms through winter, the shelter that endures the storm, and the peace of knowing tomorrow holds no fear. And those who listen, whether farmer or coder, banker or builder, find that these truths hold as strong in neon cities as they once did under starlit plains. In the years that followed, the whispers of machines grew into a roar. Artificial intelligence, once the stuff of science fiction and dusty pulp novels, became a tool in every office, factory, and even kitchen. Some saw it as salvation, a way to lighten burdens, automate toil, and stretch a man time further than he ever thought possible. Others feared it as the thief of livelihoods, the silent overseer that would one day replace them entirely. But as with every invention that came before, the circle reminded folks that progress ain't the enemy, yet the misuse of it that cuts deep. They told their children, a plow pulled by a mule still grows food. A tractor can do the same. The heart of it lies in how wisely the farmer steers the blade. As banks began experimenting with digital currencies backed by governments, known as CBDCs, a great debate rolled across the land. Some heralded it as the final step toward efficiency, a way to bring every penny into the light, track every trade, and cut out corruption. Others saw it as a chain around the neck, a way for the powerful to peer into every purchase and squeeze every man into obedience. Once again, the circle sat by their fires, listening to the debates carried over crackling radios and glowing screens. They taught their families that freedom lies not in the form of money, but in the discipline with which it used. Whether it was paper, coin, or digital string of code, a man who saves, invests wisely, and lives within his means remains freer than the one who spends reckless, no matter the system in place. The mid-2020s carried with it the storm of automation. Truckers watched convoys of self-driving rigs cross the highways. Store clerks were replaced by blinking kiosks, call centers by synthetic voices that never tired. Whole communities fretted that their livelihoods would vanish like smoke. Yet, the Circle Creed once again offered light. Do not fear the loss of one trade, but prepare to step into another. Generations had faced this before, the blacksmith giving way to the mechanic, the telegraph operator replaced by the lineman. Those who clung stubbornly to the old sank into despair, but those who adapted, retrained, or built new paths found themselves with opportunity. The world always changes, said one old rancher by the fire, but the man who keeps learning will never starve. Young folk began investing less in material possessions and more in experiences. And for the first time in centuries, people started to weigh happiness and peace alongside wealth in their ledgers. The circle smiled at this shift, for they had always preached that riches mean little without rest, health, and kin. They saw young families leaving crowded cities, buying small cabins or plots of land, seeking not grandeur but self-sufficiency. Gardens bloomed again, not out of necessity alone, but out of desire for a simpler life. The circle called it a return to balance, where wealth meant more than numbers on a screen, but security, community, and peace of mind. Of course, greed never left the world. There were still schemes, still men shouting promises of overnight riches through glowing screens and endless ads. The circle warned, as they always had, that shortcuts often lead a man off a cliff. They told tales of fortunes lost as quick as they were gained, of neighbors who bet it all on flashy ventures and wound up hollow. They reminded the young to keep a steady hand, to look at the long game rather than the quick draw. The desert don't bloom in a night, they'd say, and neither does true wealth. By 2030, the world looked like a strange blend of old and new. Horses still grazed in fields while drones buzzed overhead delivering packages. Fireplaces crackled while holographic meetings filled living rooms. Through it all, the circle words proved timeless. Wealth was never about chasing the latest craze or fearing the newest change. It was about building a foundation strong enough to withstand whatever storm the horizon held. Whether that storm was economic collapse, digital disruption, or the quiet erosion of values, those who lived by the old truths always found themselves standing firm. The young men and women who grew up on those stories began writing their own. They built businesses that valued people as much as profit. They used technology not to enslave but to empower. They taught their children that every dollar, every digital coin, every asset was nothing but borrowed power. Use it wisely or watch it consume you. And under starry skies or neon glow, around campfires or holographic tables, the same lesson passed on. Wealth ain't in the flash or the fury, it's in the steady flame that keeps the cold at bay. As the decades rolled on, mankind's hunger for exploration stretched beyond the boundaries of Earth itself. Great arcs of steel rose from the deserts and coasts, not ships of timber and sail, but rockets built to pierce the heavens. Colonies sprouted on the barren face of Mars, domes shimmering against the rust-red plains. Moon bases grew into way stations, and space lanes bustled with cargo moving between worlds. Folks back on Earth watched it all with awe, pride, and no small measure of fear. For just as the oceans had once separated brave explorers from their homes, so too did the void of space carry the same promise and peril. The Circle, though rooted in the soil of the old world, looked upon these changes and found their wisdom no less relevant. Doesn't matter if you're trading beans, cattle, or oxygen canisters on Mars, they said. A fair deal and a steady hand are the same in any sky. At first, fortunes were won and lost on speculation. Every announcement of a new asteroid mining venture or Martian farm caused prices to spike and fall like a bucking bronco. Some men got rich overnight only to lose it by morning. Families placed their savings into ventures promising helium-3, precious metals, or biodomes, and many of them watched it vanish in the cold silence of bankruptcy. The Circle voice carried into this chaos, reminding folks of a truth older than the stars themselves, that wealth built on speculation alone is like a house built on sand. It might stand in calm weather, but the first storm will wash it away. Those who steadied their investments, diversifying between Earth and the heavens, found themselves weathering the turbulence far better than those who chased after glitter. As Mars cities matured, new generations were born under alien skies. For them, Earth was a distant legend, spoken of in the same tone that old folk once used for far-off kingdoms. Their economy was strange. Oxygen was currency in its truest form, water more precious than gold, and energy the backbone of all trade. The Circle words echoed even there, for they had always taught that wealth is measured not only in coin but in necessities, shelter, food, and the means to sustain life. The Martian settlers learned quickly that hoarding without sharing meant the collapse of their fragile society. Just as the pioneers of Earth had banded together to survive, so too did Martians realize that cooperation was the most valuable currency of all. The expansion outward brought forth a new form of frontier capitalism. Corporations grew into empires wielding fleets of drones and armies of robots. But as always, when a few gathered too much power, the cracks began to show. Workers cried out against unfair contracts. Colonists protested monopolies that set prices for essentials too high. The Circle had warned against this too. When profit the only god a man serves, he'll turn his back on his kin, and that path always ends in ruin. History proved them right once more. Rebellion sparked, reforms followed, and systems of balance were put in place to ensure that no one hand could grip the throat of a whole world. Meanwhile, back on Earth, many who had been left behind in the scramble for the stars rediscovered value in the soil beneath their feet. Old farms were revived, small towns prospered, and local trade grew strong again. The Circle smiled upon this, for they had always said that wealth is not about chasing what is far away, but about tending what is near. Earth, though bruised and battered, remained fertile ground for those who remembered how to work it with patience and wisdom. By the dawn of the 22nd century, humanity had reached far. The asteroid belt was peppered with mining colonies, great solar farms floated near Mercury, and Venusian sky cities drifted in toxic clouds above the inferno below. Each of these places developed its own way of counting wealth, its own measures of success. Yet in the quiet of night, whether by firelight, glowing lamp, or artificial sun, the Circle teaching still held sway. Wealth, they said, was not the flashing numbers on a screen, nor the size of a manned vault in orbit. It was the measure of his resilience, his generosity, and his ability to adapt without surrendering his soul. Even among the stars, greed found ways to poison men's hearts. Wars were fought over asteroids rich with platinum, over shipping lanes, over colonies' rights to self-rule. But in those times of darkness, men and women who had been raised on the old tales brought reason to the table. They spoke of balance, of patience, of long-term vision. They brokered peace not through power alone, but through fairness. And time and again, these negotiators, grounded in wisdom as old as the prairie winds, steered humanity back from the brink. So it was that across centuries and galaxies, the Circle's simple truths never faded. They became the bones upon which civilizations built flesh, the compass by which lost souls found their bearings. Men might dress in metal suits and walk among alien stars, but the song of wealth, wisdom, and steady living still rang the same as it had by the campfires of Earth. Fortune, the Circle had said, is like a fire. Left wild, it'll burn everything you hold dear, but kept steady, tended carefully, it'll light your way through the coldest nights. The centuries kept unspooling like thread on a loom, and humanity tapestry stretched wider than any soul by that first firelight could have dreamed. By the time colonies sparkled on moons circling gas giants and orbital rings gleamed like necklaces about Earth itself, the question of wealth had changed form, but never in spirit. Once, wealth had been cattle and crops, then ledgers and banks, then the quiet click of numbers in glowing machines. Now it was measured in energy credits, habitable land carved from alien dust, and access to technologies that could knit a man-failing body into strength again. Yet no matter how grand the changes, the old truths whispered on, reminding folk that riches without wisdom are a burden, not a blessing. On Titan, under skies of methane haze, men and women built domes where warmth came not from the sun, but from reactors buried deep beneath the ice. They traded in air and food, every calorie and breath accounted for like nuggets of gold in an old prospector pouch. There, a family with steady rations and a reliable generator was considered wealthier than a man who gambled in credits. The circle words reached them, carried by settlers who remembered the stories of balance told by firelight. What good is silver if your kin go hungry, they asked. Titan learned early that hoarded wealth meant shared ruin, and so they built systems where survival and prosperity were linked by cooperation. Meanwhile, Earth itself had transformed into a patchwork of glittering megacities and vast wildernesses reclaimed by nature. The old, overcrowded days gave way to deliberate living, for those who stayed behind learned to treasure what had once been taken for granted. Clean rivers, fertile fields, and strong communities became treasures worth more than any starship passage. Some folks, bound by nostalgia or faith, chose never to leave their homeworld. They tended soil, repaired roads, and built local markets where value was measured by trust as much as trade. In their eyes, those who rushed to Mars or Titan might have gained new horizons, but they had left behind the quiet wealth of belonging. Yet greed and ambition remained shadows that humanity heals. With each leap outward came corporations as hungry as wolves, their eyes set on monopolizing asteroid belts rich in platinum or icy comets laden with water. Wars, though dressed in the finery of diplomacy, still flared. Fleets clashed in silence, railguns flashing like thunder in the void, and men bled for resources that might have been shared. It was in those storms of ambition that the circle voice rang loudest, taken up by leaders who remembered the lessons that unbridled profit leads only to ruin, that a fire fed too greedily consumes its own fuel. In time, trade federations arose, not born of conquest but of necessity. No single colony could thrive alone, for Mars needed Earth organic exports, Earth needed the minerals of the belt, and the belt required the industry of orbital stations. Interdependence bound them, and treaties were signed not in the name of empire but survival. Those treaties, simple and clear, echoed the fairness the circle had always prized. No one hand holds all, and no one neighbor starves while another feasts. They were far from perfect, men are fallible, but compared to the chaos of unchecked greed they held. There were tales of lone wanderers too, men and women who drifted between stations, carrying not riches but wisdom. Some called them traders, others simply storytellers. They taught of patience in investment, of balance in ambition, of generosity and strength. They had no official power, no seats in federations, yet their influence spread farther than decrees signed in ink. For when they spoke, tired miners and worn-out captains alike found themselves nodding, remembering that wealth is a lantern meant to light many, not a chain to bind one. And in the quiet corners of this vast spread civilization, children still sat at campfires, though now those fires might be holograms glowing in artificial habitats. And they listened to old tales. They learned of ancestors who had bartered grain in dusty markets, of men who had built fortunes on rivers and rails, of families who had weathered storms by holding to balance instead of greed. Those stories, older than steel and younger than stars, gave them something precious, a compass. For in the endless expanse of space, where riches could tempt a man into darkness as easily as gold once had, a compass of wisdom was worth more than all the treasure in the void. Thus it was that humanity, scattered among stars and soil, carried forward the circle flame. It flickered in treaties, glowed in campfires, and burned bright in the hearts of those who remembered that true fortune was not measured by vaults or ledgers, but by the steady light of fairness, resilience, and kinship. And no matter how far man roamed, whether under alien skies or within steel cities, that flame never died.
In the centuries that followed, as humanity spread like dandelion seeds cast upon a cosmic wind, the notion of wealth itself shifted once again. It was no longer the gleam of metals, nor the tally of crops, nor even the quiet flicker of digital credits. No, in those far reaches, wealth came to mean influence over the threads that bound entire systems together. Control over trade routes between stars, access to wormhole gates carved by science that seemed indistinguishable from sorcery, and the ability to shape the flow of energy between colonies became the new coin of the realm. Yet for all its grandeur, the core truth whispered by old firesides remained unchanged. A man who hoards too much unbalances the circle, and an unbalanced circle will always collapse in on itself. In the Orion Spur, a federation of 7 colonies found itself locked in the same struggle that had haunted men since the first market stall was opened, whether to share prosperity or guard it like a dragon with its horde. 2 worlds rich in helium-3 jealously guarded their reactors, refusing to export fuel, while their neighbors who provided food and manufactured goods threatened to sever ties. The tension crackled across the void, each side convinced their riches gave them strength enough to stand alone. But as shortages grew, it was not weapons that forced their hand, but hunger and cold. It was then that an old wanderer, gray-haired and bent from years, stepped before their councils and spoke words older than any starship hull. A fire that warms only one family leaves all the others to freeze. But a fire that warms the whole village lasts long, for every hand will feed it. Shamed and moved in equal measure, the colonies signed accords that became known as the Hearth Pact. They agreed not only to share resources, but to rotate stewardship of the wormhole gates, so no one world could lord its position over the others. In time, prosperity grew, not because they had more wealth, but because what they had flowed freer. From that seed of cooperation, entire constellations found a way to trade not as rivals, but as kin. Historians would later say that it was not the engines of industry, nor the brilliance of technology that birthed a golden age among the stars, but the simple act of remembering that wealth, when shared, multiplies. Still, not all were so quick to heed such lessons. Far across the Perseus Arm, merchant houses rose like feudal lords, each commanding fleets that could blot out suns. They traded in entire moons, stripping them for ore, and sold life itself by controlling the flow of oxygen domes on fragile colonies. They grew fat on desperation, until rebellion sparked like kindling. Miners and settlers, weary of being choked by debt, rose up with stolen ships and improvised weapons. Their struggle was long and bitter, but the tide turned not by force of arms, but by an idea that no house, however mighty, could suppress a coalition bound by fairness. The rebellion leaders carried old tales into their speeches, painting visions of wealth as a circle that included even the lowliest worker. They reminded their fellows that strength was not measured by vaults, but by the bonds between men. When victory finally came, the merchant houses fell like toppled towers, and in their place rose guilds where each worker had a voice. Those guilds did not outlaw profit, but they yoked it to responsibility, tethering ambition to the welfare of the many. Yet even in triumph, humanity never fully shed its shadows. Across distant frontiers, lone prospectors still gambled fortunes, sometimes winning glory, more often meeting ruin. Corporations cloaked greed in the language of progress, and politicians dressed selfishness as strategy. The old flaws persisted, for man is ever a creature of hunger. But against that hunger stood the memory of stories told by firelight and rain, the remembrance that unchecked greed consumes itself while shared fortune grows. And so wherever settlers carried their wagons of starlight, there too went the whisper of the circle. On worlds where rain never fell and skies were alien hues, men still gathered in domes or beside reactor warmth, telling their children of the past. They spoke of cattle once bartered under prairie suns, of gold that gleamed but corrupted, of credits counted in glowing machines, and of treaties signed among stars. In those tales, children found not just history, but a map of how to walk forward. And though the details shifted, whether it was grain, gold, credits, or plasma coils, the heart of the story never did. For in the end, true wealth was not bound to the shape it took, but to the light it gave. A man with little could still be rich if he shared warmth with his neighbor. A world with much could be poor if it hoarded all to itself. And as long as campfires, real or remembered, burned in the hearts of men, there would always be those who remembered that balance, generosity, and kinship outshone even the brightest neon of the void. The circle endured not only in halls of power or treaties signed with trembling hands, but in the lives of wanderers whose names never made a ledger. There was one such soul, a weathered pilot named Calhoun, who drifted from port to port in a patched freighter that creaked like an old saddle. He was no leader, no magnate, no wielder of fleets, yet everywhere he went he carried seeds of the circle in his speech and in his ways. When dockhands quarreled over short pay, he stepped between and reminded them that a fair share kept both sides fed. When merchants bickered over routes, he proposed swaps that left no one cheated. And when lonely miners stared too long into the void, he told them tales of the circle as though it were an old campfire still glowing in the distance. Calhoun lived lean. His cargo holds never brimmed with wealth, yet he never lacked for fuel or food. Folks remembered his fairness, and so they trusted him. They'd send their sons with him as apprentices or ask him to carry their goods without worry of being swindled. In that quiet way, he grew richer than any merchant lord. For though his credits were few, his reputation was gold.
And when storms of plasma tore trade routes apart, it was Calhoun's voice that rallied desperate crews to share what supplies remained, saving not just one ship but whole convoys. No statute bore his name, yet his life was proof that a man who holds to the circle leaves an imprint deeper than stone. Generations later, some would call men like him keepers of the flame, not leaders, not rulers, but stewards, ordinary folk who carried the essence of wealth's true meaning across gulfs of time and space. They reminded their neighbors that abundance was fragile, like embers that only glowed if sheltered from greed wind. In quiet moments, children huddled close to listen as they told stories in the old cadence, slow and steady, like hooves across a dusty trail. They spoke of how wealth lost its shine when clutched too tight, but grew when passed along. In those words, the young learned that every trade, every gift, every deal struck beneath neon signs or foreign suns was part of the same firelit circle stretching back to forgotten prairies. But not all lessons came gentle. There were worlds that forgot, just as there always had been. On a mining colony cut into the crust of a frozen planet, corporations once again treated workers like disposable tools. Pay was withheld, debts piled high, and oxygen itself became a price to haggle. The colony teetered on the brink of revolt, and it might have burned had not an old story resurfaced in the mouths of those who still believed. They gathered in bunkhouses, whispering of the circle, of wealth not as a chain but as a covenant. Soon enough, those whispers swelled into action. The miners staged a strike, but unlike the bloody uprisings of old, they came armed with cooperation. They pooled food, cared for each other's children, and refused to break their unity. The corporation, expecting fear, found only resolve, and in the end, capitulated. Contracts were rewritten, rights restored, and the colony endured. In the telling of that tale, one truth shone clear as a lantern in the dark. Greed might rise again and again, but so too would resistance. For every age that forgot, there were those who remembered. The circle, though bent, could never be broken. Not while fires still glowed and voices still carried the rhythm of old songs. And so, across centuries, the circle stretched. From barter under open skies to credits glowing in endless databases, from treaties among worlds to quiet kindnesses between neighbors, it wound its way through the story of humanity. The faces changed, the tools shifted, the currencies glittered in different forms, yet the meaning stayed the same. Wealth was not the measure of what a man held, but of what he gave. And though the stars themselves might fade someday, those who once gathered under prairie winds, who once huddled in neon domes, who once struck accords among galaxies, would have left behind a truth as enduring as the fire. Prosperity only lives when shared. There came a time when the circle was tested not by scarcity, nor by greed alone, but by plenty so great it threatened to drown men in their own ease. An age of abundance dawned on the outer colonies after a vast breakthrough in energy capture. Reactors tapped into cosmic currents and delivered power so cheap that machines could provide food, shelter, and comfort without toil. For a moment, folk believed they had reached paradise. No man would want, no family would starve, no hand would blister from work. But just as a sudden rainstorm can flood a valley that known only drought, this unearned abundance brought a new kind of trial. Without struggle, many lost purpose. Men idled in pleasure halls, chasing diversions that dulled their minds. Great stores of goods piled high, yet folks quarreled bitterly over trivial differences. Communities that once bound themselves through shared labor now drifted apart, each soul caught in a haze of plenty. Wealth had become a tide without a shore, endless but directionless. And in that drift, corruption once more found a foothold. Power-hungry few seized control of the distribution nodes, rationing joy itself as though it were coin, binding the many to their rule. Yet in the heart of that storm of plenty, a circle of wanderers gathered once more. They were not leaders in the grand halls, but teachers, storytellers, and healers. Folk who remembered that wealth without meaning was emptier than hunger itself. They rekindled the old fire not with scarcity, but with remembrance, reminding men that the circle was never about goods, but about bonds. They gathered crowds not to hand out food or power, but to share stories of ancestors who had endured harsh winters and blazing summers, always together. They asked their listeners a question that cut through the haze.
If all your needs are met, what will you do for your neighbor? That question spread like sparks on dry grass. Slowly, the idle began to rouse themselves. Some built gardens not because they lacked food, but to share beauty. Others crafted music and taught children not for wage, but for joy. Communities rose again, not on the foundation of hunger or fear, but on the choice to give meaning to abundance. And those who sought to rule by hoarding joy found themselves powerless against a people who no longer craved what could be withheld. It was said that in those days, wealth took its truest form, no longer a measure of coins or credits, nor even of survival, but of purpose. To walk through the settlements of that age was to hear laughter rising where once there had been silence, to see murals painted across reactor walls,
to watch old men teach the young how to weave stories as much as they taught them to mend nets or solder circuits. No statute declared this age prosperous, no empire claimed it as victory, yet it lived long in memory as the season of giving, when humanity remembered that true wealth was not what one could take, but what one chose to share. And just as before, the season did not last forever. It passed into shadow, as all ages must. New challenges arose, new empires crumbled, and new darkness tested the circle flame. But the tale of that abundance lived on in the way of old songs, around campfires under rain, under neon signs in lonely alleys, even in the hum of ships drifting through void. Voices would recall the age when folk drowned in plenty and were saved not by rulers nor by laws, but by their own choice to share. So the circle bent but did not break. It proved itself again as timeless as the stars, as enduring as the hush of rain on canvas, as steady as the old cowboy drawl when he leaned into the firelight and said, "Wealth no good if it just sits. It gotta move. It gotta breathe, same as the wind through the pines." And those who listened, whether in deserts, in domes, or in deep space, felt the warmth of that truth carrying it forward into whatever storms or seasons lay ahead. There was an age that came after abundance, one not written in grand ledgers or etched into the sides of monuments, but whispered in hushed tones by those who survived. It was the time of ash, when the world seemed to exhale all its stored-up fire at once. Cities of steel and neon flickered and failed. Oceans, once rich and generous, pulled back from their shores, leaving behind cracked seabeds and ghost ships resting on dry earth. The great reactors that had promised endless light grew unstable, some collapsing into silence, others erupting into brief suns that blinded whole horizons. For the first time in many lifetimes, humankind found itself without the hum of machinery in the night, left to reckon with silence heavier than any storm. In those days, the measure of wealth shifted once more. It was not grain, nor coin, nor power pulled from the stars, but memory. The old ones, gray-haired and bent, who had lived through the cycles of scarcity, abundance, and folly, became the keepers of a new kind of treasure. Around small fires in broken streets, they told the children stories, not of riches won, but of mistakes made and lessons carved deep in the bone. They spoke of times when men thought they could bind the earth and sky to their will, only to find themselves trapped by their own arrogance. And in those stories, seeds of resilience sprouted in young hearts. The circle returned, not in the form of trade nor in tokens of wealth, but as rings of listeners leaning in close to hear every word. One tale spoken truthfully could nourish a soul more than a loaf of bread. A song carried on a cracked guitar string could keep despair at bay longer than any rationed meal. These gatherings wove memory into currency, and those who carried the most stories were honored as wealthy beyond measure. Children began to compete not for toys or scraps, but for whose grandparent could tell the fiercest story or hum the oldest tune. What once might have been considered poverty revealed itself as a richness of spirit, where laughter became a shield and remembrance a kind of coin. Yet even then, there were those who tried to hoard memory as others once hoarded gold. Bands of raiders scoured ruined libraries and stolen devices, keeping knowledge locked behind guarded doors. They claimed themselves the sole guardians of wisdom, doling out truths as though they were alms. But the circle, humble as always, defied them. A tale carried in the heart could not be chained, and memory once given multiplied itself freely. A grandmother who taught one child a song had given it to generations, and no raider could take that away. Communities learned to rebuild not with blueprints, but with shared recollection. One man remembered how to bind wood to make a raft. Another recalled the old way to ferment grain into drink. A woman pieced together remedies from plants her mother once described. Slowly, from shards of memory, villages stitched themselves whole again. There were no riches glittering in these settlements, no neon towers to light the sky, but there was warmth. A glow not born of reactors, but of people leaning into one another's stories, carrying each other through the dark. It was said that during the time of ash, laughter itself became the highest form of wealth. In villages where fear and hunger gnawed at the marrow, a single hearty laugh could ripple through the crowd, strengthening backs, lifting spirits, even filling bellies with the reminder that they were not beaten. Folk began to treat humor like coin, shared at meals, bartered at gatherings, treasured in silence when the nights grew long. And so the circle turned again, proving that wealth was never about the material alone, but about what held the spirit upright when the body faltered. When the fires of that age cooled and the world began to green once more, the children of the ash carried with them a lesson deeper than any ledger could record, that true fortune lay not in towers of stone nor in rivers of energy, but in the fragile, enduring thread of memory. As long as one voice could recall a song, as long as one heart could carry a tale, humanity would never be poor. And still, in campfires lit under quiet skies, an old cowboy voice could be imagined, slow and steady, drawling through the smoke. Don't reckon wealth the things we keep in our hands, but the things we pass along when our hands are empty. In the seasons after the ash had settled and the bitter quiet of collapse softened into a strange calm, humankind began its long walk into renewal. Villages sprouted in places once forgotten, not upon the glittering ruins of old skyscrapers, but along rivers that still carried water, in valleys where soil remembered how to be fertile. These settlements were not planned by grand councils or mapped by engineers, but grown in the same way a campfire grows from sparks and dry kindling. One person remembered a planting song, another a way to shape clay into vessels, another how to weave reeds into shelter. With every recollection, a piece of the world stitched itself back together. The circle, eternal and tireless, found its way back into these newborn communities. Around every hearth, under roofs patched from salvaged tin and timber, people leaned into each other's voices. Wealth no longer belonged to the swift or the cunning, but to those who remembered and could teach. An elder who could show a child how to coax fire from flint was more precious than any trader who claimed to own relics of the old age. The measure of a person's fortune became their ability to contribute to the circle, to tell, to guide, to share. It was in this time that something remarkable took root, the art of the ledger of breath. Unlike the ledgers of old, filled with numbers and accounts, this ledger was invisible, existing only in the breaths of those who gathered to share knowledge. Each time someone passed along a story, a recipe, a song, or a method of survival, it was said their breath was recorded into this great unseen ledger. No one owned it, no one could hoard it. It belonged to all who breathed and all who listened. Communities grew prosperous not from storing goods, but from enriching their ledger of breath. And when a stranger arrived, hungry and ragged, their worth was not judged by what they carried, but by what they could add to the ledger. The circle thrived because the people understood that wealth was not meant to be guarded like a fortress, but poured out like water from a spring. To hoard knowledge was to dry up the spring, to share it was to let the stream run clear and endless. Children raised in this way grew not with hunger for more possessions, but with hunger for more learning. They raced not to collect trinkets, but to gather songs, proverbs, and tales, trading them like the richest treasure. It was said that a child who carried 3 good stories could walk into any village and be fed, sheltered, and loved. But even as these new roots grew strong, shadows lingered. Not all people embraced the circle way. Some remnants of the old world clung fiercely to relics of material wealth, hiding caches of old coins, machines, and weapons. They built walls around themselves, declaring that the future could only be secured by force and possession. For a while they seemed powerful with their sharp tools and guarded supplies, yet their villages were brittle. Suspicion grew like mold on every wall, for in a place where wealth is hoarded, trust cannot bloom. Without trust there was no laughter, and without laughter no strength of spirit. Those strongholds withered, their people often fleeing to the circle where the warmth of belonging outweighed the cold promise of control. In time, the circle way spread wider than any fence could hold, not through conquest, but through persistence. The ledger of breath grew until it spanned valleys, mountains, and coasts. Songs carried by traders, jokes exchanged between wanderers, tales told by firelight, all of them rippled outward like rings in a pond. The old cowboy saying was repeated often, "Reckon a good story don't belong to the one who told it, but to the one who needed to hear it." And so a quiet prosperity settled on the land. Not a prosperity of glitter or machines, but of resilience, trust, and shared joy. Where once humanity had sought to master the world with steel and fire, now it learned to live in harmony with the quiet truths whispered by memory and voice. For those who sat by the flames, listening to the rain on makeshift roofs, wealth had become something invisible yet undeniable. A campfire glow, a remembered tune, a shared laugh, they were treasures no collapse could strip away. And though no ledger was written to record it, the people knew in their breath, in their laughter, in their stories they carried a fortune beyond measure. As generations stretched onward, the circle way did not wither, it matured. Children who had been raised on the warmth of shared stories became elders themselves, their voices carrying the cadence of countless nights spent around the flames. In these new generations, something remarkable took place. Trade itself began to change. Where once trade meant the passing of goods, grain for cloth, fish for tools, it now leaned toward the passing of knowledge. Traders carried not only their wares, but the tales, riddles, and songs they had gathered from far-off settlements. A wandering merchant who could tell the story of how one valley coaxed wheat from salty soil was worth as much as the sacks of grain they carried. And those who traveled light, bearing nothing but their memory, often left richer than those who traveled heavy with goods. This gave rise to a new tradition called the Circle of Exchanges. Whenever strangers came into a village, they were invited not first to show what they brought, but to share what they knew. Around a central fire, the travelers would tell of their journeys, of storms survived, clever tricks learned, mistakes that taught hard lessons, and victories that tasted sweeter when shared. The villagers in turn would answer with their own stories. By the time goods changed hands, something greater had already been given and received, wisdom. The Circle of Exchanges became so ingrained that it wove itself into law. Villages no longer judged outsiders by wealth or appearance, but by their willingness to join the circle. One could be penniless, ragged, lost, yet if they brought a story that saved a crop from blight, a song that soothed restless children, or a method to mend a broken roof, they were welcome. This practice spread so wide that across entire regions the phrase "tell us your wealth" came to mean share your story. This reshaping of value had unforeseen effects. People who might once have been dismissed, the old, the weak, the dreamers, became cornerstones of prosperity. Elders with their long memories became treasures beyond measure. Dreamers with their fanciful songs often sparked practical solutions when their visions inspired others. Even the weak found strength in being keepers of tales. Where in the old world power was claimed by the strongest or the richest, in this world it was claimed by the generous. Still, there were challenges. Not all knowledge was true and not all stories were wise. Some sought to twist tales for power, spinning falsehoods to sway villages. When this happened, the circle faced its greatest test. At first, lies spread like wildfire, leading people astray, causing quarrels, even famine. But over time, the circle learned to protect itself. Communities developed a practice called the double flame. Whenever a story was told, it was not taken as truth until it had been told by two voices from different places. In this way, the people learned to sift the gold from the dust, to honor the truth while guarding against deceit.
The double flame did more than prevent lies. It deepened the bond between settlements. People traveled farther to gather second voices, ensuring stories were not just local whispers but broader truths. This created networks of connection, spanning mountains and rivers, webs of trust that stitched together a whole land. And in this web, the ledger of breath grew richer, sturdier, harder to undo than any fortress built of stone. Years rolled into decades, and prosperity of a kind the old world never understood flowered. It was not measured in towers of steel, nor in markets of glittering wealth, but in the resilience of laughter, in the endurance of trust, in the strength of memory. Villages flourished not because they had the most goods, but because they had the most stories woven into their fabric. And as new generations came, the circle wisdom became a creed. We are not keepers of things, we are keepers of one another. Our wealth is in our breath, our fortune in our flame. It was spoken not as law, but as song, whispered to children as they drifted to sleep, repeated at every gathering where fires burned. In time, the creed spread so far that even those who had resisted, those who once hoarded relics and possessions, were softened by its truth. For no wall could guard against loneliness, and no treasure could replace the warmth of belonging. And so the circle endured. Empires of steel had crumbled, but around the simplest flame, humankind found a wealth that could never again be lost. As centuries turned and the circle creed wound itself deeper into the marrow of the people, the very notion of governance began to change. No longer was a leader measured by the weight of their command or the force of their hand, but by the stories that were told of them once their voice had quieted. A leader's worth was not in decrees carved into stone, but in how well their deeds rippled into song. If their decisions led to harmony, children would carry those tales into lullabies. If their choices sowed discord, the silence that followed their name spoke louder than any condemnation. Thus, power itself was reshaped, not seized, but granted, bestowed by the breath of others. Over time, assemblies of fire circles began to form across valleys and mountains. Villages would gather not to declare laws, but to trade guiding tales. A story told in one place could become a beacon for another. If a village thrived through a hard winter by rationing their grain and song, children singing each morning to mark the measure of flour, another community might adopt that same song and find safety. These assemblies became known as councils of flame. They were not councils in the old sense, for no single person ruled. Rather, the council was the collective memory of all who came. When disputes arose, they were not settled by vote or might, but by calling upon the wealth of remembered tales. What story shows us the path, they would ask, and the answer would emerge from the voices of many, not the command of one. This way of being gave rise to a subtle but powerful shift. Justice was not about punishment. It was about weaving broken threads back into the fabric of the community. When someone strayed, stealing, lying, harming, the circle did not cast them out. Instead, the Council of Flame sought a story that could heal the wound. Perhaps a tale of one who had once been greedy but learned generosity, or of a thief who returned what was taken after seeing the emptiness of their gain. By hearing such stories told with warmth and conviction, the offender would often feel the weight of their own reflection and choose a different path. And so, rather than fear driving order, it was belonging that kept harmony. But such a system was not without trial. There were times when hunger gnawed too deeply, when floods or droughts tested the bonds of trust. There were whispers that the circle ways were too slow, too soft for a world that could be cruel. Some argued for the return of hard rule, for voices that commanded instead of guided. And for a time, in certain valleys, those voices rose. Leaders built walls, hoarded grain, and ruled by decree. For a while, their strength seemed to prosper, but always inevitably their walls closed in upon them, and their hoarded wealth turned sour. For what use is plenty when fear is your only companion? In the end, those walls crumbled not by force, but by abandonment. People simply walked away, drawn to the warmth of the circle fire, where belonging still glowed. The greatest strength of the circle was not that it avoided hardship, but that it endured it. When storms broke homes, stories reminded the people that they were more than timber and clay. When famine struck, stories recalled clever ways to endure, and more importantly, they reminded all that no one should starve alone. Even in grief, when death came sudden and heavy, stories carried memories so the departed never wholly left. This resilience became the true measure of wealth, not gold, not grain, but the unbreakable thread of memory, strong enough to carry a people through darkness. As time went on, the circle influence reached beyond survival. It shaped art. Every settlement developed songs and dances not for performance, but for preservation. A dancer might step a pattern that recalled the flow of rivers, teaching children how to find water in drought. A singer might hold a long note that mirrored the sound of a distant bird, teaching hunters how to listen for prey. Even carvings in wood and stone, though simple, carried patterns that told stories of harvest, of storm, of healing. In this way, art itself was not ornament, it was wealth, the very inheritance of the people. Generations later, travelers from distant lands came upon these communities. They expected to find ruins of a world long broken, but instead they discovered something startling: people with little in the way of possessions, yet living in abundance of spirit. These travelers tried to trade metal for stories, jewels for songs, power for belonging, but they quickly learned that none of these could be bought. A tale given freely carried value beyond any treasure. Those who tried to hoard or sell it found it slip through their grasp, for stories lived only when shared. And so the Circle Way began to spread beyond its homeland. Some resisted, clinging to their iron towers and their coins. Yet even there, in the cracks of those empires, the flame took root. Servants whispered stories to one another in dark halls. Workers sang songs of endurance in fields owned by others. Bit by bit, the circle wealth seeped in like water, slow but relentless, wearing down the hardest stone. In time, the very map of the world redrew itself. Borders mattered less, for where the flame was lit, there was belonging. Trade routes became story routes, less about moving goods and more about weaving memory. And when strangers met, their first words were no longer "what do you bring," but "what tale do you carry?" Thus, the circle did not conquer the world by force. It cradled it in belonging, a wealth deeper than gold, richer than empire, brighter than any jewel. And so long as breath carried story and flame carried warmth, that wealth could never be undone. As centuries rolled further on, the circle influence seeped so deeply into the rhythm of life that time itself began to feel different. Where once people counted years by kings and wars and measured months by decrees and taxes, now they looked instead to the flow of stories. The turning of the seasons was marked not by rigid calendars, but by the tales that were told at each fire. Spring was remembered through stories of renewal, songs of green shoots breaking through snow, of mothers bringing children to their first gathering. Summer belonged to the tales of journeys and work, stories of rivers swelling and harvest being prepared. Autumn was for reflection, with songs that taught of storing wisely and sharing fairly. Winter, when the nights grew long and the world seemed still, was the season of deep remembrance, when ancestors' names were spoken aloud and their deeds woven back into the living. The children of these generations grew up with no concept of time as a straight line. Instead, they lived in cycles, spirals, weaving ever onward while carrying with them the memory of those who had come before. A child could recite the tale of a farmer from a century past as if that farmer had walked beside them that very morning. To them, history was not then, it was now, alive in their breath. And so, no story ever truly died. In this way, wealth became eternal, unbound by the mortality of flesh. Travelers who came from distant empires found this bewildering. They would arrive seeking a ledger of dates or records of rulers, and were told instead of the season of the hungry river or the year of the wandering flame. To them, it felt imprecise, almost foolish. But when storms came and crops failed, and they saw how calmly the circle people endured, how quickly they knew what story to call upon, what practice to revive, they began to understand. Precision of date mattered little when one possessed precision of memory. It did not matter whether the flood had happened 100 or 1,000 years past, the story carried its wisdom unchanged. And that was all that was needed to survive. The circle way of measuring wealth through memory also brought a strange kind of freedom, for there were no kings to overthrow, no treasuries to raid. A people whose inheritance was carried in song could not be conquered. Invaders would try. Yes, they came with swords, with fire, with iron banners. They tore down homes, seized livestock, scattered fields. Yet when night fell and the flames were lit, voices rose again in story. Nothing could erase that wealth. And in time, many of those very invaders, weary from conquest, found themselves sitting at those fires, listening. Some stayed, some laid down their swords for good. For what good is ruling a people when they carry a kind of richness that cannot be stolen? In such a world, even trade began to change. At first, merchants scoffed when a traveler offered only a tale in exchange for food or shelter. But soon enough, those merchants found themselves retelling those tales in distant markets, and with each retelling, they drew customers closer, hearts warming to their stalls. In time, certain stories became as valuable as any coin, and merchants who had once carried silver now carried songs instead. The markets rang with laughter and memory, and while goods still moved, it was the stories that truly bound strangers together. Art flourished in unexpected ways. Entire villages became living canvases. Walls were painted with patterns that told histories, doors carved with symbols of seasons past, floors woven with mats that bore the lineage of families. A home was no longer just a shelter, it was a vessel for memory, a container of wealth. Even travelers far from home could feel at ease when they recognized a familiar carving or melody, for it was as if the fire of their own people had traveled ahead of them. But most striking of all was the way death itself began to feel different. Where other lands feared the end, where people clung desperately to coin or monument to secure their legacy, the circle people knew that to die was not to vanish. So long as a single voice remembered, they remained. Grandparents would gather children close and tell them without sorrow, "One day I'll step into the great silence, but my story will stay with you. Carry it, share it, and I'll never be gone." Funerals were not weighted with despair but with gratitude. Each life celebrated for the wealth it had added to the circle. In this way, grief was not denied but transformed, softened by the knowledge that nothing of value was ever lost. Over time, even distant lands began to reshape their sense of wealth. Emperors tried to codify the circle ways, ordering scribes to capture stories into books, thinking to claim them. But the more they wrote, the more they realized something strange: the words on the page did not sing. Without breath, without a listener, they were dead marks. It was only when read aloud, shared in warmth, that they came alive. Some rulers grew frustrated, dismissing the circle age creed as superstition. Others, humbler, came to learn that they could not control it, they could only join it. Slowly, courts and palaces began to light fires of their own, where rulers themselves listened, not commanded, and their wealth was measured in how faithfully their stories were remembered once their voices fell silent. Thus, a quiet revolution spread across the world. A revolution not of armies or banners, but of belonging. A revolution of memory. And in its glow, the very meaning of wealth was remade. As generations turned and horizons widened, the circle teachings began to guide wanderers farther than any ancestor had ever dared to dream. No longer content with the boundaries of rivers and mountains, people pressed into deserts, sailed uncharted seas, and even climbed high into the crags of impossible peaks. They carried little more than provisions and the fire in their voices, for it was story, not compass, that showed the way. When a traveler grew weary or afraid, another would recite a tale of courage from centuries before. When they met strangers whose tongues seemed foreign, they leaned on song, for melody bridged what words could not. In this manner, exploration itself was reshaped, less conquest, more communion. Each discovery was not claimed but shared, folded back into the circle vast in living memory. The explorers who first set sail across endless oceans would tell of a strange feeling, as if they were never truly alone. Though the waters stretched without end, the circle stories whispered in the spray and the stars. Sailors swore they heard the voices of their ancestors riding the wind, offering counsel in the crackle of sails or the groan of timbers. Some skeptics dismissed it as exhaustion or fancy, yet none could deny the uncanny way these voyagers always found safe harbor, guided not by maps but by trust in the circle age-seen compass. They did not return boasting of discovery as so many imperial fleets had done, but rather of reunion, as if the world had long waited for its separated kin to find each other again. Among mountain peoples too, the Circle Way reshaped ambition. Where once the highest peaks had been treated as obstacles or divine forbiddance, climbers now ascended with reverence, carrying offerings of story to leave upon the summits. They carved no names, built no monuments, for the mountain needed none. Instead, they whispered aloud the histories of those who had walked before, anchoring memory into the very wind. It was said that on certain ridges one could hear voices long past echoing faintly in the gusts, a reminder that to ascend was never to conquer but to connect. Even trade routes grew to resemble rivers of living memory. Merchants who once bartered only in spices, silks, or metals began to measure their worth in stories carried from one side of the world to the other. A trader arriving from the coast might bring not only salted fish but also the tale of a widow who had rebuilt her home stone by stone after a flood. By the time that tale reached the inland markets, it had grown into a parable of persistence, feeding hearts as surely as the food stocked shelves. Wealth was no longer confined to the tangible. A man who returned with 10 new stories was considered as prosperous as one who returned with 10 sacks of grain, for both nourished the people, though one filled the belly and the other filled the spirit. This new kind of commerce baffled the old empires. Their accountants, trained to tally coin, could not quantify the worth of a story told at dusk. They tried to capture it, weighing words like gold, demanding scribes to record and price them. But no amount of parchment or ink could preserve the warmth of a tale spoken under firelight. Merchants laughed gently at their attempts and went on trading in the only currency that mattered, belonging. For though coin might vanish and goods might spoil, a story planted in a heart would bloom again and again, bearing fruit for generations. The Circle influence also altered warfare in ways no one had expected. In lands still ruled by iron and ambition, armies marched with banners held high. Yet when they clashed with those who held the Circle creed, they found themselves unsettled. For in the face of spears and shields, the Circle people did not wail in terror or beg for mercy. Instead, they sang. Whole battalions trembled as they heard voices rise in unison, telling of forebears who had endured worse storms, worse tyrants, worse wars. To fight against such a people was to fight shadows that could not be slain. For each fallen warrior's story was lifted instantly, carried forward by the living. Conquerors soon realized the futility of their campaigns. What is the value of seizing land when its true wealth? The stories walked freely from village to village, slipping beyond their grasp. Many invaders laid down arms and joined the fires instead, discovering a kind of power far greater than empire, the power of being remembered. In time, the Circle's reach extended even into realms unseen. Mystics and dreamers claimed that stories were not merely human inventions, but echoes of something eternal, threads spun from the fabric of existence itself. Each tale, they said, is a star in the great sky. Alone it flickers. Together they form constellations, guiding us across the dark. Whether this was truth or poetry, none could say for certain. Yet countless travelers swore that when lost in forest or sea, if they closed their eyes and recalled a story, a path would reveal itself. A rustle of leaves, a shift in starlight, the sudden call of an owl, each became a sign, reminding them they were never truly astray so long as they walked within the Circle memory. And so, the world moved forward not as a battlefield of empires, but as a tapestry of shared wealth. Lands once divided by stone walls and iron gates now linked themselves through the invisible bridges of story. Generations born under the Circle grew up without fear of forgetting, for they knew that even if their names slipped from lips, their essence would remain, woven into the ever-growing fire of humanity. To live was to add a verse, to die was to hand it on. The shift in ambition began quietly, almost imperceptibly. For centuries, wealth had been measured by what one could accumulate: land, coin, herds, treasures hoarded behind thick walls. But under the Circle influence, a new definition emerged. Prosperity came not from how much a person held, but from how much they gave, how much they added to the living treasury of memory and meaning. A farmer no longer prided himself only on the fullness of his harvest, but on the story woven into each furrow, how he tilled the earth after storms had torn his fields, how his neighbors lent hands in hope when his own seemed ready to falter. A merchant no longer counted his success in the weight of coin, but in how many stories he carried back from distant lands, and how many hearts those stories fed. The very language of wealth began to change. Generosity was called return, sharing was investment, and remembrance was interest paid across generations. In this way, ambition itself was redeemed. The restless hunger that had once driven men to plunder, conquer, and enslave was turned instead into a drive to contribute.
The greatest honor was no longer to stand atop a mountain alone, but to carve a path wide enough for others to follow. Young dreamers sought not to be richest, but to be remembered as builders of bridges between peoples, between times, between hearts. Where once monuments of stone had been raised to glorify kings, now communities gathered to build libraries of story, places where the circle wealth could be told and retold until walls themselves seemed to hum with memory. One such library stood in the valley of a great river, its stones carried from every corner of the land. No mortar held them, only gravity and trust, just as no single voice could bind the circle, but all together gave it strength. Travelers who entered were asked not for payment, but for a gift, a story, spoken aloud or written, offered freely into the river of memory. Some brought tales of joy, others of grief, others still of foolishness or folly. Each was welcomed, for the circle knew that every fragment, however small, added depth to the whole. Those who gave left with more than they had entered, yards lighter, steps steadier, for they had joined themselves to something far greater than coin could ever buy. This redefinition of wealth spread outward like fire catching dry grass. Cities transformed their marketplaces into forums where storytelling was as prized as any trade. In one city, coins were engraved not with rulers' faces but with fragments of verses, meant to remind each hand they passed through that value lay not in gold's glitter but in the lives it touched. In another, elders taught children to measure their day not by hours of toil but by moments of meaning. When a kindness was offered, a lesson shared, a memory preserved. Even disputes over property found new resolution. A contested boundary line might be settled not with violence, but by each side telling the story of how they had come to that land, until they saw their own journeys mirrored in one another. The Circle Way even touched the ambitions of rulers. Once, kings and chiefs had sought to etch their legacies in conquest, hoping that fear would preserve their names. But in time they learned what even tyrants could not deny. Fear fades, while memory endures. A ruler remembered as cruel would live in story, yes, but as a warning, not a light. The wise began to seek a gentler kind of immortality, striving to be remembered as givers rather than takers, guardians rather than hoarders. What will the circle say of me became the question whispered in palaces and huts alike. It was no longer enough to live richly, one must live rightly, for every act would be folded into the ever-growing fire of remembrance. In the twilight of their years, elders found comfort not in what they still possessed, but in the certainty that their stories had taken root. A woman who had once been destitute, feeding her children with borrowed grain, now sat by the fire as younger generations recited her tale as one of triumph. A man who had lost his sight but learned to weave baskets by touch alone was remembered each market day, his craft carried forward by students who saw through his hands what eyes could not. They were no longer just people of flesh and bone, they were threads, bright and enduring, in the fabric of shared wealth. The circle itself grew more luminous with each generation, not in any physical form but in the way people lived. It could be felt in a stranger offering bread on a weary road, in a child reciting a story older than their grandparents, in a community gathering to rebuild a home swept away by flood. It was there in the silence after a song, when all felt bound together by something unseen yet undeniable. The circle ambition was not conquest, nor empire, nor even permanence. It was continuation. To keep the fire burning, not for one life, not for one people, but for all, across the turning of countless seasons. Thus did ambition, once the wildest and most dangerous of fires, become a hearth fire instead, steady, warm, and sustaining. And those who gathered round it knew they were rich beyond measure, for their wealth was not locked away in vaults or guarded by walls, but alive in the living, breathing memory of humanity itself.
The double flame did more than prevent lies, it deepened the bond between settlements. People traveled farther to gather second voices, ensuring stories were not just local whispers, but broader truths. This created networks of connection, spanning mountains and rivers, webs of trust that stitched together a whole land. And in this web, the ledger of breath grew richer, sturdier, harder to undo than any fortress built of stone. Years rolled into decades, and prosperity, of a kind the old world never understood, flowered. It was not measured in towers of steel, nor in markets of glittering wealth, but in the resilience of laughter, in the endurance of trust, in the strength of memory. Villages flourished, not because they had the most goods, but because they had the most stories woven into their fabric. And as new generations came, the circle wisdom became a creed. We are not keepers of things, we are keepers of one another. Our wealth is in our breath, our fortune in our flame. It was spoken not as law, but as song. whispered to children as they drifted to sleep, repeated at every gathering where fires burned. In time, the creed spread so far that even those who had resisted, those who once hoarded relics and possessions, were softened by its truth. For no wall could guard against loneliness, and no treasure could replace the warmth of belonging. And so the circle endured. Empires of steel had crumbled, but around the simplest flame, humankind found a wealth that could never again be lost. As centuries turned and the circle creed wound itself deeper into the marrow of the people, the very notion of governance began to change. No longer was a leader measured by the weight of their command or the force of their hand, but by the stories that were told of them once their voice had quieted. A leader's worth was not in decrees carved into stone, but in how well their deeds rippled into song. If their decisions led to harmony, children would carry those tales into lullabies. If their choices sowed discord, the silence that followed their names spoke louder than any condemnation. Thus, power itself was reshaped, not seized, but granted, bestowed by the breath of others. Over time, assemblies of fire circles began to form across valleys and mountains. Villages would gather not to declare laws, but to trade guiding tales. A story told in one place could become a beacon for another. If a village thrived through a hard winter by rationing their grain in song, children singing each morning to mark the measure of flour, another community might adopt that same song and find safety. These assemblies became known as councils of flame. They were not councils in the old sense, for no single person ruled. Rather, the council was the collective memory of all who came. When disputes arose, they were not settled by vote or might, but by calling upon the wealth of remembered tales. What story shows us the path, they would ask, and the answer would emerge from the voices of many, not the command of one. This way of being gave rise to a subtle but powerful shift. Justice was not about punishment. It was about weaving broken threads back into the fabric of the community. When someone strayed, stealing, lying, harming, the circle did not cast them out. Instead, the Council of Flame sought a story that could heal the wound, perhaps a tale of one who had once been greedy but learned generosity, or of a thief who returned what was taken after seeing the emptiness of their gain. By hearing such stories told with warmth and conviction, the offender would often feel the weight of their own reflection and choose a different path. And so, rather than fear driving order, it was belonging that kept harmony. But such a system was not without trial. There were times when hunger gnawed too deeply, when floods or droughts tested the bonds of trust. There were whispers that the circle ways were too slow, too soft, for a world that could be cruel. Some argued for the return of hard rule, for voices that commanded instead of guided. And for a time, in certain valleys, those voices rose. Leaders built walls, hoarded grain, and ruled by decree. For a while, their strength seemed to prosper, but always, inevitably, their walls closed in upon them, and their hoarded wealth turned sour. For what use is plenty when fear is your only companion? In the end, those walls crumbled not by force, but by abandonment. People simply walked away, drawn to the warmth of the circle fire, where belonging still glowed. The greatest strength of the circle was not that it avoided hardship, but that it endured it. When storms broke homes, stories reminded the people that they were more than timber and clay. When famine struck, stories recalled clever ways to endure, and more importantly, they reminded all that no one should starve alone. Even in grief, when death came sudden and heavy, stories carried memory, so the departed never wholly left. This resilience became the true measure of wealth, not gold, not grain, but the unbreakable thread of memory, strong enough to carry a people through darkness. As time went on, the circle influence reached beyond survival. It shaped art. Every settlement developed songs and dances not for performance, but for preservation. A dancer might step a pattern that recalled the flow of rivers, teaching children how to find water in drought. A singer might hold a long note that mirrored the sound of a distant bird, teaching hunters how to listen for prey. Even carvings in wood and stone, though simple, carried patterns that told stories of harvest, of storm, of healing. In this way, art itself was not ornament, it was wealth, the very inheritance of the people. Generations later, travelers from distant lands came upon these communities. They expected to find ruins of a world long broken, but instead they discovered something startling: people with little in the way of possessions, yet living in abundance of spirit. These travelers tried to trade metal for stories, jewels for songs, power for belonging, but they quickly learned that none of these could be bought. A tale given freely carried value beyond any treasure. Those who tried to hoard or sell it found it slip through their grasp, for stories lived only when shared. And so the Circle Way began to spread beyond its homeland. Some resisted, clinging to their iron towers and their coins, yet even there, in the cracks of those empires, the flame took root. Servants whispered stories to one another in dark halls. Workers sang songs of endurance in fields owned by others. Bit by bit, the Circle wealth seeped in like water, slow but relentless, wearing down the hardest stone. In time, the very map of the world redrew itself. Borders mattered less, for where the flame was lit, there was belonging. Trade routes became story routes, less about moving goods and more about weaving memory. And when strangers met, their first words were no longer, "What do you bring?" but "What tale do you carry?" Thus, the Circle did not conquer the world by force, it cradled it in belonging. A wealth deeper than gold, richer than empire, brighter than any jewel. And so long as breath carried story and flame carried warmth, that wealth could never be undone. As centuries rolled further on, the Circle influence seeped so deeply into the rhythm of life that time itself began to feel different. Where once people counted years by kings and wars and measured months by decrees and taxes, now they looked instead to the flow of stories. The turning of the seasons was marked not by rigid calendars, but by the tales that were told at each fire. Spring was remembered through stories of renewal, songs of green shoots breaking through snow, of mothers bringing children to their first gathering. Summer belonged to the tales of journeys and work, stories of rivers swelling and harvests being prepared. Autumn was for reflection, with songs that taught of storing wisely and sharing fairly. Winter, when the nights grew long and the world seemed still, was the season of deep remembrance, when ancestors' names were spoken aloud and their deeds woven back into the living. The children of these generations grew up with no concept of time as a straight line. Instead, they lived in cycles, spirals, weaving ever onward while carrying with them the memory of those who had come before. A child could recite the tale of a farmer from a century past as if that farmer had walked beside them that very morning. To them, history was not then, it was now alive in their breath, and so no story ever truly died. In this way, wealth became eternal, unbound by the mortality of flesh. Travelers who came from distant empires found this bewildering. They would arrive seeking a ledger of dates or records of rulers, and were told instead of the season of the hungry river or the year of the wandering flame. To them, it felt imprecise, almost foolish. But when storms came and crops failed, and they saw how calmly the Circle people endured, how quickly they knew what story to call upon, what practice to revive, they began to understand. Precision of date mattered little when one possessed precision of memory. It did not matter whether the flood had happened 100 or 1,000 years past. The story carried its wisdom unchanged, and that was all that was needed to survive. The Circle way of measuring wealth through memory also brought a strange kind of freedom, for there were no kings to overthrow, no treasuries to raid. A people whose inheritance was carried in song could not be conquered. Invaders would try, yes. They came with swords, with fire, with iron banners. They tore down homes, seized livestock, scattered fields. Yet when night fell and the flames were lit, voices rose again in story. Nothing could erase that wealth, and in time, many of those very invaders, weary from conquest, found themselves sitting at those fires, listening. Some stayed, some laid down their swords for good. For what good is ruling a people when they carry a kind of richness that cannot be stolen? In such a world, even trade began to change. At first, merchants scoffed when a traveler offered only a tale in exchange for food or shelter. But soon enough, those merchants found themselves retelling those tales in distant markets, and with each retelling, they drew customers closer, hearts warming to their stalls. In time, certain stories became as valuable as any coin, and merchants who had once carried silver now carried songs instead. The markets rang with laughter and memory, and while goods still moved, it was the stories that truly bound strangers together. Art flourished in unexpected ways.
Entire villages became living canvases. Walls were painted with patterns that told histories, doors carved with symbols of seasons past, floors woven with mats that bore the lineage of families. A home was no longer just a shelter, it was a vessel for memory, a container of wealth. Even travelers far from home could feel at ease when they recognized a familiar carving or melody, for it was as if the fire of their own people had traveled ahead of them. But most striking of all was the way death itself began to feel different. Where other lands feared the end, where people clung desperately to coin or monument to secure their legacy, the Circle people knew that to die was not to vanish. So long as a single voice remembered, they remained. Grandparents would gather children close and tell them, without sorrow, one day I'll step into the great silence, but my story will stay with you. Carry it, share it, and I'll never be gone. Funerals were not weighted with despair, but with gratitude. Each life celebrated for the wealth it had added to the circle. In this way, grief was not denied but transformed, softened by the knowledge that nothing of value was ever lost. Over time, even distant lands began to reshape their sense of wealth. Emperors tried to codify the circle ways, ordering scribes to capture stories into books, thinking to claim them. But the more they wrote, the more they realized something strange. The words on the page did not sing. Without breath, without a listener, they were dead marks. It was only when read aloud, shared in warmth, that they came alive. Some rulers grew frustrated, dismissing the circle creed as superstition. Others, humbler, came to learn that they could not control it, they could only join it. Slowly, courts and palaces began to light fires of their own, where rulers themselves listened, not commanded, and their wealth was measured in how faithfully their stories were remembered once their voices fell silent. Thus, a quiet revolution spread across the world, a revolution not of armies or banners, but of belonging, a revolution of memory, and in its glow, the very meaning of wealth was remade. As generations turned and horizons widened, the circle teachings began to guide wanderers farther than any ancestor had ever dared to dream. No longer content with the boundaries of rivers and mountains, people pressed into deserts, sailed uncharted seas, and even climbed high into the crags of impossible peaks. They carried little more than provisions and the fire in their voices, for it was story, not compass, that showed the way. When a traveler grew weary or afraid, another would recite a tale of courage from centuries before. When they met strangers whose tongues seemed foreign, they leaned on song, for melody bridged what words could not. In this manner, exploration itself was reshaped, less conquest, more communion. Each discovery was not claimed but shared, folded back into the circle vast and living memory. The explorers who first set sail across endless oceans would tell of a strange feeling, as if they were never truly alone. Though the waters stretched without end, the circle's stories whispered in the spray and the stars. Sailors swore they heard the voices of their ancestors riding the wind, offering counsel in the crackle of sails or the groan of timbers. Some skeptics dismissed it as exhaustion or fancy, yet none could deny the uncanny way these voyagers always found safe harbor, guided not by maps but by trust in the circle's unseen compass. They did not return boasting of discovery as so many imperial fleets had done, but rather of reunion, as if the world had long waited for its separated kin to find each other again. Among mountain peoples, too, the Circle Way reshaped ambition. Where once the highest peaks had been treated as obstacles or divine forbiddance, climbers now ascended with reverence, carrying offerings of story to leave upon the summits. They carved no names, built no monuments, for the mountain needed none. Instead, they whispered aloud the histories of those who had walked before, anchoring memory into the very wind. It was said that on certain ridges one could hear voices long past echoing faintly in the gusts, a reminder that to ascend was never to conquer, but to connect. Even trade routes grew to resemble rivers of living memory. Merchants who once bartered only in spices, silks, or metals began to measure their worth in stories carried from one side of the world to the other. A trader arriving from the coast might bring not only salted fish, but also the tale of a widow who had rebuilt her home stone by stone after a flood. By the time that tale reached the inland markets, it had grown into a parable of persistence, feeding hearts as surely as the food stocked shelves. Wealth was no longer confined to the tangible. A man who returned with 10 new stories was considered as prosperous as one who returned with 10 sacks of grain, for both nourished the people, though one filled the belly and the other filled the spirit. This new kind of commerce baffled the old empires. Their accountants, trained to tally coin, could not quantify the worth of a story told at dusk. They tried to capture it, weighing words like gold, demanding scribes to record and price them. But no amount of parchment or ink could preserve the warmth of a tale spoken under firelight. Merchants laughed gently at their attempts and went on trading in the only currency that mattered, belonging. For though coin might vanish and goods might spoil, a story planted in a heart would bloom again and again, bearing fruit for generations. The circle influence also altered warfare in ways no one had expected. In lands still ruled by iron and ambition, armies marched with banners held high. Yet when they clashed with those who held the circle creed, they found themselves unsettled. For in the face of spears and shields, the circle people did not wail in terror or beg for mercy. Instead, they sang. Whole battalions trembled as they heard voices rise in unison, telling of forebears who had endured worse storms, worse tyrants, worse wars. To fight against such a people was to fight shadows that could not be slain, for each fallen warrior's story was lifted instantly, carried forward by the living.
Conquerors soon realized the futility of their campaigns. What is the value of seizing land when its true wealth, the stories walked freely from village to village, slipping beyond their grasp? Many invaders laid down arms and joined the fires instead, discovering a kind of power far greater than empire, the power of being remembered.
In time, the circle reach extended even into realms unseen. Mystics and dreamers claimed that stories were not merely human inventions, but echoes of something eternal, threads spun from the fabric of existence itself. Each tale, they said, is a star in the great sky. Alone, it flickers. Together they form constellations, guiding us across the dark. Whether this was truth or poetry, none could say for certain. Yet countless travelers swore that when lost in forest or sea, if they closed their eyes and recalled a story, a path would reveal itself. A rustle of leaves, a shift in starlight, the sudden call of an owl, each became a sign, reminding them they were never truly astray so long as they walked within the circle memory. And so, the world moved forward not as a battlefield of empires, but as a tapestry of shared wealth. Lands once divided by stone walls and iron gates now linked themselves through the invisible bridges of story. Generations born under the circle grew up without fear of forgetting, for they knew that even if their names slipped from lips, their essence would remain, woven into the ever-growing fire of humanity. To live was to add a verse, to die was to hand it on. The shift in ambition began quietly, almost imperceptibly. For centuries, wealth had been measured by what one could accumulate: land, coin, herds, treasures hoarded behind thick walls. But under the circle influence, a new definition emerged. Prosperity came not from how much a person held, but from how much they gave, how much they added to the living treasury of memory and meaning. A farmer no longer prided himself only on the fullness of his harvest, but on the story woven into each furrow, how he tilled the earth after storms had torn his fields, how his neighbors lent hands in hope when his own seemed ready to falter. A merchant no longer counted his success in the weight of coin, but in how many stories he carried back from distant lands, and how many hearts those stories fed. The very language of wealth began to change. Generosity was called return, sharing was investment, and remembrance was interest paid across generations. In this way, ambition itself was redeemed. The restless hunger that had once driven men to plunder, conquer, and enslave was turned instead into a drive to contribute. The greatest honor was no longer to stand atop a mountain alone, but to carve a path wide enough for others to follow. Young dreamers sought not to be richest, but to be remembered as builders of bridges between peoples, between times, between hearts. Where once monuments of stone had been raised to glorify kings, now communities gathered to build libraries of story, places where the circle wealth could be told and retold until walls themselves seemed to hum with memory. One such library stood in the valley of a great river, its stones carried from every corner of the land. No mortar held them, only gravity and trust, just as no single voice could bind the circle, but all together gave it strength. Travelers who entered were asked not for payment, but for a gift, a story, spoken aloud or written, offered freely into the river of memory. Some brought tales of joy, others of grief, others still of foolishness or folly. Each was welcomed, for the circle knew that every fragment, however small, added depth to the whole. Those who gave left with more than they had entered, hearts lighter, steps steadier, for they had joined themselves to something far greater than coin could ever buy. This redefinition of wealth spread outward like fire catching dry grass. Cities transformed their marketplaces into forums where storytelling was as prized as any trade. In one city, coins were engraved not with rulers' faces but with fragments of verses, meant to remind each hand they passed through that value lay not in gold glitter, but in the lives it touched. In another, Elders taught children to measure their day not by hours of toil, but by moments of meaning. When a kindness was offered, a lesson shared, a memory preserved. Even disputes over property found new resolution. A contested boundary line might be settled not with violence, but by each side telling the story of how they had come to that land, until they saw their own journeys mirrored in one another. The Circle Way even touched the ambitions of rulers. Once, kings and chiefs had sought to etch their legacies in conquest, hoping that fear would preserve their names. But in time, they learned what even tyrants could not deny: fear fades while memory endures. A ruler remembered as cruel would live in story, yes, but as a warning, not a light. The wise began to seek a gentler kind of immortality, striving to be remembered as givers rather than takers, guardians rather than hoarders. What will the circle say of me? Became the question whispered in palaces and huts alike. It was no longer enough to live richly, one must live rightly, for every act would be folded into the ever-growing fire of remembrance. In the twilight of their years, elders found comfort not in what they still possessed, but in the certainty that their stories had taken root. A woman who had once been destitute, feeding her children with borrowed grain, now sat by the fire as younger generations recited her tale as one of triumph. A man who had lost his sight but learned to weave baskets by touch alone was remembered each market day, his craft carried forward by students who saw through his hands what eyes could not. They were no longer just people of flesh and bone, they were threads, bright and enduring, in the fabric of shared wealth. The circle itself grew more luminous with each generation, not in any physical form, but in the way people lived. It could be felt in a stranger offering bread on a weary road, in a child reciting a story older than their grandparents, in a community gathering to rebuild a home swept away by flood. It was there in the silence after a song, when all felt bound together by something unseen yet undeniable. The circle ambition was not conquest, nor empire, nor even permanence. It was continuation, to keep the fire burning not for one life, not for one people, but for all, across the turning of countless seasons. Thus did ambition, once the wildest and most dangerous of fires, become a hearth fire instead, steady, warm, and sustaining. And those who gathered round it knew they were rich beyond measure, for their wealth was not locked away in vaults or guarded by walls, but alive in the living, breathing memory of humanity itself.